Hey guys. This is What If Naruto Was in Marvel Universe. During the climactic battle with Kaguya, Naruto is transported to the Marvel Cinematic Universe. Realizing that no one is coming for him, Naruto sets himself on an odyssey filled with mad gods, powerful tyrants, and a few stones to find his way back home. Hit like and subscribe if you like this one, and also please check the author in the description. Let's start. Chapter 1: A Marvelous Beginning. Drip, drip, drip. Hello, Naruto. What am I doing here, Kurama? Seriously, I don't have time right now. I need to get back to help fight Kaguya. Naruto Uzumaki was standing in front of his partner Kurama, the nine-tailed fox, looking up at him in confusion. Naruto looked rather worse for wear. His usual orange and black jumpsuit was ripped and torn from hours of constant battle, with the sleeves shredded up to the forearms, and the zipper destroyed, forcing the jacket open, showing his mesh shirt underneath. Kurama was a massive-sized fox with burnt orange fur. His arms and legs, while folded underneath him as he lay down, were rather human-like in appearance, with his ears longer than usual as well, looking more like rabbit ears than anything. His slit crimson eyes looked at Naruto with a mix of sternness and pity. Sitting behind a row of thick dark red bars that represented his seal, Kurama sighed. "You are unconscious, boy. That tends to happen after falling several thousand feet." Naruto's eyes widened in shock. "What? That Uchiha brat used some kind of jutsu on you when the old man's mother tried to kill you?" Like a crashing wave, it all started coming back to him. He and Sasuke had been in the middle of their fight with Kaguya Otsutsuki when the mother of chakra tried to kill him with her instant kill technique, all-killing ash bone. He remembered Sasuke trying to use his Amenotejikura teleportation technique to get him out of the way of getting skewered, only instead for him to be sucked into what looked like a purple version of Obito's Kamui. The next thing he knows, he's free falling towards the ground, his chakra shroud gone and unable to use his chakra, just about to crash land hard into a grassy mountainous area. The rest is a blank until he found himself in his mindscape. The blonde rubbed his hands in his hair frantically. "I need to get back. Without me they can't seal Kaguya away like the old man said." Naruto shouted desperately. "I'm sorry, Naruto," Kurama said, "but I have no idea how to return to your world. The only thing I can think of is the Uchiha boy using that same technique to come get you, but it's been 5 days since your arrival here. If he was going to get you, he'd have done it by now and I'd have felt his arrival. Say what you want, but the brat's got a monstrous amount of chakra, for an Uchiha." While blunt, Kurama knew that being blunt was the only way to get through his partner's thick skull. Naruto felt as though his entire world had shattered. Everyone he knew, everyone he loved, was gone. The blonde collapsed to his knees, making a loud splash as he held himself up with his hands. 5 days? I'd been stuck here for that long? Kurama didn't say a word, not really knowing what to say in a situation like this. Finally, he grumbled, "I'm sorry, Naruto. I truly am." Naruto just looked down at the ankle-deep water below him, staring into his reflection as ripples slowly moved along the pool. As he noticed how ragged he looked, his mind slowly began to drift, remembering why he looked so terrible to begin with. From his arrival to the battlefield, to his fight with the revived Nagato and 4th Raikage, the shocking reveal that Tobi was in fact Obito Uchiha, then the seemingly climactic showdown with Madara, and finally the arrival of Kaguya. He began to think about Sasuke, and how they were just beginning to get along again. He thought of Sakura and the promise he made to her, picturing her crying face 3 years ago. He thought of Iruka, Kakashi, Tsunade, Hinata, Shikamaru, Gaara, Killer Bee, everybody that he considered his precious people. Suddenly, a realization came to him. "I can't give up." "What?" Kurama asked. Naruto looked up, a massive grin on his face, his eyes squinted shut. "I can't just give up. I have so much unfinished business. I have to seal away Kaguya. I have to make sure Sasuke comes back to Konoha. I have to get Sakura to go on a date with me. And I have to become Hokage. I don't care if I'm in some strange new world, I'm gonna find a way back. Believe it." "You just had to ruin it, didn't you?" Kurama said, a sweat drop sliding across his temple. "You had a good thing going there, and you ruined it." Naruto rubbed the back of his head. "Yeah, sorry about that. Couldn't resist." Kurama was about to say something when he suddenly looked up. Taking a moment, Kurama finally looked back down at Naruto. We'll have to save this for another time, Naruto. It seems you're about to wake up. Wadash. In Kamartage, Naruto's eyes began to creak open, only to slam shut once again due to his eyes not being adjusted to the light. Squinting up, Naruto saw a figure sitting down next to him. As his vision cleared, he found that it was a woman. She looked to be around 40 years old, but she could be younger considering she wasn't wearing any makeup. That and her being bald didn't help much either. Seeing clearly now, Naruto could see that she was wearing what he recognized as monk robes. The robes were yellow in color with a dark red waist wrap that held it together with the robes going down to her feet. Sitting in a size apostyon with her hands in her lap, she smiled down at him before she said, "It's good to see you're awake." Her voice had a melodious, soothing ring to it. Sadly, the words she spoke were lost on Naruto, who couldn't understand her, to him, strange language. Seeing his confusion, the woman reached into her sleeve before pulling out and handing him what looked like monk prayer beads. On further inspection, Naruto saw that each bracelet held a different symbol. Seeing that she was motioning him to put it on, Naruto hesitantly slipped the bracelet along his wrist. "Is that better?" There was that calming voice again. Only this time, Naruto could completely understand her. But how? Looking down, Naruto realized that it must have been the bracelet's doing. Those are the prayer beads of Sarasvati, a magical relic that allows the user to understand any language, and speak the language of the person he is talking to. You can use it until you learn some of the main languages of this world. Naruto filed away that she knew he wasn't of this world. Licking his dry lips, he was temporarily distracted at how thirsty he was before saying, "Where am I?" His words were choked out in a raspy voice. The mysterious woman kept her calming smile. "You are in Kathmandu, Nepal. This is the temple Kamartage. You've been out for 5 days, my friend. However, considering why it was you were unconscious in the first place, you shouldn't be awake at all." Her voice held the same tone, only with a hint of teasing to it. Naruto nodded, slowly getting up and into a sitting position. "Yeah, I'm special, I guess." Naruto, not knowing how this woman would react to learning of the abilities he had, tried to be as discreet as possible. Kinda hard considering he survived a fall from several thousand feet. Her smile only got bigger. "Yes. It was the fact that you are so special that I took the liberty of bringing you here after it was apparent you survived in Burr Hospital. From what the doctor said, they didn't have to really do anything as your body mended on its own." The woman leaned forward slightly. "Quite special indeed." Naruto's eyes narrowed. "Who are you?" As he said that, he began to gather as much natural energy as possible in case he had to fight his way past this woman. "I go by many names," she said. "The Master, High Lama, the Mystic. But you may call me the Ancient One." She finished her introduction with a slight bow. "And why exactly have you brought me here?" Naruto asked, slightly perturbed by the Ancient One's strange name. 5 days ago I felt a sudden flash of intense power before it just as quickly disappeared. One of my students then heard word of a man that appeared to have survived a fall no mortal human could survive. The media of Kathmandu covered it up, saying they believed you to be a victim of a skydiving accident. But I knew better. It was you, that power spike. So, I sent some of my top masters to make sure you'd survive before bringing you here should you be of the world-conquering entity variety, where you would then be taken care of. Her own eyes narrowed. "So the question is, are you of that variety?" Naruto stared into the Ancient One's eyes for several seconds before throwing his head back in a burst of laughter. The Ancient One leaned back, her face relaxed as she waited for Naruto to finish. Slowly but surely, Naruto calmed down. Rubbing the back of his head, Naruto gave his patented smile. "Sorry about that. To answer your question, I wouldn't really say I'm of the world-conquering variety. More of the world-saving, actually." He finished with a chuckle. "Well, I suppose you wouldn't mind me asking as to why a world-saving man such as you is here?" the Ancient One asked. Naruto sighed. "I'm not exactly here for a reason. My arrival here was entirely accidental, at least I hope so anyway," Naruto said as an afterthought. "So where are you from then?" she asked. "The elemental nations," Naruto said immediately, a flash of hope entering him at the possibility of this Ancient One being able to return him home. Ancient One seemed to ponder his answer before saying, "I'm sorry, but I've never heard of that dimension. That was the name of the continent I lived on. I don't actually know what the name of the dimension is. Or the planet for that matter." Naruto said, scratching his cheek with his cheeks red from embarrassment. Your planet must be rather primitive for it to not even have a name given to it by its occupants. Naruto felt his stomach drop. So I'm gonna assume that means you can help me. The Ancient One nodded with what looked like a sad smile on her face. I'm sorry for the poor news. I'm sorry, I never learned your name. The name's Naruto Uzumaki. A week later. You do realize that I can kick your ass, right? Standing across from Naruto, who was now wearing a set of his own monk robes of a white long-sleeved shirt sat underneath a gray robe that went to his knees and was held together by a leather waist wrap, was a man named Karl Mordo. Mordo wore a set of similar robes as his, only with a green color scheme. The man was of what he learned to be from African descent, and hailed from a place called London. According to the Ancient One, Karl had been a member of the Masters of the Mystic Arts for 10 years, and an official master for nearly 7. Perhaps, but the master wants me to try and keep my skills sharp and believes that you are perfect for that. Besides, you have to do your part around here somehow, considering you've refused to learn any of the mystic arts. A couple days after his awakening, the Ancient One had offered to teach him in the mystic arts. Naruto had refused, saying that he had enough on his plate on physical training along with using his clones to learn as many Earth languages as possible, starting out with Chinese, English, and French. He had enough of a headache sorting through all that information. And don't even get him started when they saw him use his shadow clone jutsu for the first time. Whatever, Mordo, let's do this already, unless you're scared, Naruto said, sliding into a defensive stance. Mordo didn't hesitate to activate his vaulting boots of Vaulter, using the magical relic to skip through the air to get to Naruto before aiming a downward haymaker towards the blonde's temple. Naruto easily deflected the punch, only for Mordo to send several more punches while using his boots to stay airborne. The Uzumaki deflected all of them, staying on the defensive even as Karl sent a mid-air roundhouse kick to his face that was easily deflected. Having enough with being on defense, Naruto used his speed to get into Mordo's guard, punching him square in the jaw. His boots deactivated due to loss of attention, Mordo backpedaled away as he rubbed his jaw. Is that all you got? Mordo taunted. Naruto scowled. You asked for it. That was the only warning Karl got before Naruto was once again in his face, his body going almost on automatic as he tried to dodge the otherworldly man's barrage of attacks. His defense was quickly broken, as Naruto sent a double punch to his stomach and chest before backhanding him away. The blonde Uzumaki then swept Mordo's legs out from under him, putting him on his back. Hearing what sounded like swirling energy, Karl opened his eyes after bracing himself for the fall and saw that Naruto was kneeling over him with a strange ball of spinning blue energy in the palm of his hand. Before Karl could surrender, the sound of clapping echoed along the training arena. Looking to their right, the two saw the Ancient One standing on the stairway several yards away. Most impressive. What is that technique, Naruto? She asked, analyzing the technique that had just dissipated in Naruto's hand. Naruto smiled at the woman that had taken him in. It's called the Rasengan. It was created by my dad and taught to me by my godfather. It's my go-to attack, but I've got a lot of way stronger versions too. Naruto then reached a helping hand out for Mordo, helping the man up from his back. Pretty good, Mordo. If you had something with a little more kick, I'd say you'd be a force to be reckoned with. Not enough to take me on, but still. Mordo scoffed but nodded. I agree, but it's not like you can just pick up a relic with heavy attacking power. The relics choose you. That's how I got a hold of the vaulting boots. The three were interrupted by the arrival of another master. This man was rather tall and lean, with a handsome face and long gray hair pulled back into a tight ponytail. You should consider yourself lucky, Master Mordo. Not all of us get chosen by a mystical relic after all. Master Caecilius is correct, Master Mordo. You're very fortunate to have such a versatile relic. Given enough training and you will become powerful enough to take on even myself. But not me. Naruto butted in. Caecilius gave Naruto a slight glance before looking towards his master. I'm sorry for interrupting, Master. I only wanted to inform you of my return. I also wanted to inform you of a possible new pupil, a man named Jonathan Pangborn. He is a man seeking help with his paralysis. I believe he is worth your time. The Ancient One nodded as she walked off with Caecilius following after her. Let me see for myself then, Master Caecilius. Naruto turned to Mordo. So who the hell was that guy? Mordo, whose eyes followed after the leaving Caecilius, said, That is Master Caecilius. He has been under the Master's tutelage for nearly 20 years. The man came to her after the death of his wife and son, completely devoting himself towards her and her teachings. He is one of the most powerful masters in the world, and one of her most trusted students. Sounds like you look up to the man, Naruto observed. Mordo nodded. He is a man to be respected. I know for a fact that there are several masters here that would follow that man no matter what, even if death were a certainty. Sounds like a hell of a guy, I guess. Naruto then shifted back into his stance. Alright, what do you say for a round 2? A couple days later, Naruto, who was wearing what this world considered normal clothes consisting of a dark blue jacket with a gray hoodie underneath and simple jeans, walked through the bustling streets of Kathmandu, Nepal, expertly swerving through the people going about their own business. Naruto looked up into the sky where he'd arrived on Earth. Naruto sighed at the fact that Sasuke hadn't made an appearance yet, knowing that he'd be able to feel the last Uchiha if he ever arrived, especially considering he'd be the only other user of chakra on the planet. Walking up to a business window, Naruto saw that a television was viewable with the local news on. One of the news anchors was talking as a headshot of a middle-aged man with spiky dark brown hair with a rather strange-looking goatee was in the top right corner. Suddenly a video of what looked like a man in red and yellow armor popped up, with the armored man taking down what appeared to be a terrorist group. After that, the story shifted to some local fluff piece, spurring Naruto to walk away. Are we ever going to actually try and find a way home, Naruto? Or are we just gonna wait for that Uchiha brat with our dicks in our hands? We're not exactly just sitting around, Kurama. Since we've been here, my mastery of your chakra is top-notch. I can channel it to a single hand without going full shroud. That's some pretty good progress if you asked me. Naruto thought as Kurama contacted him from his mindscape. As for finding a way home, I feel like if there was a way, the Ancient One would have told me. The Ancient One. I don't trust that woman, Naruto. That woman is hiding something. And what kind of woman advertises the fact that she's fucking ancient? At least she's not like that Senju woman and her genjutsu. Kurama grumbled. Well, she's the reason we're not wandering around like a bunch of idiots. Naruto thought. Whatever. This planet is so boring though. If these fools freak out over some green monster demolishing a part of a city, just imagine what would happen if they ever saw me. And then that steel man they're blubbering about. You'd have been able to rip that guy apart when you were a practically useless 12-year-old. Thanks for the compliment, Kurama. You're welcome, you fucking brat. But seriously, do you ever actually plan to leave this place? The world is a big one. Maybe you should take the time you're taking to wait for the Uchiha to check out the sights. And how exactly would I be able to go anywhere? I know that this place has flying machines, but last I checked that costs money that I don't have. Did you seriously forget that you can fly, you fucking idiot? No? A month later. Hey Master Mordo, Naruto, did you hear the news? Naruto and Carl looked over at Jonathan, who was wearing what Naruto learned was the usual trainee robes, rolling over in his wheelchair towards the two as they read in the Kamartage library. SSSHHH. Kissed the librarian Master Ezra, looking scathingly at Jonathan for being so loud in a room of study, causing him to bow as best as he could towards the stern librarian in apology. What news could possibly be so interesting to interrupt my studying of these ancient texts? Mordo asked testily. Naruto straightened up from the book on Earth culture, cracking his back after being bent over for so long. I actually wouldn't mind the distraction. What's the news, Pangborn? Tony Stark just came out and said that he's the Iron Man. Isn't that crazy? Jonathan asked in a hushed excitement. Naruto looked towards the paraplegic with a blank stare. I have no fucking clue as to who that is. He knew that Iron Man was the red and yellow guy from the news, but Tony Stark wasn't ringing any bells. Oh yeah, that's right. Well, he's an American billionaire businessman / philanthropist / playboy. His company is one of the major weapons supplier for pretty much every war America's been involved in since World War II. Naruto scratched his head. And by America you mean the United States of America, right? Seeing Jonathan nod, he continued. And World War II was the one where Germany killed over 6 million Jews? They're called Jews, and yes, Mordo clarified. And why would I care what happens to an American weapons maker? Perhaps he had what was coming to him. I've heard he's not a man to introduce your wife to, if you get my drift. Ah, come on, he's not that bad. He's like a real-life Bruce Wayne. Seeing Naruto's confused face, Jonathan said. He's a comic book character. Naruto made an motion with his mouth. So how's the training going? Jonathan smiled. Master says that if I keep up the good work I should be able to get my legs back before no time. He then began to roll back. Well, I'm gonna go get some dinner. I'll talk to you later, Naruto. Master Mordo. Mordo sighed as he flipped the page to his book. What a waste of time. Naruto shrugged as he put away the book he'd been reading. The guy's not too bad. Walking over, Naruto put the book back where he'd found it. Silently he began to skim through the rows of book before coming across one that caught his attention. The Singularities? Grabbing the book, Naruto began to look through it. As he read the tome, he looked up, his eyes wide at what he had learned. With the ancient 1-inch. Hello, Naruto. Why didn't you tell me about the Infinity Stones? Naruto asked, his face stern as he faced the ancient one. Said woman sighed as she poured tea into 2 clay cups. Handing Naruto a cup, she motioned for him to sit next to her. Sitting down in a size of position, Naruto waited for her to speak. The reason I didn't tell you was because you said you were waiting to see if your friend came to find you. However, even if you hadn't, I wouldn't have told you until I knew I could trust you. While your company here has been pleasant, I've only known you for over a month, not nearly long enough for me to trust you with the knowledge of the stone's existence. Naruto sighed but nodded in understanding. Every day I make a clone whose sole purpose is to sense for Sasuke's arrival. Before I deluded myself into believing that he would come even though it had been days since I came here. Now I know for sure that if Sasuke could have done it by now, he would have. That means I have to figure out how to get home myself. Naruto wasn't even thinking about stopping Kaguya. Right now his sole goal was getting home. After that he'd look into taking care of the rabbit goddess. One step at a time and all that. The ancient one sighed. Well, it's not like it matters now anyway since you've found that book. I didn't expect you to pick up Chinese as well as you have for at least another year. Gathering her thoughts, she continued. There are a total of 6 infinity stones, each made up a different aspect. These are space, mind, reality, power, time, and soul. The one you want is the space stone, which grants the user instant access to any location throughout the universe. If given enough power, the space stone can even allow you to travel to different dimensions. If you want to return home, the space stone is the key. And where exactly would I find the space stone? Be pretty convenient if you had it on you. Please have it on you. Naruto said, getting excited at knowing that there may be a way home. No, it isn't. The location of the stone is unknown. All that I know is that it is here on Earth after it was given to us after being lost by the Asgardians. Asgardians? Naruto asked. You mean like Thor and Odin, right? The human race would come to call them the Norse gods, which were worshipped mainly in the Germanic area. We masters of the mystics arts allowed the stone, now called the Tesseract, to be kept in Norwegian hands. The last we heard, the Tesseract went into the care of a church in Tønsberg before it was lost during World War II. Well, it seems like I'm going to Tønsberg, Norway. Naruto said, getting up from his sitting position. The ancient one got up as well. You're leaving now? Naruto nodded. Sorry for leaving so soon, but I gotta get home as soon as possible. Thank you for your hospitality. The woman across from him slipped a 2-fingered ring. Well, as a parting gift, allow me to help me in your travels. Moving her ringed hand in a wide circular motion, a fiery ring began to form in front of her. Looking into it, Naruto saw that in the ring looked like shopping district along the dock. What the fuck is that? Naruto asked in surprise and awe. Tønsberg, Norway. Your destination. The ancient one clarified. Taking a hesitant step forward, Naruto stuck his hand through the portal, feeling it go through seamlessly. Well, thanks AC. I'll make sure to come visit if I can. Naruto then stepped through the portal completely. Good luck, Naruto Uzumaki. Chapter 2, Give Me a Reason. Location, Tønsberg, Norway. Date, July 14th, 2008. Ain't you wouldn't think the whiskers would be such a put-off. No one said a damn thing about it back home. Naruto grumbled as he walked through the Norwegian village's streets. As he walked along the sidewalk, every few people would give him a bewildered look upon seeing his face. You're forgetting that in your world the whiskers on your cheeks weren't exactly the strangest thing. When people can walk on walls and breathe fire like it's nothing, you tend to not give a shit if someone has whisker marks. Kurama said in his mind. Naruto sighed but couldn't help but concede his point, still scowling when a mother steered her child away from his path. I've been here for a week, and I still haven't found the church the ancient one told me about. Everyone I ask looks at me like I'm an idiot. Naruto stuffed his hands into his jean pockets. Due to the nice weather outside, Naruto only wore a simple red t-shirt that read, I heart Tønsberg, emboldened on the chest. First of all, you are an idiot. Second, has it not occurred to you that perhaps that ancient woman is only leading you astray? For all we know, this is all but a wild goose chase. As Naruto was about to answer, he started to walk past the quaint-looking cafe. Looking over, Naruto made brief eye contact with what looked like an employee walking inside. The girl looked only a couple years older than him, and had dark red hair that reminded him of his mother's. Walking past her, Naruto walked several feet before coming to a stop. Looking back at the shop, Naruto decided he could use a drink. Walking into the small cafe, Naruto saw that he was the only one inside now. Heading up to the counter to order something to drink, he continued his conversation with his partner. Even if you're right, I can't take that chance. This is the only lead we got on how to return home, no matter how slim it is. Seeing that the girl from before was ready to make his order, Naruto walked forward, switching to a Norwegian dialect. Hello, I'd like to order a cafe mocha, please. The girl couldn't seem to take her eyes off of him as she put his order in, causing Naruto to sigh inwardly, thinking she was looking at his whiskers. Giving her the correct amount of money needed, he then, without really looking, got his change and receipt as he walked over to a table to wait for his order. Sitting down, Naruto gave a quick glance around the shop, seeing that people were now beginning to file in and make their orders and sit down. Giving a final glance at the receipt as he was about to stuff it in his pocket, he stopped upon seeing that the girl had given him what looked to be what humans called their telephone numbers. Seems that the girl is interested in you, brat, Kurama said with a chuckle. Naruto looked up and over at the girl that had given him her phone number, the two making momentary eye contact before she looked down with a slight smile and blush. Why would she give me her telephone number though? So she can talk to you, I guess. Isn't that what those contraptions are for anyway? But why wouldn't she just talk to me face to face? Talking to each other on the telephone just seems so stupid, Naruto said, looking back down at the number in wonder. How am I to know the inner functions of these weak little worms? For such an advanced race, they sure are boring. If it weren't for that little brawl you had earlier, I'd be dying of boredom. At the mention of said brawl, Naruto was forced to remember a fight he had gotten into on his first night of arrival. He'd been minding his own business when somebody mistook him for an average tourist and tried to rob him with a flimsy little knife. Naruto then proceeded to break his nose and then steal his wallet, which just so happened to carry several $100s in it. Well, I don't really want to put too much attention on myself. I've done that enough, what with the whole arriving in a wormhole that gave off a supposed staggering amount of power. If the masters could find me, who's to say other groups on this planet can't as well? Naruto said. If anyone ever tried to kill you on this planet, you'd obliterate them. He could practically feel the scoff in Kurama's words. But I suppose you have a point. The more covert we are, the better. Naruto heard his order called out, and looking up he saw that same girl smiling at him as she held his drink. Getting up, Naruto thought, it's not like I'd be able to call her anyway. I don't have one of those telephones. Though, now that I think about it, everyone else on this planet seems to have one. It might be a good idea to get one of my own. Reaching the counter, Naruto gave one of his smiles at the girl, thanking her as she gave him his coffee, causing said girl's face to light up like a flashlight. We've got company, Kurama warned. Naruto nodded, having felt a presence make its way to his table. Looking over where he had been sitting, Naruto saw that a man is sitting across from where he had been. Walking over to the table, Naruto saw that he seemed to not even be paying attention, looking down at the phone in his hands, a rather new-looking touchscreen one to be exact. An iPhone 3G if he remembered the television commercials right. The man seemed to be of the same African descent as Karl Mordo, going off of his darker skin tone and features. The man was as bald as the ancient one, with a groomed goatee and an eye patch covering his left eye. The man wore all black, with the long leather trench coat giving him a rather badass vibe. The mysterious man looked up from his phone, looking him in the eye as he said, "You're a hard kid to track down, you know that?" Every single alarm in Naruto's head was going off right now. Sitting down across from him, Naruto set the hand holding his coffee on the table and used his other hand to discreetly finger the kunai hidden on his person. Naruto didn't say a word, didn't touch his coffee. He only sat there, waiting for the man to continue his thought. The man reached into his jacket, taking a moment to see if Naruto tensed at his possibly hostile gesture, only to see the kid acting as cool as a cucumber, and pulled out a file with the label reading UA-12. The man sat the file down between them. April 3rd of this year, a massive surge of energy appears in the Earth's troposphere over Kathmandu, Nepal. An hour later, Kathmandu paramedics pick up the mangled yet still alive body of what looked to be a 15-year-old American boy who seemed to have injured himself from what was presumed a skydiving accident. When taken to a nearby hospital, said boy upon inspection has already begun to heal, his shattered bones and damaged organs mending on their own. In 2 days' time that boy has healed completely with no outside help from any of the local doctors and suddenly disappears from his hospital room. Around a month and a half later, he pops up in Tunsberg, Norway, asking around town for an Old Norse church. Naruto's eyes were narrowed dangerously. Who are you? His voice as sharp as a razor's edge. He wasn't as stupid as some people like to think. Naruto could now sense a massive amount of negative emotion surrounding this shop. Taking a few glances around the room, he could see several people paying way too much attention to his table. Looking back over at the girl that had been at the counter, he saw that she was now missing. This guy knew who he was, and he was prepared for a fight if he didn't hear what he wanted to hear. The man leaned back into his seat. Suddenly, the girl from before sat down next to the mystery guy, no longer wearing her work uniform, but instead sporting a rather tight bodysuit that showed off her curves rather nicely. Her curly red hair that had been kept in a neat bun was now hanging loosely down her back and shoulders. Naruto allowed a momentary sliver of surprise to enter his face before schooling his features, not really expecting the girl to be a part of all this. In fact, on further inspection Naruto could now say this girl was no girl at all. No, she was a woman. What he thought at first to be at least an 18-year-old was had to in fact be around 24 years in age. The man didn't seem to acknowledge the fact that she sat down next to him, keeping his eye on Naruto. My name isn't what's important right now. What is important is why a person such as yourself is on my planet. In case you don't watch the news, I've already got my hands full with an armor-wearing man-child, and a guy that if mad enough can level half of Harlem in 10 minutes. Naruto moved his eyes back and forth from the red-headed woman and the man who appeared to be in charge before saying, My being here is temporary. I don't want to be here any more than you do, trust me. The man scoffed. And why exactly should I trust you? How do I know that you don't plan on leveling this city after you find whatever it is that you're looking for? It was Naruto's turn to scoff. If he wanted to level this city, he didn't need an infinity stone to do it. Hell, he didn't even need his chakra shroud, just some good old natural chakra and a handful of shadow clones. But this guy didn't need to know that. You don't even know what it is I'm looking for. Seems a little stupid to jump to such a conclusion when you don't even know me. No. What's stupid isn't it jumping to that conclusion when I don't know who or what you are? So, I'm going to ask one more time. Almost as though that were the signal, every single customer got up out of their chair and pointed what he learned were called guns in his direction, including the woman who had given him her number. What are you doing on my planet? Naruto's eyes, which were at first a striking blue, were now a powerful orange with his irises shifted into what looked like a strange-looking cross. If you don't want these people to die, I suggest you have your men lower their weapons. Naruto finished his words by exerting his chakra outwardly, causing a pressure to enter the restaurant. The only sign Naruto got that the man had reacted to his show of power was the sweat beginning to build along his temple. Slowly, the man raised and waved his hand. With his signal, everyone holstered their weapons but kept standing at the ready in case anything went down. Seeing that everyone had holstered their weapons, Naruto spoke. I'm sorry for that, but I'm sure you can understand me not liking having weapons pointed at me. So, let me to introduce myself. My name is Naruto Uzumaki. The planet I am from is none of your business, along with the way I got here. I can tell you, however, that I have no intention of destroying this city. My only motive for being here is to find a way back to my home. Now I don't know about you, but where I'm from, when someone introduces themselves to you, it is only right to introduce yourself. Naruto finished with an expectant look on his face. The man took a moment as he thought over Naruto's words before saying, My name is Nick Fury, and I am the director of the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division. Motioning over to the woman sitting beside him, he said, This here is Agent Romanov. Naruto nodded his head. Well, I wish our meeting could have gone a little better, but I gotta go. The faster I find a way home, the quicker you can stop worrying about whether I'll destroy your planet or whatever. In the middle of him getting up, Nick said, You're looking for the Tesseract, aren't you? Naruto froze in his place for a moment before sitting back down. Knowing he had his attention, Nick continued. The Tesseract is the only known supernatural item in Europe, period. It was also well known for its Norse origin, believed to have been found in what is now Norway. And let me guess, you know where it is? Naruto guessed. No, Nick answered. But I know where it was. Naruto gave him a deadpan look as the three sat there. Well, that's not really helpful, Naruto said. On the contrary, I believe what I can tell you is quite helpful, Nick said. Naruto narrowed his eyes once again. What do you want? It was pretty obvious this man wasn't just going to tell him where a powerful mystical item was, even if he didn't actually know how powerful said item really was. Nick leaned forward in his seat, resting his elbows on the table with his hands folded together. I'm fairly certain that you're powerful. The show you put on earlier proves that. The question here, however, isn't whether you're powerful enough, it's whether I can trust you enough to walk around my planet unsupervised. Naruto could understand that. He didn't like it, not by a long shot, but he understood it. This planet had only just been introduced to people with out-of-the-ordinary abilities. He couldn't expect them to jump on board with the idea of him being here right away. It was at this moment Naruto almost regretted leaving Kumartage. If I'm going to trust you, I'm going to have to see just exactly what you're capable of. And what better way to do that than a little field test? Fury said. Naruto eyed Nick up and down before looking him dead into his last remaining eye. Before I agree to anything, you have to answer one question. Seeing Fury nod, Naruto said. Was the Tesseract here in Tunsberg? Fury nodded. Yes, it was. If you want any more information, you'll do this mission. Agreed? Just kill everyone here and torture it out of him, Naruto. This man isn't trustworthy, he reeks of deceit and lies, Kurama said, finally speaking since he spotted Nick before. While I agree with you that I can't trust this man, I can't just torture him. He reminds me of Ibiki Marino, and a guy like that won't just give up information. No, I'll play along with whatever this guy wants, and if he tries anything I'll obliterate him and this whole organization of his. Naruto thought. Giving another exaggerated sigh, Naruto said. Agreed. What's this field test of yours? Nick reached across the table and flipped the file open, showing that the first couple of papers contained pictures of him. Looking at them, Naruto couldn't help but feel a little queasy at the sight of his broken body after his crash landing. The next picture was of him lying in what looked like a hospital bed, looking way better than he had before with bandages wrapped around his temple. The final picture was of him from what he recognized was just a few days ago. Fury flipped the papers over, revealing that his file had been sandwiching a different file inside. The file's label read HB26 and was much thicker than his own. If you're interested, we can go over everything somewhere more secure. And if I wasn't interested? Naruto asked. Nick leaned forward in his seat, his face stern. Well, let's just say, I hope you're interested. Naruto smirked. While this guy reminded him of Ibiki and Danzo from back home, he couldn't help but like the guy. He was ballsy as hell. Alright. I'm interested. Miles away in a shield-safe house, Naruto stood resting his shoulder against the wall to the safe house he was taken to. The building was using its appearance of a laundromat as a front, with there being a back room that could only be entered through a secret door that required an eye and fingerprint scan. Sitting down across from him was Nick with Agent Romanoff standing near the closed doorway. Nick flipped the HB26 folder open. I know you've only been on Earth for a short time, but what do you know of its history, war-wise? Naruto shrugged. Only a bit. I know that the areas you call Europe and Asia were the heavy hitters for a while, now America is in the mix. Other than that, I know that there were two big world wars that happened pretty close to each other. Nick nodded. The Second World War started thanks to the aggressive nature of a Nazi party-controlled Germany, who were systematically taking over their neighbor countries, including Norway. The Nazi Party was a fascist totalitarian dictatorship led by a man named Adolf Hitler. Their racist, mislead beliefs and views lead to the genocide of over 11 million people. Eventually, a splinter group within the Nazi Party arose who called themselves Hydra, which was headed by one of Hitler's most trusted men, Johann Schmidt. This Hydra group was initially in charge of weapons research and development, then eventually scientific research, and before long, on the insistence of both Hitler and Schmidt himself, started to investigate the occult. After the tide began to turn against Germany, Schmidt withdrew Hydra from the Nazi Party entirely to become its own separate entity. Eventually Schmidt made a power play and, using his advanced weaponry, planned on attacking the key cities of the United States. His plan was stopped by the American soldier known as Captain America. Wait, Captain America? Naruto asked incredulously. It was Agent Romanoff who responded. He was a genetically engineered super soldier. That's not what gets me about Captain America. What kind of name is that? The two's side conversation was interrupted by a loud cough from Nick. Seeing that the two's attention was on him again, his plan was stopped by Captain America, with both the captain and Schmidt dying in the process. With Hydra leaderless and crippled, they quickly fell apart. Eventually, however, Hydra has begun to resurface, with small cells popping up all along the world. Fury flipped a page over in the file, revealing a picture of an old-looking military base. This is one of Hydra's weapons research facilities. It is near the Austrian village St. Georgen in Dergusen. We've recently gotten intel that there has been heavy activity there. We believe that they are restarting their weapons research program. He then flipped it over to the next couple pages. This is Eric Williams, aka the Grim Reaper, who is a known Hydra agent. A month ago he was spotted entering the facility along with men carrying in large containers and equipment. Naruto pushed himself off the wall, turning fully towards Nick. And what exactly is it you want me to do? Infiltration? Assassination? Demolition? All of the above? Both Nick and Romanoff looked at Naruto strangely. What exactly did you do on your planet? Fury asked. Naruto weighed the options of telling him what he was before sighing. I guess the easiest way to explain it would be a mix between a samurai and a ninja from your world. We called ourselves shinobi. We were essentially soldiers, whose main financial support was partaking in missions that varied in variety and difficulty. These missions go from protection or escort details, assassination, information gathering, and so on. How old were you when you became a shinobi? Romanoff asked with a hint of trepidation. 12. Naruto said, not really seeing the big deal. You were sent on assassination missions when you were 12 years old? Romanoff asked in shock. Naruto shook his head. No, that was saved for the more experienced. At hearing that, Romanoff seemed to calm down. Fury began to look at Naruto in a new light. This boy, he'd been a child soldier. The way he responded as though it wasn't a big deal. The way Naruto discreetly scanned the cafe both before and after Fury arrived. The subtle signs he had seen so many times before. This boy had been through war. We cannot allow Eric Williams to continue with his weapons research. You're to infiltrate the St. Georgen base and destroy it along with making sure Williams is taken out. As you're doing that, you will be accompanied by a team of my agents who are going to acquire whatever information they can on what's going on in there. Understood? Naruto nodded. And who's on this team? Nick nodded to Agent Romanoff, who stepped forward. I will be leading the team. You'll meet the others later on our way out. Naruto raised an eyebrow at her but shrugged. Alright, whatever. When are we leaving? Fury stood up. We just need to wait on the explosives you'll be using and for your teammates to arrive. Naruto smirked. Trust me, I'm not gonna need explosives. Damn straight. On Quinjet heading to St. George, Naruto couldn't help but marvel at the technology this world had. While his was nowhere near primitive, they were far from reaching what this planet has. This thing was seriously going fast, with him having to hold onto the strap to brace himself, having never gone so fast while standing still inside something. Looking around, Naruto saw that his teammates didn't seem to be having as much trouble as he was. Agent Romanoff, or Natasha as she later introduced herself, was sitting rather calmly. Next to her was a middle-aged man named Phil Coulson, and across from him was Brock Rumlow. Coulson was pretty average-looking, even though he was wearing a suit compared to everyone else's more tactical uniforms. Rumlow looked rather gruff, and from the little he'd seen of him he was pretty cocky. That, and he could feel a good amount of negative emotions brimming under the surface. Looking over at Natasha, Naruto said, So, was it real? Romanoff looked over at Naruto. Was what real? The telephone number. Who calls their phone a telephone anymore? Rumlow asked, looking at Naruto as though he were an idiot. Well, what am I supposed to call it? Naruto asked, genuinely wanting to know. Romanoff smirked. It's called a cell phone, but most people just call them phones. She then flipped her hair slightly as she batted her eyes. And of course I did. Naruto gave a nod of understanding. So what's the point of it, exactly? It was Coulson who spoke. You use it to talk to people. I know that, but what's the point when you can just talk to someone face to face? Well, you can talk to people far away, or if you can't do it in person also. Just seems like a waste of money to me. Coulson turned to Natasha. You actually gave him your number? No. Well, why the hell would you tell me you did then? Naruto asked animatedly. Natasha smirked again. Why not? Suddenly the pilot began to speak over the intercom system. We'll be flying over St. Georgian in 5 minutes. The 3 agents got up and made their way to the 4 bags sitting near the rear door. Looking at them in confusion, Naruto asked, What are those? Once again Rumlow looked at Naruto as though he was an idiot. They're parachutes. Seeing Naruto was still confused, he added, They're for slowing your fall. Here. He then handed him the last parachute. Naruto held it and looked it over as he said, So we're jumping out of the plane, right? Everyone nodded. Okay, yeah, I don't need this then. The 3 didn't get to argue because the rear door opened, the wind making it impossible to talk any longer. Naruto walked forward before stopping at the edge and turning around. Giving a quick salute, Naruto dived from the Quinjet, going into a free fall towards the Hydra base. You ready, Kurama? Naruto thought, the high-velocity wind whipping his hair back and forcing his eyes into a squint as he felt his cheeks begin to flap. Hell yeah! Kurama thought, pushing his chakra into his partner. In a yellow flash, Naruto was surrounded completely by a yellow chakra shroud that was seemingly made of flames. Around his torso and shoulders looked to be an incredibly intricate seal. Naruto smirked as he was coming in like a searing meteorite, seeing that he'd land directly in the center of the base. Bringing his arm back, his hand extended like a claw, Naruto expanded the size of his chakra hand. All the agents slowly descending to the ground saw was the flash of yellow, and what looked like a shooting star smack dab in the middle of the base, causing a massive explosion. Thank God it was in the middle of the night so they wouldn't be spotted. Now all they had to do was sit back and watch the show. Holy shit! Brock shouted, in total shock as what looked like a white-colored energy disk with a blue center collided into the side of the building before exploding out in a sphere of pure energy. Suddenly the base became surrounded by several bright yellow dots, each doing their part in destroying the building. How are we supposed to get any information with this guy destroying everything before we get there? Coulson wondered, he himself in shock at seeing this show of power. He was shocked even further when he saw Naruto jump back into the courtyard, avoiding getting disemboweled by what looked like Eric Williams, who was using a strange-looking scythe that was attached to his hand like it was a prosthetic attachment. Finally, the 3 reached the ground. Natasha pressed her finger into her earpiece. Naruto, I know we said to destroy the base, but we're gonna need you to take it easy for a bit so we can get what we need, understood? Yeah, I got it. I'm kinda having fun anyway. Naruto responded. Naruto ducked down below the side swing, smirking as the guy was pretty pissed off at him destroying his base. The man wore a simple long-sleeved black shirt, with matching colored combat pants and boots. The man was clean-shaven with cropped short-length black hair with a slight widow's peak and soul patch on his chin, giving him a rather douchey appearance. The shirt he wore had a big skull and crossbones across the whole front, not really making him look any better in Naruto's eyes. Keeping on the defensive, Naruto ducked and swerved around the Grim Reaper's slashes, easily able to read his movements with his rather obvious and telling body language. Seriously, this guy was low chunin at best when it came to hand-to-hand combat. That's like having a slug race a cheetah, it's just not fair. At all. Every twitch of the elbow, the shifting movement of his eyes, the flexing of his wrist. Naruto could read this guy like a book. Hell, he didn't need the shroud, he didn't even need any jutsu. But here was here to impress. So, time to impress. With his enhanced abilities, deflected the next side swing with his forearm, to Eric's surprise, and then used his other arm to slam his open palm into William's chest, sending him tumbling back several yards away until Eric eventually ended up in a kneeling position, while clutching his chest tightly in pain, probably sporting a few broken ribs. Naruto moved his legs back and forth, his fists moving in an exaggerated jogging motion. Is that all you got, Eric? I've been pretty disappointed with this planet so far, don't make it any worse. Eric growled for a second, before smirking. Alight, let's see how you like this, freak. He then put his remaining hand on his scythe knob, pressing a bottom on the side. With a loud hum, the blade to the scythe began to spin at a rapid speed, turning it from a scythe to a high-speed propeller like buzzsaw. Naruto smirked. Alright, I'm always down for the ace in the whole showdown. Extending his hand out, a blue sphere of chakra began to form in the center of his palm. Looking back at the Grim Reaper, Naruto waited for him to make a move in a Mexican standoff-like scenario. We got what we need, Naruto. Go nuts. Natasha said over the radio. Almost like that was a signal, Eric ran towards him, his propeller blade aimed to blend Naruto into a fleshy liquid. Naruto gave him a moment, letting him think he won, before disappearing in a flash of yellow. Grim Reaper didn't have time to stop and ponder where Naruto went, his next feeling being the pain he felt. It was like having a dull drill buried into his side, only said dull drill was 5 times as powerful as a normal one. Rasengan! With that shout, the compressed energy in Naruto's Rasengan burst forward, sending the Grim Reaper flying forward in a rapid spinning motion before slamming into one of the few remaining walls left standing in the area. Looking around, Naruto saw flames, rubble, and his clones streaking by wreaking mayhem on the Hydra base. Kurama! I think we should pull out one of the big guns, Naruto thought. Are you sure, Naruto? I thought you were wanting to keep your abilities under wraps as much as possible, Kurama asked, making sure his partner really wanted to show part of his hand. I'm not saying I go 6-path Sage mode, just Tailed Beast mode. I don't want to just give Fury a message, but everyone on this planet that I am not someone to mess with. Tailed Beast Bomb? Tailed Beast Bomb. Naruto? What's going on? Natasha asked. Naruto pressed his finger into the earpiece he was given. I'm about done. You guys need to get out of here, as far as you can. Natasha didn't say anything for a moment, probably relaying what Naruto had said to the rest of the team. Alight, we've gotten a hold of an SUV. Should I ask why though? I'm doing what Fury wanted me to do. I'm gonna blow this shit up. That sounded really cheesy. Yeah, sorry about that. We should be a couple miles out in a few minutes. How are you going to catch up to us exactly? Natasha asked. Right. Naruto stopped when he heard the Grim Reaper groan in pain. And don't worry, I'll get to you. Naruto then began to walk towards Eric Williams. Williams looked up, blood gushing down the side of his head, his organs and ribcage shifting with each pain-inducing breath. Well, what the hell are you? Eric finished by spewing blood from his mouth, his teeth stained crimson. Naruto didn't say anything at first, only kneeling down in front of the man stuck in the wall. I'm gonna be honest with you, I don't really like killing. But knowing what you people have done, and what you represent as a group, I can't let people like you walk around, even if I'm not from here. Naruto, whose eyes were orange in color again, raised his closed fist to his chest before his body flashed a bright yellow again. Only this time, Naruto's appearance changed as well, as he was now sporting a trench coat with a turned-up collar that had black seals made to look like pattern designs from the shoulder down the arm and the collar. His torso was now black, with a yellow circular seal running along it. Eric couldn't think it was possible, but this kid seemed even more powerful. Naruto then jumped high into the air, extending his arms out as he outwardly exerted his partner's chakra. Once again there was a flash of yellow, only this was massive, covering the area like a miniature sun. When the light disappeared, Naruto was revealed to now be covered in what looked like the titanic avatar of a 9-tailed fox. Its 9 tails swinging viciously, each barely holding back the power a single swing of those tails could produce. It's good to be out, Naruto. Feels good to stretch my legs for a bit. Kurama bellowed. Naruto, who was inside the avatar of Kurama's head, chuckled. Good to hear, body. Alright, let's do this. Naruto finished by clapping his hands together. Kurama gave a quick chuckle before getting serious. Rearing his head back, Kurama opened his jaw as he began to build chakra in a massive amount, forming it into a sphere. As the sphere began to build in power, Kurama built the pressure even more, making sure that the attack was as tight as possible. When the Biju felt the attack was strong enough, Naruto had Kurama jump high into the air before releasing his attack. Tailed Beast Bomb! Naruto shouted as his partner's signature technique was fired towards the remains of the building below. With the shield agents. HOY shit! Agent Rumlow said, looking at where the Hydra base had been before it had been obliterated by what looked like an off-brand nuclear bomb. A dome of pure white energy reached up dozens of stories tall, the force of it clearing the clouds in the sky, revealing the moon that had been hiding behind them. Eventually, the after effects of Naruto's attack finally dissipated, revealing that Naruto's monster form was gone, along with the building they had just been in almost 10 minutes ago. Coulson wiped the sweat along his brow. How exactly are we gonna explain this to Director Fury? I don't believe it, and I'm here. Natasha was still staring at where Naruto had obliterated the Hydra base. All Director Fury has to do is see the crater in the ground and he'll know what this guy is capable of. Yeah, well, who gives a shit what Fury thinks? This is above fury. Just imagine when Secretary Pierce hears about this, or the World Security Council for that matter. This guy is a fucking monster. Rumlow yelled, obviously frightened by what he just saw. A fucking monster, huh? The three turned around in complete surprise to see the person they were talking about, leaning up against their commandeered vehicle. Naruto looked absolutely unscathed, almost like he hadn't just gotten back from raiding and eviscerating an entire military base. What did you do back there? Agent Coulson asked. What the hell, Araya? Naruto got up off the car. Looking back at it, I bet you guys are second-guessing trying to pick a fight with me when we first met. That move I just used, that's not even my strongest. Hell, it could have been way stronger, but I didn't want you to get caught in the aftermath. Turning to the one in charge, Natasha, Naruto continued. Now, I believe we had a deal? Natasha stared Naruto in the eye, gauging whether he was telling the truth about his powers, before answering. You're right, we do. Get in the car, I'll call in a Quinjet. Where are we going? The Triskelion. What the hell is that? SHIELD Headquarters. Chapter 3. You scratch my back, I scratch yours. Location, Washington, D.C. Date, July 18th, 2008. So what exactly are we dealing with here? Nick Fury was standing in a rather large office, the back wall acting as a large window giving Fury a clear view of the country's capital. Across from Nick was a man in his late 70s. The man wore an expensive-looking business suit, his combed blonde gray hair rather thick for a man of his age. This man was Alexander Pierce, Secretary of the World Security Council. Secretary Pierce was the middleman between the WSC and SHIELD, making sure that both parties were kept up to date with the other. Nick took the seat across from Pierce. You've seen the pictures, I'm guessing? Pierce snorted. Along with the entire council. They're not exactly pleased that we have a literal walking nuke roaming around unsupervised. Fury sighed. Well, from what I've seen, the kid has experienced war. And I'm not talking about as a civilian, but as a soldier. That, and according to him, his home world is quite liberal with using child soldiers, him being one of them. When I debriefed him on his mission, the kid didn't even flinch at the prospect of enemy casualties. Is he stable? Pierce asked. Nick closed his eye. He hasn't shown any signs of instability, or at least he's more stable than most people I've dealt with in this kind of situation. The secretary leaned back in his chair. Give me a full assessment, from your point of view. Name Naruto Uzumaki. Age 15 to 17. He's humanoid in appearance, with his only distinctly inhuman characteristics being the whisker marks on his cheeks. The boy seems intelligent, but hides it behind a mask of naivety. From what footage we could recover, the boy is very adept at hand-to-hand combat, being able to disarm and disable with very little effort on his part. In the St. Georgian raid, he demonstrated several strange abilities, from producing spinning spheres and disks of energy, to his body being covered in a yellowish flame with strange markings surrounding his arms and torso. He is also able to create a massive avatar-like construct around himself in the shape of a fox-like creature with 9 tails. In said avatar state, Uzumaki was able to fire off an attack that when set off is similar to an atomic bomb, only smaller in size and lacked any kind radiation after effects. According to Agent Romanoff, the attack he used wasn't at full strength, apparently holding back to keep it from reaching Romanoff and her team. Secretary Pierce rubbed the side of his head, his age momentarily catching up with him. I know this is probably redundant, but I'll ask anyway. Threat level? Fury didn't hesitate. Threat level, Omega. Pierce sunk deeper into his chair. That's 2 people to become Omega threat levels in 2 months, Nick. What the hell is going on? He asked in exasperation. I think this is the universe telling us that something is coming, and it's giving us the pieces to fight whatever it is. First, Tony Stark builds an incredibly technologically advanced exosuit, and uses it to combat terrorist cells in Afghanistan. Then, the scientist Dr. Bruce Banner turns himself into a real-life Jekyll and Hyde, only his hide is a massive rage machine that can demolish a prepared military unit and later destroy an entire city block as though it was nothing. Now, we have an alien from another dimension that's so powerful you'd think he was some kind of comic book character brought to life. We've been given these men for a reason, Alex. Nick reasoned. Pierce shook his head with agitation in his eyes. Would you drop the Avenger Initiative program already? The Council doesn't support it, and neither do I. The idea of having those 3 alone is bad enough, but together? Imagine the damage they could do before they're taken out, if we even could take them out. and image the good they could do as a team working to make a difference. Nick argued. Pierce sighed. Even if the council approved of your program, you'd never be able to get them to work together, Tony Stark being a good example. Sadly, the man is nothing like his father. Leaning forward, Pierce looked at Naruto's file that was sitting on his desk. He may be powerful, but he's still young. And young means malleable, impressionable. Fury shook his head. I already said that the kid is smart. Even if you do succeed in manipulating him, he'd eventually figure it out and turn the Triskelion into a parking lot. The Triskelion was the main public headquarters of S.H.I.E.L.D. The building itself was rather strange in appearance compared to most, with it being on an isle in the middle of a river, the building built along the main outline of the isle. The top floors of the building were set to the side, going up in a cylinder shape, only the sides divided up into thirds. It was the pride and joy of the S.H.I.E.L.D. founders, it being their last project before the majority of them retired, sans Howard Stark. Do you think you can control him then? Pierce pressed. Fury folded his arms across his chest. Control him? No. Keep an eye on him? Yes. He then got up from his seat. Tell the council that I'll keep a close eye on him. That should sate them until he does something stupid. With Naruto, what the hell is taking so long? This place is so boring. Naruto whined, leaning his head back in his chair in the room he was waiting in. Agent Coulson sighed. Director Fury is having an important meeting right now. He'll get here when he gets here. Phil was standing near the window, looking outside at the monuments on the horizon. Naruto leaned his chair back on its back 2 legs, resting his legs on the table to keep his balance. So exactly do you do? That's classified. Where's Natasha at? Black Widow's location is none of your concern at the moment. Black Widow? Agent Romanov's code name. Do you have a code name? No. Why? I don't know. I feel like you do, but you're not telling me. Seeing that he was getting the silent treatment, Naruto sighed. If it's any consolation, I never had a code name back home. Coulson didn't get to respond since Fury walked briskly into the room. I'm sure you're ready for me to give you my side of our bargain, Naruto, so I won't waste time with small talk. Fury sat down in the chair next to Naruto, another folder in his hand, this one labeled S. Rogers. Sitting the folder down on the table, Nick said, according to one of the founders of S.H.I.E.L.D., Howard Stark, the Tesseract is capable of sustaining an infinite amount of energy. As I told you before, it was once in Tunsberg, Norway, where it was kept safe for thousands of years. However, during World War II, Hydra Commander Johann Schmidt discovered where the Tesseract was and used Germany's invasion of Norway as a way to find and acquire it. It was with the Tesseract that he broke ground in his weapons research, using it as a power source for his new state-of-the-art rifles that are advanced even now. Schmidt then enacted his master plan of flying a Titanic-sized aircraft powered by the Tesseract to fly over and bomb the United States. In a last-ditch effort, Captain America sacrificed his life after defeating Schmidt by crashing the aircraft into the Arctic. Naruto sat there, his stomach dropping further and further as Fury finished. So what happened to the Tesseract? Did you find it? Nick sighed. The Tesseract was in the aircraft with Captain America. By the time we figured out the general area Rogers crashed, it had been frozen over countless times. So it's lost. Naruto concluded. I'm sorry, Naruto. I know you had your hopes up for this to work out, Kurama said, feeling the disappointment rolling off Naruto at the moment. Nick nodded, seemingly thinking something over before he said, I'd like to make a deal with you, Naruto. Naruto got up from his seat. Sorry, Fury, but I'm not going to work for you and your shield. Nick got up himself, walking behind Naruto as he spoke. I don't want you to work for me. I to work with you. We both have a common interest, the Tesseract. Why not work together here? Naruto stopped before turning around. What are you suggesting, Fury? Nick put his hands in an almost pleading gesture. What I'm saying is we work together. S.H.I.E.L.D. has several teams working extensively to find Captain America and the Tesseract. We're going to find the Tesseract eventually. The question is, are you going to be here when we do? Naruto narrowed his eyes. I thought what I did to that Hydra base was warning enough. Don't try and manipulate me, Fury, or you'll live to regret it. Fury raised his hands in a placating manner. I'm not trying to manipulate you. I'm not trying to trick you. This is a legit offer. You work with us until the Tesseract is found, and you'll be allowed to use it to get home. Naruto kept his eyes narrowed at Nick as Kurama said, He's telling the truth, brat. No matter how much I loathe to admit it, it would probably be a good idea to stay close to these guys until you get what you want. And it's not like you can't take care of them if they prove to be too much trouble. Naruto sighed. Fine. His face then became rigid. But there are gonna be some rules. He then stuck out his hand out with 4 fingers out. First, I'm not gonna be your dog on a leash. Second, if I don't want to do something, I won't. Third, when you find the Tesseract, I'm the first one you call. Not that Pierce guy, not the World Council or whatever. Me. And fourth, well, I haven't really thought of a fourth. But when I do, you'll know. Seeing Nick nod in confirmation, Naruto extended his hand forward in a closed fist. Fury looked at the fist with confusion at first before it turned to understanding and humor. Reaching his own fist out, he bumped fists with the strange alien. And just like that, a deal was made. Location: Malibu, California. Year: May 30th, 2010. I still don't get why I'm here, Naruto said as he sat next to Phil in a Shield SUV. In the 2 years on Earth, Naruto's appearance had taken on a change. His usually eye-length hair was now more cropped and groomed, brushed to the side yet still maintaining its messy look. Whatever baby fat Naruto had on his face was now gone, looking more lean and mature than he had 2 years ago. Speaking of his face, his whisker marks that had been such a key part of his life were now missing. Thanks to some kind of artificial skin thing over his cheeks, the official name of it going right over Naruto's head when they told him what it was, allowed him to blend into human society perfectly. The decision had been a tough one. His whisker marks had been a part of him his entire life. It just didn't seem right to hide them. But he knew that it would make his life easier on Earth if they were hidden, as with them on, people's attention was immediately placed on him, along with the fact that if people ever asked around about him, his abnormal appearance would make him easier to remember, thus be found. Similar to Coulson, Naruto was sporting a tactical business suit, with the jacket and pants a standard black, with a white button-up t-shirt and an orange necktie. Usually he'd wear something more comfortable, but Phil had insisted. Naruto could hear his partner sigh in his head. You're here because you owe Fury a favor, you fool. You can't be mad that he'd want collect. Kurama grumbled, sick of his partner's complaining. Director Fury wants us to watch over Tony Stark as he is working on a cure for his ailment. We're to make sure he doesn't leave or get sidetracked. Phil said for the 3rd time in the last hour. It just seems like a waste of my skills. I'd much rather be out with Natasha or Clint doing a field mission. At least then I can get my monthly quota of violence and mayhem. And you wonder why they gave you the codename Maelstrom? Coulson said, probably still sore over Naruto getting a codename while he still didn't have one. Naruto scoffed. I still think that it's a stupid name. Orange Flash is way better. No, it isn't. It really isn't, Naruto. Kurama added. Naruto decided to change the subject. So this Tony guy, what's he like? His personality is thoroughly examined in his file. Seeing Naruto rubbing the back of his head in embarrassment, he sighed. You didn't read the file, he stated. Naruto folded his arms across his chest indignantly. I'm not one of you shield toadies, I don't gotta do shit. Phil sighed but knew that Naruto was right. The only reason he was here was because Naruto needed some spending money to buy an apartment in D.C. So Fury told Naruto he owed him a favor, this mission being said favor. Any other time, the only reason Naruto did anything was because he wanted to, which usually involved field missions with Agent Barton and Oromanov, the former of whom taking Naruto under his wing so to speak on matters such as Earth culture and activities, showing the blonde things like video games, movies, sporting events, and the internet in general. The council hadn't been too happy learning that tidbit about him not taking orders, but were placated by the fact that he wasn't roaming around doing God knows what but was instead under the watchful eye of Fury. Looking out the window, Coulson saw that they were pulling into Stark's mansion driveway. We're here. Getting out of the SUV, Naruto couldn't help but marvel at the Malibu mansion. The all-white building had a square theme, with multiple intricate levels jutting out every which way. Walking towards the double doors, Coulson didn't bother knocking, instead barging right through. Naruto couldn't help but be unimpressed by the inside of the house, but that probably had something to do with the fact that it looked like Rock Lee had just got done with one of his usual training session in there. In the middle of all that mess sat Tony Stark, looking out the large window acting as a wall into the beautiful ocean view, giving Tony a look over. Naruto could see that he didn't look any different from the pictures he'd seen. He dark brown hair spiked up at the front, with a rather unusual goatee that had a rather sharp and pointed design. The man looked kinda pathetic at the moment, His usual bravado he'd seen on TV gone, in place of a man looking to be on his last leg. The fact that he was still wearing a robe in the middle of the day didn't help much either. Sitting next to Tony was Fury, the two of them seeming to have just gotten done with their conversation. Looking over at Coulson and Naruto, Fury said, "I believe you've already met Agent Coulson, and this is Agent Uzumaki." Naruto held back a scowl at being called an agent. He seriously couldn't wait for this favor to be paid and done with. "They're going to stay here, watching over you until you're done." "Babysitters, really?" Tony cracked. "The blonde one looks young enough to be in high school." Naruto narrowed his eyes at Tony but kept his mouth shut. "For now. Agent Uzumaki is more than qualified to make sure you stay here to finish your work, Tony. If you're really concerned, you can put your armor on and he can give you a demonstration," Fury said before making his way towards the door. "Get it done, Tony, we're gonna need you." Naruto rolled his eyes at Fury and his constant references to the Avengers Initiative. He'd lost count how many times he'd tried to get him to get involved, with Naruto ignoring him as much as possible when asked. Natasha, who'd been in the other room, also made her way towards the door after Fury as she said, "We've disabled all communications. No contact with the outside world." Looking over at Naruto, she said, "Good luck." "So this is where Natasha's been," Naruto thought. Tony, who thought Natasha had been speaking to him, said, "Please, alright, first things first, I need a little body work, then I'll put some time in the lab. Hey Junior, make yourself useful and go on a Starbucks run. Please and thanks." Coulson stepped in between Tony and Naruto, probably thinking Naruto might attack the inventor, saying, "We're not here for that. Director Fury has authorized us to use any means necessary to keep you on the premises. If you attempt to leave, or play any games, I will tase you and watch Super Nanny while you drool into the carpet, understood?" Tony nodded in understanding. "Yeah, I think I got it." Later that night. "Do you really think we never notice you leaving?" Naruto asked as he walked into Tony's workshop, the entire area covered from wall to wall in equipment. Tony looked up from his level measurer. "I don't remember you trying to stop me, Agent Uzumaki, and where's Coulson anyway?" Naruto walked around the room, stopping at the displayed sets of Iron Man armor. "Agent Coulson was called in on an urgent matter by Fury. As for me, despite what Fury says, I'm no agent. I don't have to really do what the man says. So I let you leave to do your business, but kept an eye on you in case for whatever reason you tried to make a break for it. I'm only here because I owed Fury a favor. That, and I wanted to meet you." Naruto finished by turning to face the Stark fully. "And why exactly would you want to meet me? You want an autograph or something? Last I checked I charged $20 for those." Naruto smirked. "No, I just wanted to meet the other member of Fury's possible Avengers Initiative. You're all the man talks about nowadays, that and Bruce Banner, but that guy's gone ghost after Harlem." Tony couldn't help but be shocked at hearing that this kid was in the same group as himself. "So what makes you so special that they'd ask you to join?" Before Naruto could answer, Phil walked down the steps into the lab. "I heard you broke the perimeter." Yeah? That was a while ago. Where you been? Junior and I have already discussed this," Tony said, dropping the previous subject for a later time. "I heard you've been busy." Phil gave Naruto a pointed look. "First you let him leave, then you tell him where I went after I told you to keep it under wraps. I thought you said you'd do as you're told today." Naruto shrugged. "I'm a rambunctious little scamp, what can I say? Besides, it's not like I didn't keep an eye on him. That, and it looks like he actually got something out of his little field trip," he said, seeing that Tony seemed rather reinvigorated. Phil's attention was, however, on something else entirely. Walking over towards what looked like a table full of scrap parts, Coulson pulled out what looked like a shield that someone started to craft but gave up halfway through. The shield was circular, with 3 layers of color and the center circle holding a white 5-point star. The first and third layer were red, the middle layer white, and the center circle blue. "What's this doing here?" Phil asked, his voice holding a hint of excitement. A realization hit Tony. "That's it." Walking towards Phil, he said, "Here, give it to me." "Do you know what this is?" he asked in disbelief. "Yeah, it's exactly what I need." Tony then took the scrap shield into his hands. "Lift the coil." Coulson seemed to still be in a daze as he lifted up the thick coil as Tony stuffed the shield underneath it, leveling the once slightly dropping coil. Placing his level measurer back on the coil, he took a step back, "Perfect." Talking the level off, he said to Phil, "I'm busy, what do you want?" "Nothing." Coulson said. I've been reassigned. Director Fury wants me in New Mexico. What about me? Naruto asked. Coulson turned to the blonde. You can leave anytime you want. Director Fury wants to meet with you though whenever you get back to DC. Naruto took his jacket off, unbuttoned his shirt, and loosened his tie as he walked up the stairs. I'll stay for a bit. I hear there's an expo tonight. Might as well give it a look. Might just see what Natasha's doing while I'm at it. At Stark Industries. What are you doing here, Naruto? Natasha asked, wearing her assistant clothes consisting of a gray blouse and business skirt and heels. The two were standing outside Pepper Pot's office, Natasha having pushed him outside after he barged in. Naruto gave his megawatt smile. Just wanted to see Black Widow the assistant in action. You're pretty good at it actually. Natasha calmly drove her fist into Naruto's stomach. Don't call me that here. Got it? She asked harshly. The blonde was hunched over as he wheezed out. Got it. The Black Widow pushed some stray hair behind her ear. Seriously, Naruto, what are you doing here? Coulson's been reassigned, didn't stick around long enough to find out where, so I figured I'd come help you out since I have nothing better to do, Naruto said, straightening up. Natasha scoffed as she made her way back into the office. Go bother Clint or Rumlow then. She opened the door and walked in. I'm sorry, Ms. Potts, that was M-. She was cut off by the door closing behind her. Naruto sighed before making his way to the exit. I guess I'm going to that expo by myself then. Later that night at the Stark Expo, damn, this place was crazy. The atmosphere didn't feel like an expo, it felt like a massive concert event, with each stage presenting some new tech, from holograms to hoverboards. The things this world came up with was fucking crazy. Walking around, Naruto was now wearing a plain dark red jacket, a blue t-shirt underneath, and some simple jeans, with the blonde feeling way better getting out of that monkey suit. Walking towards what looked to be the main stage, Naruto could see several signs advertising the upcoming event. Hammer Industries presence, in defense of peace. Naruto read off. This better be good. Walking into the stands, Naruto realized he arrived just in time, as a music began to play with a man in an all-gray suit began to dance/walk out to center stage, slowly but surely reaching the glass podium. Ladies and gentlemen, for far too long this country has had to place its brave men and women in harm's way. Then the Iron Man arrived, and we thought the days of losing lives were behind us. Sadly, that technology was kept out of reach. That's not fair, that's not right, and it's just too bad. Regardless, it was an impressive innovation, one that grabbed headlines the world over. Well, today, my friends, the press is faced with quite a different problem. They're about to run out of ink. An awkward silence entered the arena, with Naruto watching in amusement as people began to give the man a pity clap. Ladies and gentlemen, today I present to you the new face of the United States military. Then, with a wave of his arm, he introduced one by one what looked like an Iron Man rip-off in the version of militarized drones, each one representing the separate branches of the United States Armed Forces. The Army drone being a greenish-brown in color with what looked like the large rifle barrel holstered on their backs. Drones for the Navy were a dark blue, with a dual set of rocket launchers on their shoulders and forearms. Air Force drones were gray in color, with them not having any noticeable attachment on the body. Finally, the Marine drones were a dark green with brown camo stripes running along it, and similar to the Air Force drones had no outward attachments added to them. In total, there were 32 drones on that stage. But as revolutionary as this technology is, there will always be a need for a man to be present in the theaters of war. Ladies and gentlemen, I am proud to present to you the first prototype of the Variable Threat Response Battle Suit, and its pilot, Air Force Lieutenant Colonel James Rhodes. With another wave of his hand, the center of the stage floor opened up, before a trapdoor began to rise up, revealing what looked to be a gray and silver version of Tony's Iron Man suit, only this was decked out for heavy combat. Heavily armored, with the forearms holding what looked to be high-powered automatic weapons, and a minigun holstered on behind him on the shoulder. After coming up the stage fully, Rhodes saluted the crowd, with all of the drones following suit. For America and its allies, Hammer Industries is dash. The rest of the man's speech was interrupted by the sight and sound of Tony coming in hot towards the stage before landing in a kneeling position in front of Rhodes. As Iron Man rose up, so did the crowd, the arena exploding in a wave of cheers. Tony walked up to Rhodes, standing next to him and giving the crowd a wave. His armor was slightly different, with the usually circular arc reactor dock now triangular. Tony then began to walk towards the man on stage, the guy's mic picking up Tony's voice as well. "Where is he?" Tony demanded. "What?" the man asked. "Where's Vanko?" What were you doing here, man?" the guy stuttered. Suddenly, the minigun on Rhodes' armor sprung to life, taking aim at Tony. Naruto didn't waste a second jumping into action, as Tony flew off to avoid getting turned into Swiss cheese by his friend. About to jump into action, Naruto stopped when the Air Force and Navy drones flew after them, with the Army and Marine drones beginning to open fire on the crowd below. Naruto's body flashed yellow as his body took on his nine tails chakra shroud and bull rushed towards the Marine unit who were the closest to the crowd. Shoving his fist into the first one he could, he then expanded his arm out, ripping the drone apart. Looking over, Naruto stood there as the Marine drones began to open fire on him. To Naruto in his chakra shroud he could barely feel bullets at all, simply allowing them to ricochet and bounce off uselessly. When the drones finally stopped firing, Naruto said, "You done?" Suddenly, 7 translucent arms sprouted from his body, smashing into each of the Marine drones, the massive hands grabbing a hold and crushing them as though they were empty soda cans. The hands retracting back, Naruto then raised both hands, with 2 small hands sprouting from each wrist, before he began to form 2 miniature-sized ray shurikens in his palms. Naruto then threw them at the remaining army drones, one making contact that obliterated 3 of the drones in an explosion that was only a sixth of the size of the usual attack, with the other being shot at by one of the drones, causing it to explode prematurely, taking out only one of them. In the confusion of Naruto's attack, the Uzumaki was revealed to have formed 4 Raisengans along his back, before once again sprouting chakra arms to pick up the Raisengans and drive them into the remaining drones, the attacks finishing them off instantly. "Hey! What the hell, man?" the guy that introduced the weapons yelled, having seen the whole thing while ducked under the stage. "Do you have any idea how much those cost?" Naruto's chakra shroud flickered as he said, "Not enough apparently." He then disappeared towards the sound of gunfire where he knew Tony and Rhodes were. Appearing in what looked like a Japanese garden, Naruto saw that Iron Man and whatever Rhodes was calling himself seemed to just get done destroying the rest of the hammer drones. "Hey Tony!" Naruto yelled. "You good?" Tony looked up, shocked to see Naruto is his 9 tails chakra mode. "Is that you, Junior?" Seeing Naruto nod, Rhodes looked back and forth between the two. "Tony, who the hell is this guy?" "Junior, meet Rhodey, Rhodey, meet Junior." Suddenly, the 3 looked up as they heard what sounded like another drone landing in the clearing. The drone landed in a loud thud and puff of dirt. This drone looked different, however, as it was heavily armored, appearing as more of a juggernaut than anything. The mask split open and apart, revealing the face of a man Naruto could honestly say he didn't recognize. The man had a tan complexion, his long hair slicked back with a thin soul patch and mustache. "Good to be back," the man said in what Naruto recognized as a Rasaina accent. Rhodey seemed just as confused as Naruto was. "Well, this ain't gonna be good." The Russian man crossed his arms across his chest before whipping them outward, causing a pair of long electric whips to appear at the end of his hands, with lightning arcing between the 2 whips. "I got something special for this guy," Rhodey said. "I'm gonna bust his bunker with the ex-wife." "The what?" Tony asked. From the shoulder that didn't have the minigun on it, a rocket began to emerge. The rocket began to tick down before flying off towards the Russian whip guy. Ting. "Well, that was disappointing," Naruto deadpanned. Tony looked at Rhodey. "Hammer tech?" "Yep." Iron Man stepped forward. "I got T-dash." Before Tony could finish his sentence, Ivan was sent flying by a massive flaming yellow fist courtesy of Naruto. The blonde then walked forward. "Sorry to interrupt, Tony, but I really just want to get this over with." Naruto then extended his hand forward towards the still-downed Ivan. "Let's see how your armor stands up to my wind-style Rasengan." Slowly, a Rasengan began to form in his palm, with sharp wind chakra wisping around the sphere. As Ivan got up and was about to lash out with his whip, Naruto once again extended his hand forward with wind Rasengan in hand. Boom! Days later in Shield Malibu's safe house. And then I saved Pepper from the self-destructing drones. "I know what happened, Tony. I was there," Naruto drawled. The 2 were in a warehouse-like building used by S.H.I.E.L.D. operatives as a safe house. Tony was sitting down in one of the 2 chairs available, a table next to him with 2 folders sitting on top of it. Surrounding Tony and the table he was sitting at were 5 screens, each showing something different, with Naruto standing next to one of those screens. This man is grinding my nerves, Naruto. Kurama growled. Naruto smirked as he thought. I don't know Kurama. He kinda grows on you. It's good to see that you two are getting along so well. The two turned to see Nick Fury walking into the warehouse, walking over and sitting at the table Tony was at. As Fury began to sit down, Tony went to grab the folder saying, Avengers Initiative Program. On the front with the shield emblem emboldened on the front, only for Nick to stop him by placing his hand on the file. I don't want you looking at that. I'm not sure that it pertains to you anymore. Fury said, leaning back in his chair. Now this, on the other hand, is Agent Romanoff's assessment of you. Heading the file over, Nick said, Read it. Ugh, personality overview. Mr. Stark displays compulsive behavior. In my own defense, that was last week. Seeing Nick giving him a look to keep reading, he continued. Prone to self-destructive tendencies, okay. I was dying. I mean, please, isn't everyone? Textbook narcissism, agreed. Okay, here it is. Recruitment assessment for Avenger Initiative. Approve. You know, I gotta think about it. Read on. Fury said. Looking back at the file, Tony continued to read. Tony Stark not recommended. That doesn't make any sense. How can you approve me, but not approve me? Fury got up from his seat. We believe that in this juncture we'd only like to use you as a consultant. Tony himself got up, reaching his hand out for a handshake with Nick. You can't afford me, Stark said. Chapter 4, The Born Treachery. Location, Washington, D.C. Date, January 1st, 2011. Beep beep beep. Creaking his eyes open, Naruto looked over at the alarm sitting on the nightstand. Groaning, Naruto flipped over onto his stomach, sliding his head under his pillow, and attempted to use it to muffle out the noise preventing him from his much-needed sleep. Next to him in the bed, a figure under the covers turned over to face away from the alarm in a futile attempt to drown out the noise. Under the covers a woman spoke. Nathan, alarm! It took a second for Naruto to remember that that was the name he used when he went out last night. Arching his back as he looked up, Naruto looked over to see a mop of dark brunette hair that covered its owner's face. Groaning once again, Naruto got up as he pressed the snooze button on the alarm. Giving his arms a few testing stretches and cracking his back with a sound that resembled bubble wrap, Naruto looked around the unfamiliar room he was currently but naked in. It looked rather expensive, with pricey-looking furniture littered with coordination around the room. Looking down at the floor, Naruto could see the trail they had made last night, with his and her underwear jumbled at the foot of the bed. Picking it up, Naruto slipped it on before following the clothing trail. One by one, Naruto put on an article of clothing before finding himself fully clothed sans his left sock. Scratching his head, Naruto looked around the room, peeking under furniture, peering between any crevice. Making his way back to the bedroom, Naruto saw the woman sitting up in her bed, covering modesty with her covers. The woman was rather beautiful, with a healthy tan that looked natural, great cheekbones, and rather full lips. Naruto wouldn't be surprised if she were a model of some kind. Smiling awkwardly, the woman said, Happy New Year. Rubbing the back of his head, Naruto gave a stiff smile of his own. Yeah, her name is Jennifer, you idiot. Kurama muttered in his head. Jennifer, Happy New Year. Looking around the floor once again, Naruto asked, Hey, have you seen my sock? Seeing her point up, Naruto looked up and saw that she was pointing at her ceiling fan, and on said ceiling fan was his sock along with Jennifer's panties. The sizzling of bacon and eggs could be heard as Jennifer stood behind her stove shuffling the man around to make sure the food was cooked evenly. Naruto, who was sitting behind the kitchen island, watched the woman do her thing as he pieced together what happened last night. He had just returned from another false lead on how to get home when Natasha had suggested he take a break and go out and enjoy the New Year's celebration. Several drinks later, Naruto eventually met Jennifer, telling her his name was Nathan for simplicity, and before long the two were all over each other in the bar and then her apartment, which was half a block away. One sip of that drink and you were acting like a fucking idiot. Well, more so than usual anyway. I'm not exactly proud of myself here, Kurama. I don't even know this woman, Naruto thought. As Naruto thought this, he couldn't help but take in the woman's form with her tight-fitting shirt obviously used for sleeping only, that cut off just above her belly button. Then there was the fact she wasn't wearing any pants, only a pair of tightly fitting panties that didn't do a very good job covering her ass, giving him a pretty good view. Not that he hadn't gotten an even better one last night. I hope you don't mind bacon and eggs, but it's all I could come up with at short notice. Jennifer said apologetically as she looked back at the blonde she'd spent the night with. It's fine, Naruto said reassuringly. This is a lot better than what I usually make for breakfast. Which was usually a bland cereal drenched in a bowl of milk. The two entered into a somewhat comfortable silence as Jennifer pulled out a pair of plates from the cabinet above her, and then bringing out a couple forks from the drawer a few feet to her left. Scooping the food into each plate, Jennifer gave Naruto his before walking around the island so that she could sit down next to him. Thank you, Naruto said with a slight head nod before digging into the food. Not the best food he'd ever eaten, but it was good. Especially so considering it was free. Jennifer smiled. You're welcome. Taking a few bites, Jennifer looked at Naruto as she swallowed her food. So Nathan, I never did ask you what you do, for a living I mean. Bodyguard, Naruto said after not being able to come up with anything better. The brunette raised an eyebrow. Really? Did you ever work for anyone famous? Yeah, Tony Stark every so often, Naruto said with a shrug. That got Jennifer's attention. You protected Tony Stark, as in Iron Man Tony Stark? Seems kind of redundant, don't you think? Yeah, it was mostly to keep his girlfriend off his back, I'm pretty sure, Naruto said with a shrug, remembering how worried Pepper would get over Tony's safety. So what do you do? I'm a lawyer, Jennifer said. I actually live in L.A. I'm only here in D.C. for a long-term case. Naruto nodded. So what kind of case would drag you all the way to D.C. from Los Angeles? Jennifer smiled, wagging her finger in front of her face. Attorney-client privilege, couldn't tell you even if I wanted to, she said teasingly. Naruto was about to respond when his phone went off. Reaching into his pocket, he saw a picture of Natasha on the screen. Looking up at Jennifer, he said, I'm sorry I have to take this, he said apologetically. Getting up from his seat, Naruto walked into the hallway. What? I thought I said to take a break, not let off some steam. There's a clear difference, he heard Natasha say over the phone. Naruto sighed as he rubbed the side of his face in agitation. Why does that matter exactly? There are multiple reasons for why it matters. For all you know, this woman could be a Hydra spy. You're not exactly their favorite person right now. We both know you did a background check the moment she sat down next to me in that bar. Natasha was silent over the phone for several seconds before speaking. Jennifer Walters attended UCLA. She is currently a lawyer working for the law firm Ryu Barber, Zucker and Scott. She's clean, Natasha said after a moment. So what's the problem here exactly? Naruto asked in slight annoyance at his part-time partner's prying. The problem is her cousin, Bruce Banner. Naruto almost dropped his phone at hearing that. Are you serious? He asked in shock. We can talk about this later. Meet me outside, I have a mission I need your help with, Natasha said before hanging up the phone. Damn it! Naruto cursed under his breath as he stuffed his hand in his pocket. Walking over to Jennifer, he saw that she was washing off the dishes they used. Hey Jennifer, I don't mean to eat and go, but that was my boss that called. Apparently we got some new client that's a big deal or something, Naruto said, making sure to sound regretful as he made his way to the door. Jennifer quickly washed her hands before making her way over to the leaving Naruto. Hey, wait! As she caught up to the now waiting blonde, she reached into her purse that was sitting on the coffee table and pulled out a white card. Reaching him, she handed him the card as she leaned up and pecked him on the lips. Call me. Looking down at her and then the card in his hand, he saw that it was her business card that had both her work and personal phone number etched in black under her name. Looking back at her, he forced a smile. Okay. Naruto stepped out of the apartment building, pulling the collar to his coat up to help guard against the cold air. His feet scrunched along the snow-covered sidewalk, looking out for what he dubbed the Widowmobile. Almost on K, a black Corvette pulled up in front of him, the window facing him rolling down to reveal Natasha, wearing a red parka and wool stocking cap over her now chin-length red hair. You getting in or what? She asked with a smirk. Naruto opened the door before plopping into the passenger seat. So, what's this mission that Black Widow couldn't handle by herself? It's not seducing a middle-aged lawyer, that's for sure, Natasha quipped. That was a solid burn brat, Kurama added. Naruto scoffed. She wasn't middle-aged. She's 30 at most. And you're 20, Natasha said. Which leads to the question of how exactly you got into a bar to begin with. Naruto gave Natasha a deadpan look. Do you really think I wouldn't be able to get my hands on a fake ID? Naruto out the window at the passing buildings. What's your deal, Natasha? It's not like you to stick your nose in my business. Natasha didn't say anything at first, simply watching the road. Giving him a quick sideways glance, she said, I don't want to pry, but you've been spiraling, Naruto. If you're not turning over every rock on the green earth, you're looking for said rocks. And now you're having one-night stands drinking? We're worried for you, that's all. 1003. Stopped at a stoplight, Natasha could now look fully at Naruto as she said, What? Naruto didn't stop looking outside. 1003. That's how many days I've been stuck on this planet. That's how long I've been away from my home. From my friends. Naruto then looked back at the redhead. I realized a while ago that my friends are more than likely dead. Without me, there was no way to defeat Kaguya, no way to seal her away for good. Without me, there's no chance that my friends are alive right now. It was too late the moment I entered Earth's atmosphere. The entire time he spoke, his voice was flat dead. Naruto, then why are you still looking for a way back? Why not just give up, live as normal a life as you can? Natasha asked him. Naruto turned his head forward. I just do, Natasha. Honk looking forward, Natasha saw that the light had turned green, spurring her to drive forward. At the Triskelion helipad, Naruto stood next to Natasha as they waited for their Quinjet to get prepped and ready. Natasha had her arms folded across her chest as she said, Last week, the NATO anti-terrorist cell Omega Strike were sent on a mission to recover a terrorist hijacked plane. The squad was killed, with the only survivor being a man named James Bourne. Later intel suggests that Bourne had betrayed his squadron, along with killing the terrorist that hijacked the plane along with the passengers of said plane. Naruto looked at Natasha. Why would he betray his teammates, only to turn around and kill the terrorists he betrayed them to? He asked. That's where things get interesting. According to our intel, Bourne was setting up his own terrorist cell in West Germany. It's our belief he was killing two birds with one stone by taking out his team and killing a rival group while he's at it. Even still, this isn't SHIELD business. NATO should be the one taking care of this considering it was their man that went turncoat. Naruto said. And that's where things get interestinger. The agents of Omega Strike were all implanted with cybernetic chips directly to the brain, linking them to their adrenal glands. Those that survived were given the ability of mild teleportation. Natasha said as the door to their Quinjet opened up, allowing the two to walk in. Naruto walked over to his equipment locker, pulling out a pair of combat pants and boots, a tight black shirt, and a gray leather coat jacket with black highlights along the zipper and collar. Taking his clothes off as Natasha got behind the wheel, Naruto said, So how mild is his teleportation? He can jump short distances in a frequent pace and is able to jump up to several miles, but is incapable of doing so simultaneously due to fatigue. Natasha explained. It's kind of like your body flicker technique. Naruto nodded. So, I'm assuming he's been spotted. SHIELD doesn't do wild goose chases. Natasha nodded back. He's been spotted in Queens, visiting his childhood home. Natasha said. Novice mistake for someone on the run. Naruto zipped the jacket up, finishing his ensemble. You think there might be more to it? Natasha shrugged. Why would a man wanted for treason and terrorism go back to his neighborhood home, in a city that is one of the most vigilant and thorough terrorist surveillance cities in the world? Why the obvious risk? There could be something there he needs, something he couldn't get anywhere else. Naruto suggested. Natasha nodded. Or, he doesn't know he's a wanted man. Naruto walked toward the cockpit, sitting down in the co-pilot's chair. That's a pretty big claim, Natasha. Natasha shrugged as she pulled the Quinjet up, the jet rocketing forward in the direction of NYC. NATO had been in the middle of investigating another member of Omega Strike named Gabriel Gant for possible treason himself before his death by Bourne's hands. Well, that's suspicious, Naruto said, looking into the bright blue sky and the clouds passed them by and parted around them. Exactly. In Queens, New York City, New York, Naruto and Natasha stood in the frigid Queens air, Naruto using transformation technique to cover his mission wear for a more civilian outfit consisting of a thick black coat and average form-fitting jeans. Across the street from them was a small two-story home that was white in color and a light blue in trim, James Bourne's childhood home. It's a nice neighborhood, Natasha observed. There's a drug deal going on a block away, Naruto said matter-of-factly, using several of his clones to scout out the area. Every few moments, a clone would make a clone of themselves before dispelling, giving him the things they encountered. The next street over, 6 kids were playing a pickup game of basketball. Another block away, a woman having sex with a man inside a car. And 3 houses over, a father was laying into his son with a belt. This neighborhood may have been a nice place to live, a nice place to grow up, once. But it wasn't anymore. Show off, Natasha said. Just tell me if Born's here. He is, Naruto said, nodding. My clone could see him in the kitchen window. Natasha began a brisk walk forward. Let's go then. You take the front, I'll take the back. Nodding, the blonde walked towards the front door. Walking up the steps as he dropped his transformation, Naruto made sure to extend his senses out to make sure no one was behind the door before Spartan kicking it open. The wooden door flew off the hinges, breaking apart into 4 uneven pieces as they flew to the floor. Hearing a scream, Naruto could see that a woman that appeared to be in her late 60s jumping to her feet in absolute shock, her hands covering her cowering face. Placing his hands in a hand sign, Naruto said, "Sleep." With a quick genjutsu, Naruto put the woman to sleep, her limp body falling back into the chair. Storming into the kitchen, Naruto leaned his head back to avoid getting his head decapitated as a man jumped from behind the kitchen doorway, holding a sharp kitchen knife in his hand. Taking another step back, Naruto dodged a downward slash then horizontal slash. Seeing that the man matched James Bourne's description of reddish-brown hair and deep brown eyes along with a rather handsome appearance of an almost superhero-level jawline, Naruto got into a fighting stance. "What the hell did you do to her?" Bourne yelled, flipping the knife into a reverse grip before lunging at the blonde. Dodging and sidestepping every swipe, Naruto finally grew tired of it by jabbing at Bourne's elbow mid-swing, stopping it in time to open up his guard enough for Naruto to give 2 quick jabs at the man's jaw and sternum. Flipping into him, Naruto grabbed the knife hand with one hand and backhanded Bourne in the nose with the next. The redhead stumbled back, letting go of his weapon as he did. Grabbing a hold of the knife after it slipped out of Bourne's hand, Naruto threw it behind him so that it stuck into the living room wall. "All I did was put her to sleep, Jason Bourne." Holding his now bloody nose, Bourne muffled out, "It's James, jackass." Charging towards him, launching a left-handed jab at Naruto's face that was easily parried before sending 2 right-handed strikes towards his ribs and sternum. Naruto saw the punches coming a mile away, slapping away the first before blocking the next, using his hand to lift his arm up enough for Naruto to send 2 jabs of his own at Bourne's elbow and tricep. James guards down, Naruto then slammed his open palm into the man's upper stomach. Seeing James take a few stumbling steps back, Naruto smirked. "I know." James looked at Naruto in confusion before he felt a pair of legs wrap around his neck and torso in a double-leg grapple. Said legs flipped him forward onto his back, with him eventually looking up to see a hot redhead looking down at him just as she drove her fist into his jaw. Taking the blow like a champ, Bourne shoved Natasha off of him as a yellow portal opened up underneath him, swallowing him before closing up. A portal then opened up next to Bourne's unconscious mother, before he jumped out, grabbed her, and then opened another portal and disappearing. "And he's gone," Naruto said as he looked around at the mess they made. "We probably could have been a bit quieter on our approach." Natasha straightened up, not really considering what he can do besides. Pulling out her phone to show it had a city grid on the screen, with a yellow dot blimping in the center of said grid. "No, he's not." Naruto smirked, putting a tracking beacon on him in the middle of a takedown. "Nice. Of course, look at who you're talking to." Bourne silently skulked towards his hotel room. Slowly opening the door, he peeked inside before checking behind the door. Walking towards a small closet, he slid the door open to reveal a bodysuit with a green color scheme hanging on a single hook. Under the suit were a pair of large suitcases. Pulling them out, James heaved them towards the bed. Reaching into his pocket, he took out a key and unlocked the 2 briefcases. Clicking open the latches, Bourne threw them open to reveal that they were stocked to the teeth with guns. Glocks, AKs, M1911s, MP5s, G3s, FALs. Bourne looked over his small arsenal before turning around towards his bodysuit, only to see Naruto and Natasha standing next to the closet. "Green really isn't your color," Natasha said. Bourne didn't bother answering, instead reaching for his Glock behind him. Just as he was able to reach it, however, a massive yellow hand grabbed a hold of him before slamming him into the ceiling. Looking over, James's face was filled with shock at the sight of Naruto's extended arm being covered in a yellow flame, with a fiery arm extended out and holding him. His gun hand free, He pointed his weapon of death and destruction at the blonde before opening fire. The flames quickly covered Naruto's entire form, just in time to prevent the bullets from piercing his skin. Seeing that the bullets weren't doing anything to Naruto, and his gun now clicking from being empty, James lowered his gun as he gazed at Naruto and Natasha in fear and wonder. I didn't know Gan had an inhuman working for him. We don't work for Gan, Born, and even if we did, how exactly does one for a dead man? Natasha asked as the chakra shroud around Naruto receded back to just his arm and hand. Naruto, however, couldn't help but ask. Wait, inhuman? What the hell is that? Born raised an eyebrow. Wait, so you're not one of them? But your powers are all natural, Naruto said. James now looked at Naruto in a new light. Amazing. This guy has an eye for awesome shit, I see. Kurama chuckled. Let's get back to what important, boys, Natasha said, giving Naruto a pointed look. We're here because you, Mr. Born, are currently wanted for treason against your country and terrorism. Born looked at her in bewilderment. What the hell are you talking about? I was betrayed by that bastard Gant. We went on that mission to stop those terrorists, only for them to turn around and kill everyone on that plane, terrorist, civilian, the rest of our team. Then he teleports away like a coward after I nearly beat him to death. He finished with a gruesome snarl. Then why did you run? Natasha asked, her theory starting to prove correct. Born closed his eyes as he gained his composure before opening them again, his face taking on a calmer facade. I had to make sure my mother was safe from him. She'd have been the first one he'd go after, to use her as bait against me. Natasha looked at Naruto, the man knowing what she wanted. He's telling the truth, Kurama said. He's telling the truth, Naruto repeated as his chakra hand let Born go. Looks like your theory was pretty spot on, Agent Romanoff. Born gave Natasha an appraising look. So you're the infamous Black Widow of S.H.I.E.L.D.? I thought you'd be taller. He then closed and locked his weapons cases before going over to his suit, folding it as he said, So, now that my name's been cleared, I can take care of my business. Naruto put his hand on Born's shoulder. We're more than influential enough at S.H.I.E.L.D. to convince our higher-ups of your innocence off this encounter alone. But NATO is a whole other issue. They're not gonna believe the word of a one-time KGB agent and her handsome sidekick that one of their men isn't actually the traitor or terrorist they believe. Born brushed his hand off his shoulder. Then don't tell them. I don't care what people think of me. All I care about is getting that bastard back. He then went towards the door. You can at least tell me what the hell you meant by Inhumans, Naruto said. Born turned from the door. The Inhumans are a society of superhumans, kind of like those mutants you read about in those comic books, only these guys aren't known to the public. Supposedly they're holed up somewhere in Asia. Naruto and Natasha looked at each other, before Natasha spoke. And why is it we've never heard of this secret society of superheroes before? Seems like something S.H.I.E.L.D. would know about. Born sighed. Because they're as high up on the secret food chain as it goes. Hell, one of the only things higher is where it is they live exactly. The only reason I know about them is because their leader, a man named Black Bolt, came to NATO for some kind of conference. We were a part of the protection detail in case things got violent. Supposedly the guy's whistle can cause concrete to split open. Born then turned the door handle, about to open the door. You guys may be influential in S.H.I.E.L.D., but I'd imagine that only your director knows of them, and I doubt he'd ever tell you, even if you brought it up. With that he opened the door, both suitcases now in hand, backpack on his shoulder, and then walked away, leaving the door wide open. We're gonna capture him, right? Naruto asked as he let the man get a head start. Of course, back at the Triskelion, in Director Fury's office. Congratulations on your recovery of James Bourne, Agent Romanoff, Fury said behind his desk, hands folded in front of him as he leaned back in his chair. NATO now has him in their custody. It has also come to their attention that the body of Gabriel Gant was never found anywhere near the scene of the plane crash. They currently have a new investigator on the case, one who is going to be much more thorough. Yeah, not like I did anything, Naruto said, arms folded across his chest, looking at Fury with fake annoyance. Shifting gears, Naruto's face grew more stern. There's something I need to speak with you about, Nick. Something important. Natasha got the hint, giving a nod towards her boss before walking out of his office. Seeing they were alone, Fury leaned forward, resting his elbows onto his desk. Go ahead. When Natasha and I cornered Bourne in his hotel room, I used my shroud to restrain him. He then asked if I was an Inhuman. After more questioning, Born told me about them, the fact that they're a secret superhuman society hidden away in the Himalayas. So, my question for you is, why didn't you bring it up when I asked you about possible ways home? One of these people could have the power to send me home, Nick. The fuck were you thinking? Naruto's voice was slowly raising before he finally ended at a firm yell, his eyes wide with rage at Fury's need-to-know basis mentality. Naruto, calm down. Kurama's warning was ignored by Naruto as Fury spoke. I was thinking that the last thing I need is an Omega-level being, who at the time I'd only known for a short time, coming into contact with the Inhuman Society, a presidential class secret. I don't know about you, but knowing a person for only 3 years on this planet may be long enough to get say engaged. But it sure as hell isn't long enough for someone to tell someone else something that would label them as a traitor of not just their country, but everything they believe in. I thought we were friends, Nick. I thought we'd learn to trust each other by now. Naruto growled out in a low voice. Nick turned around in his chair, looking out the window, looking out into the country's capital. Sometimes it's not just about trust or friendship. Sometimes it's about what's best. Where are you going, Naruto? Natasha asked as she walked behind the now determined Naruto. What the hell did you say to Fury? What the hell did he say to you? The two were now in his apartment building. Natasha having driven him home, the blonde not saying a word, seething the entire time. Naruto came up to his door, driving his apartment key into the door lock. Don't worry about it, Nat. Natasha looked at him in wild bewilderment. Don't worry? Don't worry? You look like you're about to walk on a war path. Following the blonde as he flung his door open, she continued. If you go to war with S.H.I.E.L.D., we won't be able to help you. We'll be your enemies, damn it. Turning towards Natasha, Naruto towered over her. There wouldn't be a war if it came down to it. I would obliterate that stupid base, and I would sink that flying boat of yours, both in a single move. So, if I ever go to war with S.H.I.E.L.D., you'd fucking know it. Taking a breath, Naruto put his hands on Natasha's shoulders. Born was right. Fury knew about these Inhumans all along. He knew of people that might be able to send me home. I have to find them, Natasha. I have to. But why? Natasha asked. If there's nothing back home for you, why are you still trying so hard to go back there? Naruto looked Natasha in the eye, an internal struggle occupying his mind as Kurama said. Tell her, Naruto. Letting go of Natasha, the blonde plopped down on his couch. He leaned forward as he spoke. The reason I'm trying so hard is because I have to know for sure. To know if I failed. To know that everyone I've ever loved, everyone I've ever known, is gone. If I don't, I won't be able to live with myself. Natasha looked at Naruto for a moment, before slowly sat down next to him, placing her hand on his leg in comfort. I understand. Looking at her with skepticism. How could you? Natasha smiled sadly. The reason I left the KGB was because they killed my mother and father after I failed a very important mission. They couldn't afford to kill me, because I was too valuable to them as an asset for them to simply kill off over a botched mission. So, they killed them, to teach me a lesson of what happens to those that bring the shame of failure to the home country. All I did, however, was push me into the arms of S.H.I.E.L.D. after an olive branch was given to me through Clint. But even after my betrayal, I had to see my family for one last time. So, against Clint's orders, I returned to my home, much like Born did, and went to the morgue they were being kept at so I could say my goodbyes. Pausing for a moment, Natasha closed her eyes to calm herself. No matter how stupid it was, I needed to do it. I needed the closure of seeing them that it would bring me. She moved her hand from his leg to his face, her palms touching his cheek. So trust me when I say, I understand. Naruto and Natasha's eyes met, his blue meeting her green. It was then that Naruto truly realized how beautiful this woman was. To most men, her beauty was nothing more than a trap, something to watch out for or else they'd be drawn into the Black Widow's deadly web. But to him, her beauty wasn't an omen, it wasn't something to be afraid of. It was something to embrace. To hold. Feeling a magnetic pull towards the woman sitting next to him, Naruto's face drew closer to Natasha's, and Natasha's drew closer to Naruto's. Eventually, it became inevitable before their lips touched, melding together perfectly. Wow. Yeah. I'm sorry for yelling at you earlier. Naruto apologized. Natasha sighed. It's fine. She looked up at him. We both got a little heated. No shit. Naruto laughed. The blonde was laying down on the floor of his living room, in the middle of catching his breath. His left arm folded behind his head, looked over at Natasha, who was laying on top of his other arm comfortably, the woman trying to catch her breath also. Looking over at her, Naruto couldn't help but admire her form, from her smooth porcelain skin, to her long athletic legs and backside, to her heaving breasts. Wrapping her leg around his own, Natasha said, "So, is this gonna be another one-night stand like it was with Jennifer Walters?" she asked, her voice a teasing tone, hiding the sincerity of the question. Looking up at his apartment's ceiling, Naruto spoke. "I don't know, do you want it to be?" he asked. "What if I don't?" Natasha asked, her voice less confident than usual. "What would you say then?" Naruto looked Natasha in the eye. "If you don't mind, I don't," he said with a smirk, before moving his head forward so that his lips met hers again. Lips separating, Natasha smirked as she said, "I don't mind." She then moved on top of Naruto, her pelvis sitting on his abdomen. "Ready for round 2? Chapter 5, An Anomaly. Location: somewhere unknown. Date: January 3, 2011. Dark. That's what would best describe the room. No lights were on inside, no light came in outside. The only sound made was that of a computer engine whirring. Suddenly the door opened, allowing light into the room that revealed it was a simple room with a computer and a monitor on a simple flimsy table. Stepping inside, a man closed the door, allowing darkness to fill the room once more. Making his way to the chair, the man sat down before pressing the power button to the computer tower. A bright fluorescent light invaded the darkness, showing the man sitting in front of the now-on computer screen. The clacking of computer keys could then be heard, as a video popped up in the middle of the screen. The man watched avidly as the video showed a blonde in his late teens, fighting a group of men, taking each out with quick precision. As more men came in, the blonde suddenly caught fire, yellow flames licking his form, surrounding him completely as he moved faster than the camera could ever hope to follow. 1 second he was there, the next he wasn't, the group of men now dead or unconscious on the floor. The man took a moment as the video ended, before playing it again, only this time in slow motion. Location: Kansas City, Missouri. Date: March 23, 2011. So now Clint's being dragged into the mess in New Mexico? Before you know it, they're gonna be asking us to head down there, Naruto said as he sat in the upper tier of the Kaufman Stadium, his voice slightly drowned out by the sound of the cheering audience. The blonde was wearing a recently bought royal blue jersey with the word Royals emboldened across the chest. "I still don't see the big deal about this warhammer that can't be picked up. The big deal is that nothing can pick it up. That's pretty impressive considering the kind of tech S.H.I.E.L.D. has for that kind of stuff." Sitting next to him was Natasha, herself wearing a light blue t-shirt with a yellow crown decorating the chest. The top of her head was covered by a plain blue baseball cap, her hair pulled into a short ponytail. Her legs crossed in her small, and rather uncomfortable seat, she sipped at her large cup of lemonade before saying, "And Director Fury hasn't contacted you in almost 4 months. I doubt he's gonna call you anytime soon." Naruto took a sip of his soda. "Yeah, well, I needed this vacation anyway." Putting his soda between his feet, Naruto propped his legs on top of the vacant seat in front of him. "I can't seem to find any leads on finding the Inhumans anyway. I've got more clones scouring the planet than I've ever had before, and I'm still coming up empty." Suddenly one of the men at bat socked the ball, sending it hurtling in a high arch towards the right side of the field. When the ball passed the fence and landed in a lucky fan's grasp, the crowd, including Natasha, jumped up in a massive cheer as the man rounded the 3 bases before making back where he started, a few of his teammates there waiting for him. As the crowd calmed down, Natasha sat lowered to her seat, looking at Naruto as she did. "You were supposed to get to your feet and cheer. Now everyone's looking at you like you're an idiot." Naruto was about to respond before a sudden invasion of memories bombarded his head. "Damn it!" he cursed. "Well, damn. I honestly didn't see that coming, like at all," Kurama said in bewilderment. Natasha looked at Naruto in confusion, thinking Naruto was mad about what she said. "I was only joking, Naruto, geez." Naruto blinked before shaking his head. No. It's not that. A shadow clone popped and gave me some information I didn't want to hear, that's all." He finished his sentence by leaning back in his seat, rubbing the side of his face in agitation. Natasha clapped her hands along with the crowd when another player hit the ball and made it to first base. "What kind of information?" Natasha asked. "The out-of-this-world kind. Earlier with the shadow clone in Kamartage. It's been a while, Naruto." Sitting in a Seiza position, the Ancient One didn't bother looking up from her cup of tea. I thought the day you left would be the last I would see you. The clone rubbed the back of his head. Yeah, I've been pretty busy. Looking around the room, it looked the same as it had 3 years ago. The only difference being the new students he could see walking around, each soaking in the information they were receiving. She hummed with a nod. I've heard of your little exploits around the world. Quite the interesting abilities you have. Her words held no hostility, rather only as smooth and tranquil as usual. Giving her one of his smiles, Naruto said, Yeah, I'm pretty interesting. What are you doing here, Naruto? The Ancient One asked. It's obviously not about the creature you're harboring in your body. The woman spoke with a tone as though she were talking about the weather. The clone's lackadaisical expression tightened at the mention of his inner-tailed beast. And how exactly do you know about that? Let's just say I'm well versed in the topic, she said before taking a long and exaggeratedly loud sip of her tea. It's obvious that the creature doesn't hold any evil intent. Otherwise I would have never allowed you in this temple. I swear, if that woman calls me a creature one more time, I will reach out from this seal and rip her spine out with my teeth. Kurama growled out in anger. The clone looked at her with a flinch. Yeah, he doesn't really like being called a creature. I guess you can call him Kyubi. Naruto knew how sensitive Kurama was about his name. It was one of the few things the guy had left, and he wouldn't share it with just anyone. The Ancient One looked at him in slight surprise. So he's not only sentient, but you can communicate with him on a whim as well. Taking a moment, the woman then said, Well, allow me to apologize to this Kyubi. Apology not accepted. Kurama grumbled. He says thank you and that he accepts your apology. The Naruto clone chuckled with slight apprehension. Taking another sip of her tea, the Ancient Woman said, So why are you here, Naruto? It's quite clear that you're not here for small talk and tea. As she finished her sentence, she reached over to an empty cup and the pitcher of tea before pouring the tea into said cup. The now full cup of tea was then handed to the blonde chakra construct. Yeah, I have a couple questions. Honestly, I never planned on coming to you to begin with, but I'm at the end of my rope here, Naruto said, his game face on as he continued. Have you ever heard of the Inhumans? He asked. She didn't look up from her cup of tea as she said nonchalantly. Oh, you mean those people on the moon? Staring at her for several seconds, waiting for her to show some sign of her having made a joke, the clone eventually blurted out. What? She looked up, eyebrow raised. The Inhumans are a race of superhumans who live on the blue area of the moon. You're shitting me, right? When her face remained its usual calm, he asked. How the hell do you know this? My title of the Ancient One isn't for show, Naruto. I have lived a very long life, and in this long life I have learned many things. Is it really that hard to believe that I would know of these Inhumans, and where it is they live? Standing there with a completely dumbfounded look on his face, the clone finally said, Damn it! Before popping out of existence. Back with Naruto and Natasha an hour later, Naruto and Natasha were driving along the busy streets of downtown Kansas City. The towering buildings to their left and right stood tall just under the clouds. The city may not have been as big as, say, New York City or Boston, but it was still rather nice in appearance. Not that that could hide the city's rapid increase in violence and murder, but that wasn't why they were there. They were there to have a good time until the eventual time came when Natasha would be called back into S.H.I.E.L.D.'s services. As the two came to a stoplight, Natasha looked at Naruto from her spot in the passenger seat. That was fun. I've never been to a baseball game to actually watch the game. When Naruto didn't answer, only looking forward with a distracted look on his face, Natasha reached across the car and snapped her fingers sharply in front of his face. Hello? His eyes widened in slight shock. Naruto looked at Natasha as he said, Were you saying something? The redhead sighed. What's going on with you? You're acting really weird. Moving forward when the light turned green, Naruto said, I'm sorry, Natasha, I just got a lot on my mind. Anything you want to share? Naruto shrugged. You know those Inhumans I've been looking for? Seeing Natasha nod, he continued. Well, turns out they live on the moon. Natasha chuckled, thinking that he said some kind of joke. As her laugh died, she saw that Naruto's face was completely serious. You're not joking? Seriously? Nope. Well, what are you gonna do? Naruto once again stopped as the next light they came across turned red. I'm gonna go talk to the person who talked to my clone, get as much information as I can, then go from there. Maybe if I can find a way up there, or get one of them to come get me. I don't know, I'll figure it out. I know that. Can't you just use your chakra cloak to get up there? You can fly, you use your wind air breather thing you use to breathe underwater, so you should be able to do it out there, and your cloak can protect you from the dangers of space itself. Naruto sighed as he started to go forward. Yeah, I thought about that, but I'd have to test it out first. Naruto, watch out. Kurama bellowed in warning. Naruto looked to his left as his danger senses went ballistic just in time to see a massive box truck steam rolling towards him, slamming into the upper left side of his car. Out of instinct, he reached his arm over Natasha protectively as the car spun violently, glass flying everywhere, pelting his face and upper body with the sharp shards. The car finally coming to a stop, Naruto could feel his head spinning as he looked around before looking at Natasha, who was looking at him as well. Blood was steaming down the side of her face, dripping down and staining her shirt. Looking around, Naruto could see that the windshield, while not broken, was surrounded by thick and thin spider web cracks, with it probably only taking a tap to cause it to shatter. Looking around further, Naruto could see people looking at the wreck in shock, yet no one seemed to want to come to their help. The sound of a door opening caught his attention, with a man jumping out the box truck that smashed the crap out of his rental car. The man was wearing tactical SWAT gear, with a plastic Halloween-like skull mask covering his face. The man then pulled out a M29 assault rifle, before walking over towards the back of the truck. Lifting up the latch, the man threw up the back door. With 4 quick thuds one after the other, 4 men came around the corner, each pointing their own M29s at Naruto's car. Suddenly, another person jumped out the back of the truck. When he revealed himself fully, the man wore similar tactical gear as the others, only his had a gray and white color scheme rather than the others' simple black, with a hood pulled up over his head and a mask only metal rather than plastic covering his head and face. On the man's right arm was a circular shield that covered most of his arm and side, with an arming sword strapped to his back. In his left hand, pointed at Naruto and Natasha, was a M319 grenade launcher. You've gotta be fucking kidding me, Naruto muttered as he unbuckled his seatbelt. Leaning forward, he unbuckled Natasha's before grabbing a hold of her in a hug. Thump, boom, and an earth-shaking explosion, the car was enveloped in flames, the force of it sending metal, glass, and fire flying in every which direction. Lowering the grenade launcher, the leader of the group waved his shield-occupied hand towards the ball of metal and fire, signaling the rest group to begin to unload their guns at the car. In a chorus of rat-a-tat-tats with the sounds of gunfire and explosions came the screams of civilians, all running away as fast as they could from the mayhem. Eventually, the men ran out of bullets, causing them to eject the empty magazines and reload their guns with new ones. As this was going on, Naruto looked up from his hunched-over position on top of Natasha, saying, "Who the hell are these guys?" The two were several yards away from the car and the hit squad, with Naruto now looking at the men's backs. Getting up and helping Natasha to her feet as well, Naruto turned the still-stunned woman around as he said, "Nat, you gotta get out of here, call Fury, make sure these guys don't target civilians. Do you hear me?" The redhead seemed to finally get her bearings as she said, "I can help you, Naruto, don't think I can't help you." Naruto smiled before planting a firm kiss on her lips. "I know." Suddenly, bullets began to crack against the sidewalk beside them. "Just go, I got this." The redhead didn't need any more incentive, sprinting away from Naruto as she pulled out her now cracked phone. Naruto, knowing Natasha was safe for the time being, body flickered towards the assholes that were shooting at him. Appearing behind the first guy he saw, Naruto gave a great heave before slamming his fist into the man's mid-spine, sending the man flying into the side of the box truck, his body hitting it with so much force the truck tipped over at its side with a loud, resounding boom. Turning towards the rest of them, the group could now see that his eyes were yellow in color, with his iris the shape of a rectangle. The color along his eyelids had changed as well to a burnt orange. "Who's next?" Naruto demanded, loving the power Sage Mode gave him. "Why don't you just use my cloak, brat?" Kurama grumbled, wanting this to be over with. "I've been using your chakra too much lately, Kurama. I haven't really challenged myself, just bulldozing through every fight with a power that is, to be honest, just plain overkill on this world." Naruto thought. "Fine, whatever. Don't come crying to me when these men nearly kill you." Naruto didn't have time to respond, too busy was he body flickering away as the men opened fire on his position. Appearing above the men, Naruto extended both hands out as Razengans began to form in each hand. Gathering wind chakra at his foot, Naruto used that as a push-off to send himself flying towards the ground, the two balls of pure chakra drilling into the back of two unsuspecting men, driving them into the ground with enough force to create two human-shaped craters. Raising his arm up, Naruto caught the butt of a rifle, before pulling it out of the man's grasp. Straightening his body, Naruto inspected the M29 for a moment before using his strength to twist and bend it into itself, rendering the weapon useless. Seeing the man he took said rifle from, Naruto dashed forward in a burst of speed, bringing his body parallel to the ground as he kicked the man square in the face with a dynamic entry, snapping his neck on contact. Landing on his feet, Naruto turned to see the last two men standing, the last crony pointing his gun at Naruto wearily, and the other standing back away from the group, looking at the scene before him with a nonchalant stance. The man in charge looked at his last man as he said, "The task is still at hand. Do not hesitate. All that matters is that we finish the task given to us. Nothing else." The man nodded quickly, pointing the gun more firmly as he said, "I understand," before firing off a set of shots at the blonde juggernaut. Said blonde disappeared in a dash of speed once again, appearing right inside the man's guard as he palmed his face before slamming the back of his head into the street bellow, bursting his skull open like a watermelon as blood sprayed across the ground. Seeing he was now alone, the leader of the group adjusted his arms so that the shield was positioned in front of him, before drawing his sword out from behind his back, crossing the blade in front of his shield. "Your fighting skills are very impressive, supernatural even. But no matter how powerful you are, I must complete the task that was given to me," the hooded modern knight said. Naruto looked at him with skepticism. "What the hell are you, some kind of taskmaster?" The man bent his knees in preparation. "That's exactly what I am." With Natasha. "Who the hell is this guy, sir?" yelled Natasha as she weaved through the crowd of panicking people, forced to yell over the yelling and screaming from everyone around. Nick's voice through the phone could barely be heard over noise. "From the description you gave, I'll have to say it's Tony Masters. He's the only one I know who could pull this off that uses a sword and shield in combat." "Tony Masters?" she asked. "As in, ex-SHIELD agent, Tony Masters? Why the hell would he want to kill Naruto? The guy's a legend, but he has to know he's outgunned." She could practically feel Fury's head shake in a negative as he said, "Once the man is given a task he doesn't stop until said task is completed. It's the reason we gave him his codename. That and his abilities." "What abilities?" Natasha asked as she looked back where she came from, a pillar of smoke peeking out over the top of the buildings. "He was born with ability to absorb knowledge instantaneously, whether it be language, mathematics, scientific theory, even physical movement. The man is capable of watching you fight once, and learn your style and copy immediately. You give him something to know or learn, and he'll have it mastered in an hour. These reasons are why we gave him the codename, Taskmaster. Sadly, his abilities come with the drawback that should he learn new information, he will immediately forget something else. Say he learns to speak French, he may then forget where he was born, or how to speak English, or hell, even his name." Fury explained, a slight tinge of admiration and pity in his voice. Natasha, her eyes still on the cloud of smoke, said, "You better win, Naruto." With Naruto and Taskmaster, Naruto dodged the swing from Taskmaster's sword, before using his hand to press against and stop the man's bum rush using his shield. Tony swung his sword again, with Naruto catching his wrist mid-swing, causing a deadlock between the two that quickly turned to a battle of brute strength. Naruto was surprised at the hooded man's strength, being much stronger than any earthling he'd fought before, but even without his sage mode he'd still be able to outstrengthen him. Naruto slowly but surely began to press forward, causing Tony to take steps back as his arms began to stress under the pressure. Having enough of the deadlock, Naruto used his natural chakra-enhanced strength to throw the man up like a rag doll, sending him flying in the air, with Naruto keeping a hold of the shield in his hand before chucking it away from the fight. Taskmaster flipped in the air, sheathing his sword mid-flip, just in time to intercept Naruto, blocking each punch and kick with ease before giving a spin kick to Naruto's side, causing him to block and be pushed away towards the ground. As his feet hit the ground, Naruto charged at the near-the-ground Taskmaster. Just as Tony's foot touched earth, Naruto's fist was in his guard heading towards his chin. The hooded man easily swatted the punch away, before the two entered a vicious dance of fists, elbows, knees, and kicks. No matter what Naruto tried, however, Tony kept pace with him, dodging and evading any move he made and vice versa. Seeing that they weren't getting anywhere, the two jumped back from each other, the strange color draining from Naruto's eyes as he caught his breath. It's been a long time since someone has been able to keep up with me, Naruto said. You're pretty damn good, he complimented, getting back into his stance. Taskmaster nodded as he said, You're the most challenging task I've had to complete. Your style actually took a while for me to read. He then got into his own stance. It was when Taskmaster got into his stance that Naruto realized something. The bastard was using his freaking fighting style. How the hell do you know my style? No one on this planet knows that style but me. This was the Toad Kata, taught to him by Grandpa Sage Fukasaku. There's no way this guy could know it. Suddenly a thought struck him. Do you have the Sharingan? He yelled dramatically as he pointed an accusing finger at Taskmaster. The Sharingan? Tony asked in confusion. Seeing that Taskmaster had no idea who he was talking about, Naruto sighed in relief. Oh, thank God. Wiping the sweat that had begun to build along his temple, he continued. But seriously, how the hell did you poach my moves? Perhaps if you weren't a task I would tell you. But there's no point in telling a task when said task needs to be completed. Can you say task one more time? Naruto drawled as nature chakra once again entered his system completely, entering sage mode. Let's see if you dodge this, you fucking bastard, Naruto thought. Naruto then charged towards Taskmaster, the two once again starting their dance. Swatting the double punch sent towards his chest, Naruto threw a couple punches of his own that were dodged as well. The two taking a pause, Naruto and Taskmaster sent two identical haymakers towards the other's face. Time began to slow to a lull, Naruto swerving his head out of the way of Taskmaster's punch, and Taskmaster doing the same. Naruto could feel the wind off the missed punch as it passed his head, his own fist clearly missing Taskmaster as well, the man thinking they were about to enter another stalemate before he was sent flying violently. Taskmaster's body lodged itself into a nearby car door, the car metal contorting around his body, the glass shattering and digging into the back of Tony's head and neck. Taking several aggressive steps towards the downed Taskmaster, Naruto got in front of him as he began to get up. The man drew his sword and took a desperate swing at the blonde, only for said blonde to punch the side of the blade with his open palm, snapping it in half, before Spartan kicking him even further into the car. Doubt you saw that coming, asshole, Naruto muttered as he looked around the mayhem they had caused. Cars on fire, smoke everywhere, bodies littering the ground around them. Naruto looked back at Taskmaster, the man getting up from his body-sized dent. Was all this crap worth it? Your men getting killed, the civilian causalities, the property damage, fighting me in general, all that so you could complete whatever task you were given. Let me guess, it was to kill me, wasn't it? He hypothesized. Taskmaster stumbled as his body was hunched over in pain. The task was never to kill you, he muttered as his body straightened. Then what for? Why cause all of this destruction if it wasn't to kill me? He demanded. Taskmaster got back into the Toad Kata. To test the anomaly that is Naruto Uzumaki. Naruto narrowed his eyes at Taskmaster. So you tried to kill me, you nearly killed Natasha, and you killed and hurt all these people, to test me? When Tony nodded, Naruto growled. I'm going to kill you. Naruto then charged at the still Taskmaster, his fist drawn back and filled with natural energy. As he came closer, Naruto realized something was wrong. Taskmaster hadn't moved since Naruto's exclamation of his intent to kill, his body as still as a statue. Slowly coming to a slow yet on-guard walk, Naruto finally made his way in front of the hooded man. Waving his hand in Taskmaster's face, he was perturbed to see the man make no motion of acknowledgement, not even as he began to snap his fingers an inch away from his eye. Looking around them, Naruto was astonished to see that time seemed to have stopped around him completely. Birds were frozen in mid-flight, flames that were usually in constant motion were now motionless, and people still running away from the fight were caught in mid-stride. In a flash of purple light, a figure in the shape of a human appeared, completely covered in said purple light. The light eventually died down, revealing a man that looked to be around Naruto's height. His appearance was very strange, the strangest he'd seen while on this planet so far. The man wore a loose green shirt that was held to his body by a pair of purple shoulder pads that was connected to a matching utility belt. The loose shirt sleeves were tapered off by the same color of purple gloves that went up to his lower forearms, and along his legs were thigh-high boots that matched the gloves in material and the outfit's purple color. The man's head was covered by a purple helmet, with circular grooves where his ears would be, along with on top of the helmet itself. The only part that showed his skin was his face, which was a metallic blue in skin tone, with 2 lines running down his forehead to his cheeks, then ending at his chin. His irises were missing, leaving his eyes an eerie white all the way through. "Well, if it isn't the anomaly," the mystery man said. "You've been making quite the ripple in this timeline." "Anomaly," Naruto said, testing the words as he looked at Taskmaster, the man having called him that not that long ago. "So you're the one who sent this asshole and his crew," he declared. The man smirked. "You'd be correct. Tony Masters, aka Taskmaster, has proven to be a very reliable mercenary in several different timelines, this one being a bit more serious than the others." Naruto narrowed his eyes. "So what do you want?" "I simply wanted to observe you. I've seen what you can do with that fire armor of yours, but I wanted to see what you would do against someone that was your equal in hand-to-hand combat," the man said, folding his arms behind his back as he spoke. "You truly are interesting, Naruto Namikaze, the alien from another dimension. In no other timeline have you appeared or even mentioned. It's truly rather vexing. Who the hell are you?" he demanded. This guy knew way too much, and was talking about things that went completely over his head. The man extended his arms out from his back in a dramatic motion. "I go by many names and many titles, but you may call me Kang the Conqueror. It's truly a pleasure to meet you." Naruto dashed in front of Kang's face, throwing a punch with all his might at the man's face. Kang's smirk stayed in place as he caught the punch with ease, the force of it however causing the ground behind them to quake and split open with a solid boom. The pause on time was still in play however, as the debris froze in midair. Naruto looked Kang in the eye in complete shock as the blue-skinned man's grip on his hand tightened, causing Naruto to actually flinch from the pain. Suddenly, the gloves around Kang's hands glowed a strange purple before the glow enveloped Naruto, causing his to suddenly feel weightless. The green and purple man then threw Naruto away from him with a single hand, the glow around Naruto disappearing, allowing Naruto to feel the weight of his own body once again as he crashed into one of the buildings, his body bursting through the wall, the debris and smoke eventually freezing in time. "You'll have to do better than that, Maelstrom," Kang called out, resting his hands on his hips as he did. "You'll be fighting people stronger than me in a few years." A flash of yellow flashed out from the hole Naruto made, before he landed on the ground in front of Naruto in a crouch, the ground cracking under the weight of his fall. Looking up, Naruto said, "Don't call me that." Giving his arm a testing flex, he continued, "And trust me, I can do better." "Oh, I know you can. The feats you will perform in this timeline's future are quite amazing." With a snap of his finger, a purple barrier appeared around the block they had been fighting on before flickering away. With the flickering away of the barrier, time began to move forward again. Birds began to move, fire began to flicker, and people began to run, as the sound of chaos surrounded them once again. Taskmaster moved his arms to block the punch that had been aimed at him earlier, only to be thrown off by Naruto not being there. Looking around, Tony saw that his employer was facing off against a now chakra cloak using Naruto. "I'm sorry to say that the task hasn't been completed yet, Mr. Kang," Taskmaster said, almost sounding apologetic as he did. Kang smirked. "It's fine, consider the task completed. I've seen all I wanted to see." "Thank you." Taskmaster nodded before turning towards Naruto. "Perhaps we will meet again." He then turned around, limping away as he did. Naruto scowled. "Do you really think I'm gonna let you get away after all you've done?" Just as he was about to dash towards Taskmaster, Kang pointed his hand at Naruto, a bolt of energy shooting from his fingertips. The energy bolts plowed into Naruto's chest, the force of it sending the blonde flying back in a massive tumble. "It's not Mr. Master's time, Naruto Uzumaki." Kang then extended his right arm out as he cracked the knuckles in his hand, a portal opening up to reveal an average-looking car as he did. "Here's your transportation, Mr. Masters." Naruto narrowed his eyes as Taskmaster got in the car, turning it on as he shifted the gear into forward. No dash. He then disappeared in a burst of speed as another bolt of energy cracked the pavement behind him. He then appeared behind the interfering Kang, a Rasengan in his hand. Naruto shoved the ball of chakra towards the blue man, only for a purple force field in the shape of a sphere appearing around Kang, neutralizing the attack effectively. "You gotta be fucking kidding me!" Naruto yelled in frustration as he saw Taskmaster's car driving away in a mad rush from the scene of the crime, disappearing around a sharp corner. "I'm not here to kill you, Naruto Uzumaki. My role in this timeline is only as an observer." Kang folded his arms behind his back once more, a circular pad appearing below his feet, lifting him up off the ground as he looked down at Naruto condescendingly. However, should you prove to be the catalyst to this dimension's demise, I will travel to the day you first arrived, and eradicate you. What the fuck are you talking about? What is happening right now? Naruto asked, pulling at his hair in frustration. Nothing, Naruto Uzumaki. Nothing at all. You just continue your search for a way home. Look for a woman by the name of Magic. She is an inhuman living as an outcast in Russia. She is an important key to your journey. With that, his body was surrounded by a purple light before disappearing in a bright flash. Good luck. His voice echoed out. The cloak around Naruto disappeared as he thought. What the hell just happened? Who the fuck was that guy? An anomaly, Naruto. An anomaly. Chapter 6. You've been thunderstruck. Location: Dmitrov, Moscow Oblast, Russia. Date: June 4th, 2011. Inch, are you sure this is where she's at? Natasha asked. You said her ability was teleportation, so she could literally be anywhere at any time. Natasha was wearing a cotton-padded long coat, with the fur-lined hood raised up over her head to protect her from the cold weather. While it was usually in the upper 50s in this village at the time, the weather today was at a chilly 30 degrees. The town they were in was very small, with probably only 800 people living in it at the moment. While the weather was cold, there was no wind or snow, and the shine had begun to dip into the horizon. Naruto was wearing a simple blue coat with a black hoodie underneath. Over his head was a brown stocking cap, keeping his blonde hair from view. The only major change in his appearance was that Naruto had begun to grow a beard, the facial hair having filled out completely but wasn't very thick yet. The two were walking down one of the town's streets, making a slow pace past the neighborhood houses. From what they could see, there wasn't really anything important going on in the town, with the only major buildings being the hotel and apartment buildings, and a large cathedral in the center of the town. Naruto sighed, his hot breath visible in the cold air. After my clones found out she mainly travels around Russia, I've had hundreds of clones scouring the country to pinpoint where she goes most often. After a couple months, I can officially say that Dmitrov is her go-to place to stay. Looking down at Natasha, Naruto smiled at the woman that had her head resting on his shoulder with her arm wrapped around his own. So, how does it feel to be back in your home country? He could feel Natasha shrug her shoulders. I've had several missions in Russia since my desertion. In fact, I might have a long-term mission in Moscow coming up soon. How long is long-term? Naruto asked. A couple months, 6 at most, Natasha said. If it happens, it won't happen till the end of the year. Naruto smirked. Well, we'll just have to make the most of our time together till then. It's only for a few months, not like we won't see each other ever again. Natasha said with a smirk. But I don't mind a little bit of making the most of our time together, if you're catching my drift. She hinted. Naruto's smile stretched as far as it could. Yeah, I get what you are, sex. Natasha interrupted, speaking in Russian as she did. I was talking about us having sex. She clarified needlessly. Her smile was a strange combination of mocking and seductive. Naruto looked around them, seeing that the few people walking the sidewalk were looking at them after Natasha's rather loud comment. God damn it. He laughed out. You just can't help yourself, can you? You have to embarrass me wherever we go, don't you? His face rather flushed as an older-looking couple looked at them, judgment in their eyes. The couple shook their heads before continuing their slow walk. He felt her shrug again. Whatever, you love it. I'm so gonna get you back. Naruto said with a smirk. I always get you back. The couple finally left the neighborhood, walking into what looked to be the town's business area. From a small grocery store, to a cheap-looking clothing store, to several quaint little restaurants littered around the area. So, where are we going exactly? Natasha asked, confused with their random walk in some random direction. I figured you'd be biting at the bit to find that woman. It was Naruto's turn to shrug. The woman is going by Ilyana Rasputin. She lives in one of the cheaper apartment complexes in town. She's does a magic act to make enough money to scrape by. Let me guess, it's a disappearing act. Probably. Naruto and Natasha were sitting across from each other in a restaurant called Palmesto. It was a nice place, with dark brown and tan checkered tiles. Several small tables littered the dining area, half holding 4 chairs, half holding 2, with a nice mellow lighting. Across the dining area was a simple bar area. It was rather small in size, only able to hold 4 people at a time. Having just gotten their food, the two began to dig into the Afghani cuisine. So, I don't think I've ever asked you about what your home is like. Natasha said as she took a sip of her Pinot Noir. Naruto finished a mouthful of Kabili Palo before he said, "Well, I guess I don't really talk about it all that much," he said after some thought. "Well, my home village was about twice the size of this town. Its weather was pretty similar to somewhere in Midwestern United States, with really nice spring and summer seasons, and pretty cold winters. The forest surrounding the village was green, full, and beautiful, each tree full-grown and aged. The village itself was destroyed a month before I came here, so it was still under reconstruction during the war. But when it was still standing, it was really awesome. I guess it kinda looks like a village in Japan, only more colorful, I guess." His face then lit up. "But my favorite part about the village was the Hokage monument. It's pretty much my world's version of Mount Rushmore, with the face of each of my village's Hokage sculpted into the mountainside looking over the village. It sounds beautiful," Natasha said, trying to picture the village he described. "I wish I could see it all someday." Naruto smiled fondly. "Yeah, when I was a kid I'd look up at it if I was having a bad day, which was pretty often back then. My favorite one to look at though was the face of the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. Every time I looked at him, I'd always feel a little bit better. I guess it's kinda poetic cause I'd later find out he was my father." "Wait," Natasha interrupted. "You didn't know who your father was? Your family didn't tell you?" The blonde's smile fell. "I didn't have a family. My mom and dad died when I was a baby, and their parents died when they were young, so I was alone for most of my life." Naruto smiled again. "But the Hokage when I was a kid always looked after me. He was a good man. An old pervert, but a good man." "What happened to him?" Natasha asked, hearing the way he referred to him in past tense. "He died." "Oh," she said awkwardly. "I'm sorry." Naruto shrugged. "He was killed when I was 13, so I've had plenty of time to get over it. He was like everyone's grandpa in the village, so everyone kinda helped each other handle his passing. I was lucky I had my team and my teachers to help me." Natasha couldn't help but notice that he made no mention of having friends. "Well, I'm glad you had people there for you growing up. It can be tough growing up alone." Swirling her wine glass slowly, Natasha looked into the spinning liquid as she said, "I was separated from my parents when I was young, and the place I was trained didn't allow you to make any kind of connections with anyone else there. I guess it was to keep us from connecting with people who would probably die in the line of work they were training us for." Naruto nodded. "I know the feeling. Why weren't you told who your father was, though?" Natasha asked. "He sounds like an important person if his face was on a mountain. I wasn't ever told why, but I assume it was because he killed a lot of people in the war he fought in. Like, a lot of people. Enough that the old man Hokage didn't want anyone to know he had a kid in case people wanted some post-mortem revenge." Naruto guessed. Hearing Naruto mention that his dad fought in a war, Natasha remembered that he said that his village had been destroyed before a war. "So there was a war going on when you got sent here?" Naruto nodded slowly. "Yeah, the Fourth Great Shinobi War. It was started by the same group responsible for destroying my village, led by a man named Obito Uchiha." "Why did they want to start a war?" Natasha asked. "Okay, well, first of all, I've told you about Genjutsu, right?" Seeing Natasha nod, he continued. "Well, their plan was to revive an ancient primordial being called the Ten-Tails so that they could use its vast chakra to use a powerful genjutsu that would reflect off the full moon so that the illusion would cover the entire world, putting everyone in a trance that would make it seem like they were in their perfect world. It later turned out that Obito was the protege of one of the most powerful shinobi in the entire history of my planet, a man named Madara Uchiha. Madara was then revived, with the two teaming up to complete the revival of said Ten-Tails, with Obito becoming the creature's host." Taking a breath, Naruto remembered how powerful Obito had been before getting back to the story. "Eventually, my former teammate Sasuke and I defeated him, with one of Obito's subordinates, a creature called Zetsu, betraying him and forcing him to give up the power of the Ten-Tails to Madara. Madara proved to be too strong for us to defeat, even after getting a power boost from the spirit of the Sage of Six Paths, our version of Jesus I guess, and managed to activate the Genjutsu, ensnaring everyone on the planet except for me and my team. Madara was then betrayed by Zetsu, who took over Madara's body and converted him into the mother of all chakra, along with being the sage and Zetsu's mother, Kaguya Otsutsuki, by using the chakra of all those trapped in the Genjutsu. Sasuke and I then tried to fight Kaguya, with the woman nearly killing me. I would have died had Sasuke not used a new technique of his to transport me away from the attack, only for it to take me here by accident. Naruto took a deep breath after the long explanation. And 3 years later, here we are. Wow, Natasha said in bewilderment. That sounds intense. Naruto laughed. You think I'm crazy, don't you? Seeing Natasha giving him a mocking grimace, he said. Well, after saying it out loud, I can see how you would think I'm crazy. Well, still, war is war. I'm sorry you had to deal with that so young. I guess I just had to be there for the last part. As Naruto was about to respond, a woman walking into the restaurant caught his attention. The woman was about his age, with a long fur coat and a stereotypical Russian winter cap. Her creamy blonde hair was styled in a Heim cut, similar to Hinata's from back home, and reached down to her mid-back with the bangs just above her eyes. Her piercing blue eyes met his for a moment before she turned to sit down at the bar. Naruto? Natasha asked. Seeing his attention was behind her, she turned to see a woman sitting at the bar. Who's that? Do you know her? You could say that. Naruto said. That's her. Who? The woman I'm looking for. Magic. Naruto answered. Cover me, he said before getting up as cool as he could. Making his way over to the woman's position, Naruto stopped at the bar, resting his arms against it, standing several feet away her. Making sure not to make eye contact, Naruto waited for the bartender to come get his drink order. Can I help you, sir? The man drawled in Russian. What kind of whiskey do you carry? Naruto asked, using his learned Russian dialect. The bartender nodded. Yes, sir, we carry Altai whiskey. Sounds good. The bartender nodded before reaching down to the bottle under the bar while also bringing out an average-sized whiskey glass. Dropping a handful of ice cubes in, he then began pouring the drink into the glass, and then handed the drink to Naruto. Here you are, sir. Thank you, Naruto said, gripping the whiskey in his hand. Naruto brought it to his lips and took a good-sized sip, swallowing the bitter drink and savoring the burning sensation he felt as the drink made its way down his body. Lowering the drink, Naruto gathered his thoughts as he gave a quick glance towards the woman seated next to him. The woman took a sip of her vodka tonic before saying, I doubt your girlfriend would appreciate you eyeing another girl as you drink at a bar during your date. Naruto shrugged. She went to the bathroom. I figured I'd get a drink. Turning towards her, he said, And sorry if I was staring, but I swear I recognize you from somewhere, he said with a friendly smile. Oh really? She said, turning towards Naruto herself. And what exactly do you recognize me from? Taking another sip of his whiskey, Naruto swallowed it. You're a magician, right? I think I saw a poster of you somewhere advertising your act. The woman nodded. You're right. Have you ever seen my act? No, but I heard about it. A disappearing act, right? She smiled. Well, my next show is this weekend. You should go. Might make a good date for you and your girlfriend, she said, nodding towards Natasha, who was walking from the women's bathroom. Maybe. What's your stage name? Naruto asked as he finished the last of his drink. I don't have one. My name is Ileana Rasputin. Reaching her hand out, she gestured for a handshake. Nice to meet you. Grabbing her hand, he gave a quick shake. Naruto. Letting go of her hand, he said. But that's not what I heard. Raising an eyebrow, Ileana asked. Oh? I heard you went by a stage name. Something like Magic or something, he said, his eyes narrowed. Would think. Ileana narrowed her eyes dangerously. And where did you hear that? A friend of ours, Natasha said, having made her way stealthily behind Ileana. Her hand was resting on the handle to the gun holstered at her side. Ileana didn't take her eyes off of Naruto, not really seeming to care that Natasha was standing behind her with a gun in her hand. Her eyes narrowed further. And what else has this friend told you? Naruto got up from his leaning position, before making his way over towards the blonde-haired woman. That you're an inhuman. With the ability to teleport. He finished as he took the seat next to Ileana. We're not here to fight, only talk. Ileana's face relaxed, looking at Naruto with slight scrutiny until she turned back towards the bar as she grabbed her glass. Swinging her head back, she drank the rest of her vodka tonic. After a quick cringe, Ileana took a moment to gather herself. Then without warning she swung her hand towards Naruto's face, empty glass still in hand. Naruto didn't blink, catching her wrist just as the glass was about to make contact with his temple. Natasha quickly withdrew her gun, a 9mm Glock, and pointed it at the back of Ileana's head, drawing back the hammer with an audible click. Don't do that, she said, each word coming out aggressively. No one was allowed to say anything else, as white circular energy disc appeared below the three of them, causing all of them to fall into it. The three were forced into a free fall, with Naruto surprised to find that they were several hundred feet above the ground, with a vast field of desert dunes making its way towards them at rapid speed. The three became separated in their fall to their deaths, with Natasha looking at Naruto with shock and fear in her eyes as her arms and legs began to flail wildly. Looking at Ileana, Naruto saw that she didn't seem to mind their freefall, instead simply pointing her hand below her to open up another portal. No! Naruto shouted, the wind blowing past his body nearly muting his voice as he watched Ileana fall into the portal. At the last second, the woman looked Naruto in the eye as she gave a mocking salute, just as her head passed through, her presence disappearing completely. Naruto! Natasha shouted, reaching her hands out in desperation towards Naruto. Naruto shifted his body into a straight line, diving towards Natasha before hugging her tightly. I've got you, Natasha! I've got you! He said into her ear. He felt Natasha grab a hold of him even tighter, hugging him with all her might. I've got you! What the fuck happened, brat? Kurama shouted in his head. I fall asleep for a couple days and I wake up to this. Just get out here, damn it! Naruto shouted out loud. A second later, Naruto and Natasha found themselves in the head of the Kurama avatar. The next thing the two knew, they hit the side of a sand dune with enough force to flatten it completely, sending up a massive cloud of sand into the air. You're welcome, brat, Kurama grumbled. With a flicker, the chakra avatars surrounding Naruto and Natasha disappeared, causing the two to fall to the ground with a thump. What the fuck happened? I ran into a teleporter. She sent us here, Naruto thought. Looking around, all he could see was what looked like an endless desert. Where the fuck are we? He asked out loud. Hearing no response from Natasha, he looked down to see that she was still sitting on the desert floor. Natasha, you okay? He asked in worry. Natasha nodded. Yeah, I'm fine. Getting up slowly, she said. Just give me a second. Helping her up, he said. Okay, well, do you have any idea where we are? Looking around, Natasha used her hand to shield her eyes. Eyes squinted, she said. No, I can't see any landmarks or cities or villages. Well, sure dash. He was interrupted, however, by the sound of a phone ringing. Digging into his pocket, he pulled out his phone. Looking down at the screen, he saw that it was a blocked number. How the hell am I getting any service out here? Pressing the answer button, he brought the phone to his ear. Hello? Why is it that the trackers in Natasha and your phone say that you two are in the Sahara Desert? Fury said over the phone. 1 second you're in Dmitrov, Russia, the next you're in the Nile Valley. We're in the freaking Sahara? He demanded. She sent us to the fucking Sahara. He angrily clarified to Natasha. He frustratedly rubbed the side of his face before taking a calming breath. After a moment of clear thought, he said, Why the hell are you tracking us, Fury? Who sent you to the Sahara? Fury asked. Naruto almost threw his phone. Don't dodge the question, Nick. Seriously, why are you tracking us? I was planning on picking you up in Dmitrov. I have a problem I need your help on. It took all of his willpower not to yell in frustration. The first time I talked to you in months, and it's for a fucking favor. Classic Nick Fury. Fucking classic. This isn't just any kind of favor. Both Agent Coulson and Barton may be in danger due to the appearance of a man we believe is not of this world. Similar to you, in fact, Fury said. The being is currently in our custody, but that may not last much longer. We need you in case things go south. If you've already got him in your custody, you should be able to take care of him again. I'm not your errand boy, Nick. Seeing Natasha give him a stern look, her waved her off nonchalantly. Do you remember why Agent Coulson and Barton were on that mission to begin with? Fury asked, his voice strained with annoyance. Naruto sighed. Yeah, something about a hammer that no one could pick up. Right, Fury said. Well, we have reason to believe that this hammer belongs to the man in our current care. The man broke into our New Mexico research facility, taking out any agent that crossed his path, and then tried to pull the hammer out of the ground, acting as if he found something he'd lost. So, did he pull the hammer out? Naruto asked. No, Fury answered. But we believe that this hammer is the source to his power. Why do you think that? Because his energy reading matches the hammer's. Only his is nearly non-existent, while the hammer is teeming with it. According to our research and the research of an outside group, We have reason to believe that 2 portals ripped through to our dimension. One for the hammer. The other for him. So you want me to be there in case he somehow gets a hold of the hammer and proves to be a hostile. Naruto clarified. Sighing, he said, Fine, but I get to ask him some questions. Deal. We're on our way. Location, Puente Antiguo, New Mexico. So, you and Natasha, huh? Yep. Naruto said, arms crossed as he stood in front of a computer screen, watching Phil interrogate the man that tried to take the hammer that was currently in S.H.I.E.L.D.'s custody. The man, a very thick, muscular dude, his veins bulging along his arms and neck even as he sat there lackadaisically in his chair. The man had blonde hair similar to his own that reached down to his neck, along with a full but short beard. His blue t-shirt and black pants were both plastered in dry mud due to his brawl with one S.H.I.E.L.D. security agents. Totally saw that coming, said the man next to him. The man looked to be in his mid-30s and had short-length brunette hair that was spiked at the front. His physically fit body was hidden by his combat jacket and pants. Naruto smirked. Sure you did, Clint. I'm sure your eagle vision picked it up right away. So, do you think this guy is as big a deal as they're making him? Clint asked, eyeing the screen as Phil began to ask where he got his training. I saw the security footage, and he's good. He's slow. Like, way slow compared to a lot of the people back home. But he's strong. Like Juggernaut strong. He took out several of these guys with a single punch. But no, I don't see the big deal. Naruto answered. Seeing Phil walk out of the room, he walked towards him. Ignoring the fact that he was on the phone, he said, I'm gonna take a crack at him. Phil hung up the phone, putting it back in his pocket. Director Fury informed me that you wish to speak with him. You have 5 minutes. What if I need 6? Naruto asked. You have 4. 7. Naruto haggled. 2. And that's final. Phil said back. Actually make it 1.5. 5 it is. The blonde concluded. Sounds good. Now if you'll excuse me, I need to call Director Fury, Phil said as he walked down the hall into another room. Stepping in front of the room, Naruto waited for the security to open the door. Stepping forward, Naruto was about to speak only to stop when the man spoke. Goodbye. Looking at the blonde giant in confusion, he said, Not even gonna let me get a word in. Pretty rude man. As the man looked up at him, Naruto said, You know, you've made quite the commotion around here. Enough that they had to call me in. And who are you exactly? The man said in a baritone British accent. You have the stance of a warrior. So do you. Naruto said. You also have the appearance of a man who had more power than he does now. He smirked as he continued. Much more power. The man looked at him in confusion. How do you know? Trust me. I've seen it before. Naruto walked forward so he was right in front of the man. The name's Naruto, what's yours? The man was silent for a moment. Why are you here? The other one wanted to know how I could defeat his soldiers with such ease. What is it you want, mortal? Naruto chuckled. Mortal, huh? Rubbing his chin in thought, he said. You and I are very similar, you know that? I doubt that, puny man. You're stuck here on this planet, aren't you? And that hammer is away back home, or something like that. Folding his arms across his chest, he finished. Am I hitting the nail on the head? Hitting the nail on the head? What is this? The man asked. And how do you know all of these things about me? Are you of Asgard? Asgard? Naruto questioned. Is that the name of your planet? At least you know yours. As for the whole hitting the nail on the head, it's a saying on this planet. Do you have sayings on your planet? Anyway, as for me knowing about you not being from this planet, let's just say I'm pretty qualified on the subject. The man's confusion only increased. Are you not of this realm as well? Which realm are you from? Nidavellir? Alfheim? How did you get to Midgard? Is there any way you can get me to Asgard? He asked in near desperation. I don't know what any of those things are. Naruto said. There are other realms? Do you know about a place called the Elemental Nations? His voice was beginning to sound desperate as well. Thor shook his head. Nay, I have never heard of this place you speak of. And I have visited all 9 of the realms. He then said, Your home must not be connected to the 9 realms. Is that strange? Naruto asked. The man shrugged. I cannot say. I know that there are some realms not connected to Asgard, but I know not what they are. Well, thanks for the info. I hope you make it back to your home, whatever your name is, the blonde shinobi said as he made his way towards the exit. Thor. Stopping, Naruto turned to make eye contact with the now named Thor. Thor? Is that your name? When the giant blonde nodded, the smaller one said, Well, I know what it's like to be away from your home. So, I hope you get there as quick as you can. As the door opened, he saw Phil standing on the other side. Your 5 minutes are up, Phil said matter-of-factly. Naruto stood alongside Clint as they watched Thor walk away with a man named Eric Selvig. Can you believe that Donald Blake crap? Clint asked. I don't know, Naruto said with a shrug. The steroids bit was pretty good. Phil walked up to the two, folding his arms in front of his chest. We having him tailed. Should he cause any trouble, we'll be sending you to take care of him. Permanently. Naruto shook his head. I'm not just gonna kill the man. He's like me, I'm not gonna kill him unless I have no choice. Director Fury Dash. I don't give a shit about whatever order Nick or his council has given, Naruto said before walking away. I'm not a part of S.H.I.E.L.D. Phil, so it doesn't matter to me if you're Fury's number 2. With that, Naruto walked out of the room before leaving the facility itself. Body flickering away completely, Naruto found himself several hundred yards away. Stuffing his hands in his pockets, Naruto decided to go on a nighttime walk through the desert. Another possible lead down the drain. Kurama mumbled, And this guy might have actually been able to bring you home had he known where your world was. Yeah, maybe I can visit his planet, or realm as he called it, one day and talk to someone that actually knows what they're talking about. Naruto thought. But I still have the magic lead. I thought you lost her after she ditched you in that African desert? Kurama asked mockingly. Naruto shrugged. I have thousands of clones looking for her. I'll find her again. And next time I'll come at her hard instead of softballing it like last time. Softballing it, sure, Kurama said. Just don't come crying to me when she drops you off in the middle of an ocean or something. You are a very strange creature, Naruto Uzumaki. Naruto turned around to see a woman standing behind him. Said woman wore a long dark green cloak that covered her body completely, with a hood covering most of her head, her face the only visible part of her body. The woman was beautiful, probably one of the most beautiful creatures he had ever seen, this planet and his own. Her full pouty lips were turned up into a seductive smile. I can feel the power you hold, a power so dense it outweighs even the All-Father himself. Truly, truly strange. Naruto narrowed his eyes. Who are you? Looking around for a moment, he looked back at the mystery woman. Where did you come from, exactly? I come from the same place as our friend Thor. As for who I am simply a servant of the new king, Loki. The woman lowered her hood, allowing her thick light blonde hair to fall past her shoulders and down her back. And my name is Amora. And what exactly do you want from me, Amora? Amora stepped towards Naruto, entering his personal space as she did, her face mere inches from his own. My king needs your help in the coming conflict. I don't give a shit who your king is dash. He was interrupted when Amora slammed her lips to his mind immediately becoming clouded. Naruto, snap out of it, dash. Kurama's voice bellowed out. Naruto couldn't help but wonder as to whose voice that belonged to as he looked down at the most captivating woman he'd ever seen. Amora placed her hand on the enchanted man's cheek, stroking it soothingly as she said, My beloved, I have a task for you. Can you do this task for me? She whispered seductively. Naruto rested his head against Amora's. Of course, what do you need me to do? Kill Thor. Thor stood, his powers back and Mjolnir in his hand, in the middle of the pattern carved into the earth by the Bifrost. The Asgardian prince was looking into the sky, screaming for someone named Heimdall to open said Bifrost. Next to him was a woman named Jane Foster, and behind him was the warrior 3 and Sif the maiden along with Dr. Selvig and Jane's assistant Darcy Lewis. Suddenly, the clouds above them darkened and began to swirl, signaling Thor's companions to enter the pattern along with Thor. As Thor looked down at Jane, a boom was heard several miles to their left. Looking over, Thor didn't have time to think before he was bum-rushed by a blur of yellow. The blue carried Thor several miles away before letting him go, causing him to tumble before coming to a hard stop. Looking up, Thor saw that Mjolnir had slipped from his grip after being tackled. Looking at said yellow blur, Thor was shocked to see Naruto standing across from him, his body covered in a black bodysuit with 9 yellow tomos along the collar and a yellow circle at his stomach. Over his body was jacket that looked to be made of yellow fire with black circular shoulder pad designs. 9 balls of intensive chakra were floating behind him, the 9 of them forming a circle behind him. "What are you doing, Naruto? I thought that was my friend," Thor asked as he straightened up. Naruto nodded his head. "We are. But I must do what my beloved asks of me. It's nothing personal." Reaching his hand out, Naruto allowed one of his truth-seeking balls to form into a thin bow staff. In a burst of speed, Naruto appeared in front of Thor before slamming his staff into his jaw, sending the god of thunder flying, his body breaking the sound barrier from the force. Thor's body slammed into the ground, his body flopping and tumbling several times until Naruto appeared above him before driving his foot into Thor's stomach, stopping his momentum but drilling his body into the ground hard enough to form a massive crater. Naruto didn't give Thor time to breathe, bringing his leg up to slam his foot into the blonde giant's throat. Thor managed to catch the foot, his arms shaking from the strain. "I won't allow you to push me around, mortal, no matter how strange your powers are." Throwing Naruto off of him with a heave, Thor got up as he wiped the blood leaking from his mouth. Using one arm to hold his side and the other extended outwards, Thor called forth Mjolnir. The wait was too long, however, as Naruto extended his hand out to grab a hold of Thor. Lifting him up, Naruto slammed the man in his grasp back towards the ground harshly. "And I won't let you summon that hammer of yours. I had several clones watching your fight with that machine, so I know a little bit about your powers, nothing to scoff at. But nothing I can't handle for my beloved Amora." "Amora?" Thor asked. "You mean Amora the Enchantress? Does she have you in her snare? You must fight it, Naruto. She's using you because my brother demands it of her." The grip around him got tighter as he tried to get his arm loose. "Please, Naruto, I need to get back Asgard." "Naruto, please snap out of it. You damn brat." Naruto heard in his head, causing him shake it and hold it as he felt like he was spinning. This slip-up of concentration allowed Thor to get his arm loose, once again summoning Mjolnir to him. Finally, he could see his trusty hammer flying towards him like a speeding bullet. With a clang, Thor's hammer for destroying armies and building kingdoms entered his grasp once again. Raising his hammer up, Thor summoned the element that made him a god on earth. In a flash of light, an arc of lightning cracked down towards him and was absorbed into Mjolnir. Pointing his hammer at Naruto, he fired a beam of the absorbed lightning at the blonde. The lightning struck Naruto in the chest, the only thing saving him was the cloak around his body. The shinobi was sent flying from the blast of electric energy, eventually landing on his back in a hard crash. Putting his hand to his forehead, Naruto massaged his scalp as he got up. Getting up, Naruto was straightened his body from his hunched-over position just in time to see the hammer heading towards his temple. The force of Mjolnir nearly splitting his skull caused the ground beneath them to crack and separate. Naruto was on the ground once again. One would think his mind would be even more clouded after getting brained by a war hammer wielded by a Norse god. But no, his mind couldn't be clearer. "Fucking bitch," he muttered as the cloak around his body disappeared. Getting up, Naruto felt the area he'd been hit, feeling a warm liquid running down his temple. "That motherfucking bitch," he yelled at the top of his voice. Getting up from the ground, Naruto looked at Thor. "Thanks, man, I needed that." "No shit, you fucking idiot. You allowed that woman to enthrall you to her will. You always sucked at illusions, but this was just sad," Kurama shouted in his head. "I will admit that the illusion was very powerful. It took a lot from me to get to you. Sadly, this seal doesn't work like Killer Bee and Gyuki's, where they are in perfect sync, which allows Gyuki to break any genjutsu used on his container." "Yeah, I'll have to work on that," Naruto thought. "I'll have to look at the seal later so that fucking bitch doesn't do this again. I'm sorry, Naruto, my friend, but I must return to my comrades so that Heimdall can return us to Asgard." With that, Thor twirled Mjolnir rapidly before blasting off into the air. "I'm sorry for tricking you, my dear. It was an order from my king. Kill her, Naruto. I'm not joking. Kill her now." Brutally, Naruto blitzed towards Amora, grabbing her by the neck as he said, "Why shouldn't I snap your neck right now?" "Because you need me," she choked out. Naruto narrowed his eyes. "And why exactly do I need you?" "You need to find a way home." "I can help you," she said as she felt the hand around her neck tighten its hold, causing her to choke out the last of it. Naruto took a calming breath before letting her go. Amora dropped to her knees, holding her throat as she coughed violently. "I don't need your help. Why don't you go back to your king?" Because Thor will defeat him, that is inevitable. And when he's gone, I'm next dash. I don't care. Naruto yelled at her. You used me. You used me to fight a man I've come to respect. I don't like being used, so how do I know you won't use me, or aren't using me now because your king demands it of you? Please. Amora begged. They'll kill me dash. If I ever see you again, I will kill you. Seeing that Amora was looking up at him still, he said. Leave. Amora looked down at the ground, her shoulders slumped as she disappeared in a slight flash of energy. You should have killed that woman brat. I know. Chapter 7, For Whom the Bell Tolls. Naruto, wake up! Said blonde man was laying in his bed, arms and legs spread out as he was on his back. Snoring silently, he didn't hear the voice calling his name. Naruto! Wake up! The voice said sternly. This time, Naruto heard the voice. His eyes creaking open stiffly, he looked up to see a blurry figure standing above him. Scrambling up, Naruto reached instinctually for the kunai hidden behind the headboard of his bed frame. Spinning it in a reverse grip, Naruto wound his arm back to slit said person's throat if they proved to be hostile. His vision finally cleared, Naruto was shocked to see who was standing beside him. Jiraiya? He stuttered, looking into the eyes of his past mentor. The man smiled down at his student. Hello, brat. Sitting down on the bed, he looked Naruto up and down. But I suppose you're much of a brat anymore. Sitting up straight, Naruto looked around the room and saw that he was in a danky hotel room. The room was rather simple, with an eating and kitchen area, a small lounging couch and coffee table, and the small twin bed he was laying upon. What's going on dash? I'm so disappointed in you, Naruto. Looking back at Jiraiya, he was floored to see that he was no longer the same. His usual horned forehead protector was missing, allowing his hair to fall down in front of his eyes, and the rest of his hair was no longer in a ponytail, flailing out like a lion's mane. Blood began to spill everywhere, from the missing left arm, to the holes drilled through his back, to the red life liquid that was openly spilling down his jaw from his mouth. His clothes and face were scoffed, his throat was purple and bruised, and a look of strong disappointment was on his face. I'm so disappointed in the man that you have become. Naruto gasped as his body jerked violently, his breathing heavy as he looked at the dark ceiling above him. Slowly regaining his breath, Naruto looked over at the alarm clock on the nightstand beside him to see that it was only 4:37 in the morning. He didn't have to wake up for another couple hours. Wiping the sweat that had built along his temple with the palm of his hand, he whispered out, Damn it! Looking over to the other side of the bed, Naruto sighed as he saw that the place Natasha spent most of her nights was empty, the pillow and comforter cold from the lack of her presence. It had been a couple weeks since she went on her special covert mission, the specifics left out of all conversation. You alright, brat? Kurama asked. The dream had been a recurring theme since the incident with that blasted Amora woman. Getting up from the bed, Naruto rubbed his scruffy beard as he spoke out loud. Yeah, I'm good. I thought they would stop after I told Nat about you, but it only stopped for a couple days. It's starting to piss me off. Kurama nodded. Yeah, it seemed like a good idea at the time. It was long overdue anyway. Stepping into his bathroom, Naruto calmly turned on the sink as he leaned up against it, looking himself in the mirror. It truly was fascinating that the layer of prosthetic skin covering his whisker marks still allowed him to grow facial hair, with Natasha doing her best to explain it to him. Most of it went over his head. Thinking of Natasha, Naruto couldn't help but think about what she had told him after his little revelation the last night they were together. The things she described remind me of Root back at Konoha. Fucking sick. Kurama growled out. You never did say what you thought about it. The fox said after some thought. What's there to say? Naruto said as he sprayed a palm full of shaving cream into his hand. The place she was trained took the chance of bearing children away from her. There's nothing I can do. It's terrible. It pisses me off. But that's not something I can heal. It happened over a decade ago. I know that, idiot, but what does this mean for you two as far as the future goes? You're always droning on and on about having a family. Might be pretty hard when your mate can't have kids. Naruto's hand froze as it began to spread the cream along his cheek for only a moment before continuing the routine taught to him by Jiraiya. There's always adoption, Kurama. That's not the same, Naruto. Kurama said softly. It's a solution, sure. But it's not the same. I know. Location, Manhattan, New York City, New York date, December 5, 2011 Naruto, face clean-shaven and wearing an orange long-sleeved shirt and weathered light blue jeans, stood next to Nick Fury as they looked through a one-way mirror into what was once an interrogation room, but was now more of a strange classroom. With a single desk in the middle of the room, and a large projector resting on the wall, it would look rather strange to an outside eye. Sitting behind the desk was a man, his blonde hair slicked over nice and tight till he left, giving the man a rather dated look. To say the man was muscular was an understatement. The dude was the pinnacle of human fitness. The guy's muscles had muscles. Hunched over the desk, the man wrote down notes vigorously as a thin woman by the projector clicked through slide after slide. "So how's he doing?" Naruto asked. Nick sighed. "He's still experiencing some culture shock. But that's to be expected. He's better off than you were. At least he has some things he can go off of. You had to start from scratch." Naruto nodded. "And what about the Tesseract?" he asked. "How's the search going for that?" Fury took a moment. "No luck so far. But we're close. I can feel it." "Naruto, something's off," Kurama warned. "What is it?" Naruto thought. "I don't know. I can sense that he's lying, but he's also telling the truth at the same time. It's strange. Be careful, brat." Naruto gave a mental nod. "So, any news on Natasha?" "You know I can't tell you anything, Naruto. She shouldn't have told you as much as she did to begin with." Naruto sighed before saying, "So why did you call me over here, Nick?" "I'm thankful for telling me about Mr. Rogers. Now I know that it won't be long before you find the Tesseract. But if it's a favor you want, I'm sorry to say, but it's gonna have to be a no. My schedule is pretty full." Nick rubbed his goatee, watching Steve as the man lost in time began to take notes on the Bay of Pigs invasion. "Do you know what makes this man so amazing?" Shrugging, Naruto said. "His peak human abilities? His skill in throwing a giant frisbee? What makes him so amazing is that before he ever attained his peak human ability, before he was able to throw a giant frisbee, he was nothing more than a 90-pound kid with asthma. He had no family, and the only friend he had in the world was going off to a war where the chances of him coming back were incredibly slim. All his life, all he ever wanted to do was serve his country. And when he saw what was going on in Europe, he didn't see a country of foreigners to kill. He saw a bunch of bullies that needed to be stopped. But because of his lack of physical health, he was kept out of the war. No matter how many times he tried, no matter what name he used, that kid was determined to make a difference for his country, no matter how small. And when he got the chance, he took it. And that chance turned him into the man you see before you. A hero." As Naruto listened to Nick, he couldn't help but see the similarities between himself and the man he was looking at. Both grew up with no family, hardly any friends, and weak. Both tried their best to serve the place they lived, but due to physical difficulties were kept from doing so, no matter how hard they tried. With Steve it was because of his sickly body, for Naruto it was because of the Biju trapped in his body keeping him from using the clone jutsu, one of the things required to know for graduation. When he was a kid, he didn't care how strong someone was, or how influential of a person they were. If they were a bully, if they did wrong, he put a stop to it. Zabuza, Gato, Niji, Gaara, Orochimaru, the Akatsuki, Madara, Sasuke. He went out of his way to stop them. From what you've told me, you and Steve are pretty similar. But when I see you now, all I see is a man experiencing tunnel vision. All you care about is going home, that's the only thing you seem to focus on anymore. Lead after lead, disappointment after disappointment, it gets worse each time," Fury said. "If it weren't for Natasha, I fear you'd have lost yourself completely by now." Naruto suddenly started to feel a defensive frustration. "And what the hell would you know about it?" He turned towards Fury fully, grabbing his collar as he said, "I'm sorry that I'm not acting like some kind of generic hero, who just lets things slide, who just goes with the flow, but I'm not. Did you ever think that maybe I'm tired of thinking about everyone but myself? That I'm sick of always having to be the good guy? Why can't I be angry? Why can't I just go home? And go home to what? You've been gone for nearly 4 years. If you even find a way back to your world, that evil goddess you told me about will have laid waste to your planet. I know you know this, so this isn't about going home. No, this is just some sick desire, a twisted fantasy." Nick grabbed a hold of Naruto's collar. "And for what? To make sure your friends are dead? No, that's not it. Oh no. It's because you want them to be alive. You want them to have won the good fight, so they can give you the warm welcome you've wanted for the last 4 years. Shut up. Just shut up. Naruto shouted as his eyes flashed orange, a surge of power pressing down on the room for a split second, causing the two-way mirror to crack from the pressure. That's not it at all. What about Natasha? Naruto's eyes widened in surprise. What? Nick narrowed his eyes. What was gonna happen with Natasha if you found a way home? Were you just going to say, "It's been fun," and leave? Or will you take her with you to your planet that might have been eradicated of all life? His grip on Fury's collar loosening, Naruto stammered. We would have figured something out. Fury threw Naruto's hand off of him. If you're so determined to go home, then you might as well end it now. Don't drag it out and make it harder for everyone. She deserves better than that. Nick let go of Naruto. No, if you'll excuse me, I'm busy. Naruto huffed angrily through his nose as he looked at Nick's back. Fine, he said before disappearing in a puff of smoke. Location: Anian, Simcaria. Naruto, floating in the air as he looked down at the city below him, scowled as the memories of his clone's conversation with Fury entered his mind. The cold air didn't seem to bother him, his coat flapping in the wind. His eyes were the orange associated to him using Six-Paths Sage mode, with the blonde using the ability of magnet release granted to him by Shikaku. Naruto, while having a group of clones train, had discovered that he still had the abilities given to him by the other Biju. For now, magnet and lava release were the only ones he had mastered. But there was only so much a group of clones could do before the destruction they caused got someone's attention. Using his recent mastery of magnet release, Naruto was able to use it to connect himself to the magnetic field of the planet itself, enabling flight even without using the full cloak offered by the Six-Paths Sage mode. Thank this world's god for shadow clones. Naruto, perhaps he has a point. Kurama, just not right now. Looking down at the city below, he watched as a fire fight began to break out in the streets. From the research he found, the country of Simcaria was currently undergoing a revolution against the rule of the current king. Looking past the city itself, Naruto saw that the building he was looking for was surprisingly still intact. Dropping down with a slow grace to the ground, Naruto began to make his way towards the apartment building. The distant echoing pop of gunfire filled the city, with the stench of smoke and rotting corpses hanging in the air. Are you not going to do anything about these revolutionists? From what we've seen on TV, they're known for their indiscriminate killing of soldier and civilian, man or woman, children. Kurama, magic will only be here for a couple days at most. She's still jumping around after last time, and this has been the first time I've actually gotten a pin on her since. Besides, S.H.I.E.L.D. will eventually deal with it. And how many innocent people will die until they deal with it? Kurama asked. Before Naruto could argue further, a man suddenly dashed out of the alleyway in front of him. Holding his blood-oozing shoulder in pain, the man looked behind him in his frantic sprint away from whoever was chasing him. The sound of clanking guns and battle gear echoed out from the alley, followed by two men dressed in military garbs holding standard assault rifles in their hands. One of the men shouted out in Simcarian, "Stop or we will shoot you!" The wounded man tripped over himself, causing him to tumble to the rubble-filled street. Turning on his back, he looked up, waving his good arm frantically. Please! I don't speak Simcarian! Please understand me! I have a family!" The man pleaded in clear English, the man speaking with a thick British accent. The two men pointed their guns down at the wounded Brit. "What did he say?" the first one asked. The second one scoffed. "How would I know? I don't speak British or whatever it's called. He said he doesn't speak Simcarian." The two soldiers turned their attention on Naruto, who was standing behind them with his hands raised calmly. "Civilian, get down on your knees, now!" He also said he has a family? He's probably telling the truth. "I don't have my way of knowing active, so I couldn't tell you for sure. Shut up. On your knees, hands locked behind your head. Now!" The second soldier screamed. Naruto sighed. "Look, just let us go, guys. I really don't want to have to do this." The men raised their guns up, fingers pressed against the trigger. "To do what?" the first asked mockingly. Naruto's eyes narrowed. "This." Raising his hands up, Naruto used his magnetic release to attract the rifles in the two soldiers' hands towards his own. The men weren't prepared for their guns to jump out of their hands, and were even more surprised to see them fly into the grasp of the mystery man. The guns now in his hands, Naruto used his lava release to melt the guns into red-hot molten. Dropping the now dripping guns to the ground, Naruto stuffed his hands back into his pockets. The two men looked back and forth from each other and Naruto in shock. Taking several steps in fear, the two eventually made a run for it back into the alley they came from. Rubbing the back of his head, Naruto walked towards the still down man. Kneeling down next to him, Naruto covered his hand in Six Paths chakra, before making to place it on the man's shoulder, only for him to try and move back in shock and fear. Wait. Who are you? What are you? Naruto smiled his signature smile. Name's Nathan Ulrichsen, and I'd like to think I'm somewhat human. Somewhat? The man asked. It was a joke. You're so full of shit. Then, how can you do all of that? You ever read a comic? Seeing the man nod, he continued. Well, it's kinda like that. So, you're a mutant? The man asked. Naruto shrugged. That seems a little obnoxious. I like to call myself gifted if anything. Isn't that a little obnoxious also? Naruto chuckled as he got up, his hand no longer glowing. But what would you call someone like me? The man shrugged. Evolved, I suppose. Looking down at his shoulder, he was surprised to see his shoulder was healed. When, how? Naruto put his hands in his pockets. One of my many gifts. And I did it while you were distracted. Turning around, he made his way to the building he knew magic to be. I'd advise staying indoors until things calm down. The man got up. Wait. Where are you going? Naruto didn't bother turning around. Sakani Hotel. Wait. That's where I'm staying. Naruto stopped, looking over at the man as he began to walk towards him. Oh really? Yes. Can you help me get there? I can't pay you, but I can let you stay with my family, free of charge. And how do you know I haven't been staying there for a while now? Naruto asked. The man shrugged. My family has been stuck there for several months now, and we've met everyone there that hasn't died or somehow gotten out of town before the blockades went up. Which means you're either moving from where you're hiding out, or you somehow snuck in the city and are looking for a place of refuge. And how do you know I'm not here for nefarious reasons? If you were, would you have bothered saving me? Probably not. Naruto said with a sigh. So, who are you exactly? The man made his way in front of Naruto. My name is Charles Valid. Reaching his hand out for a handshake, he said. It's a pleasure to meet you, Nathan. The pleasure is mine. Naruto stood behind Charles as they waited for the door he had just knocked on to open. After several seconds, Naruto could hear someone walk up to the door. The two could see someone look into the eye hole for a second before Naruto heard three locks unlatch one after the other. The door opened to reveal a pretty woman with curly red hair and fair complexion. Charles. She grabbed him in a tight embrace. Taking a step back, the woman saw that there was blood all over Charles's shirt. You're bleeding. Charles stroked the woman's cheek soothingly. No, I'm fine, Gabriel. This man healed me. He healed you. How is that possible? Gabriel asked Charles as she looked at Naruto in bewilderment. Naruto took a small step forward. Yeah, can we take this inside? Prying eyes and ears and stuff. Charles, seeing Gabriel's reluctance, held her face with his hands softly. This man saved me, Gabby. We can trust him. Gabriel took a second of thought before saying, Okay. With that, the three entered the hotel room. The room itself was rather nice. From what he could see, it was a two-bedroom, not including the separate kitchen, dining area, and living room. In the living room sat a large flat-screen television, the local news playing with English subtitles rolling underneath. Sitting in the love seat across the TV was a boy that looked to be around 5 or 6 years old. The boy had short yet curly reddish-brown hair, with his face resembling his father's sans the similar freckles he had to his mother. The boy wore an Adventure Time t-shirt, with brown jeans and child Skechers on his feet. The boy looked up to see his father walking into the room. The boy looked at Naruto quizzically. Dad, who's that? He asked Charles. Charles smiled down at his son, walking up to and sitting down next to him, giving him a tight hug. Letting him go, he motioned towards Naruto. This is my friend, Nathan Ulrichsen. Looking at Naruto, Charles said, Naruto, I'd like you to meet my son, Harold. Naruto nodded towards Harold. Nice to meet you, kid. Charlie. Gabriel said. Can we talk, alone? Yeah? Right. Getting up from the couch, Charles walked towards his wife as she made towards one of the bedrooms. We'll just be a second, he said to Naruto. The two walked into the kitchen before the sound of hushed whispering could be heard. Sighing, Naruto walked over to the recliner next to the love seat before sitting down. Looking at the TV, Naruto could see them covering the firefight that had occurred not long ago. Looking at Harold, Naruto could see that the kid was watching, his eyes moving with the rolling subtitles. "Are you actually reading that?" Naruto asked. When Harold nodded, he said, "Impressive." The two sat in an awkward silence for several seconds before Naruto sighed. "Do you think it's a good idea for a kid your age to be watching this kind of stuff? I bet this place picks up cartoons or something." "What's your name?" Harold asked, looking Naruto in the eye as he spoke. "Nathan," Naruto said in confusion. The boy took a weirdly long time to respond. "No, it's not." Naruto couldn't respond, as Charles and Gabrielle walked out of their bedroom, Charles sporting a different shirt than before. "Sorry about that, Nathan. Can we offer you a glass of water?" Charles asked. Naruto looked back at Harold before shaking his head, looking at the still skeptic Gabrielle. "I'm sure you guys have some questions." Gabrielle nodded. We do. First of all, we'd like to know what you're doing in Aniena. It's no secret that the revolution is going on to the outside world, so why would you risk coming here, no matter how powerful you may be? Naruto looked Gabrielle in the eye. "I'm here looking for a certain woman. She's going by the name Ileana Rasputin. Some people call her Magic, with AK. And why are you looking for Ileana?" Gabrielle asked. Naruto's eyes narrowed. "She is in this building." "Good to know. As for why I'm looking for her, I need her help for a personal reason." "Do you swear you're not going to hurt her?" Gabrielle asked. Naruto nodded, his face serious. "I swear." Gabrielle sighed. "Alright, I'll tell you where she is, after you answer my questions." When Naruto nodded, she asked, "My husband told me you are gifted. Where did you learn how to control your powers? Are there others?" Naruto raised an eyebrow. "I taught myself how to use my powers." "Why?" Gabrielle looked at Charles for a second before saying, "No reason." "Is that all?" Naruto asked. Charles spoke. "Is there any way you can help us escape?" Seeing Naruto's confusion, he clarified. "We came here just a couple days before the revolution started. You see, my colleagues and I had been invited by the Aniena Scientific Research Facility for their research convention for our help in their research of gamma radiation. The convention was only supposed to last a couple weeks, but then the revolt occurred, and we couldn't escape before the blockades were built up, and the revolutionists began their guerrilla warfare 24 hours a day 7 days a week. We've been stuck here in the hotel ever since." "Then why were you out in the city?" Naruto asked. Charles rubbed his once wounded shoulder. "I had heard that some of my colleagues were holed up in one of the buildings a couple blocks over. I just had to make contact with them. It wasn't long after I made it to them that scuffle happened. When the smoke cleared, all my coworkers were dead, with me only getting a bullet to the shoulder. I made a run for it, but those two guys ran after me. I'd have died if it weren't for you," he said to Naruto. Naruto absorbed Charles's story before turning back to Gabrielle. "I'll do my best to get you out of here. But only after I find where Ileana is." Gabrielle nodded. "She's 1 floor below us. I thought she managed to escape when the revolution started up, but I saw her leave her room yesterday morning." She began to run her fingers through her hair nervously. "She's in room 6B. Naruto nodded. "She more than likely left after everything went south but must have come back for some reason. Maybe she left something here she needed?" he thought. Getting up from his seat, Naruto said, "I'll be back. I'm gonna go talk to her." The other two adults got up as well. "Do you want one of us to go with you?" Gabrielle asked. Naruto shook his head. "No, I'm good. I have one more question," the redhead said. "What is it that you do exactly?" "I suppose you could say I'm ex-military," Naruto said with a shrug. "What do you do?" "I'm a professor of English literature at the University of Oxford," Gabrielle said. "We're on winter vacation right now. This was supposed to be a small getaway." Naruto raised an eyebrow at hearing what the woman in front of him said. "All right," he said as he made his way to the door. "I'll be back in a few minutes. Thank you for the hospitality." The last part was an afterthought, closing the door behind him as he gave a sigh of agitation. "That boy, you felt it, didn't you?" "Yeah," Naruto thought as he made his way to the elevator. Pressing the down button, Naruto waited. He invaded my mind. The brat's a psychic. A powerful one at that. After you loosened your seal, I've put up a powerful barrier in your mindscape to keep you from falling for illusions or mind control. Even the Uchiha Slayer would have trouble getting in. It only took the little shit a couple seconds to slip in and see that you were lying about your name. With a ding, the elevator door opened with a hushed swish, revealing the small compartment for him to stand. Naruto stepped inside, pressing the closing button as he took off his winter coat, revealing a black jacket underneath. The jacket was zipped all the way up, the high collar tight against his neck. Unbuttoning the end of each sleeve, Naruto began to roll them up calmly. Well, it's not like it matters. Magic should be here, and when I get a hold of her, I doubt I'll see the Valids ever again. Right, and how exactly are you going to keep her from escaping like last time? Kurama asked. Drawing from the fountain of power granted to him by Shikaku, Naruto extended his hand out as strange markings began to spread along his hand. Like this. That didn't explain anything. Oh, I'm going to use Shikaku's binding curse seal to keep her from moving. Then I'll just keep her in constant contact with me so she can't get out of my sight. Was that so hard? Shut up. Ding Room 6B was rather small, a simple one-bedroom with an average-sized kitchen and living room area. The lights were off, with the only light coming into the room being the slightly open curtains, a thin beam of sunlight revealing an open People magazine on the coffee table. The room was slightly messy, with a pair of shoes and socks littered on the floor, a purple jacket thrown haphazardly on the love seat, and random pieces of trash littering the couch and coffee table. Click with an audible click, the lock in the doorknob unlocked. Click and another click, the latch to the door slid open. The door now completely unlocked, the doorknob slowly turned before the door itself began to creak open, revealing Naruto standing on the other side. Calmly walking inside, Naruto looked around, his eyes an orangish yellow with his irises rectangular, and what looked to be orange eyeshadow around his eyes. The blonde sighed as said eyeshadow faded, closing his eyes as he said, "She's not here." Opening his now blue eyes, Naruto scanned the room. Walking towards the living room, Naruto picked up the bowl with potato stew, licking the bottom from the coffee table. "It's cool," he observed. Putting the bowl down, he looked down at the magazine. Flipping it over to the cover, Naruto saw that the actress Demi Moore was the cover picture, with the caption, "Inside the final days." Whatever that meant. This magazine just came out today. Putting the magazine down, he looked at the couch to see an indent in the couch, with a television remote next to it. Walking up to the TV, Naruto pressed his hand on the side of it, feeling that it wasn't warm to the touch before he said, "TV's been off for a while, so she didn't just leave. That's if she was watching TV at all," Kurama said. Naruto shrugged. "The remote's on the couch, right next to the bed imprint where she's probably been sitting all day. We'll look at the modern-day Sherlock Holmes figuring shit out with a glance," Kurama muttered. "First of all, it's Sherlock Holmes. Second of all, when you do enough missions with Clint you pick up a few things," the blonde said as he pushed open the bedroom door. The room held a queen-size bed, the bedspread, and sheets sloppily splayed out along the bed, with a few shirts and a pair of pants resting at the end of the bed. Next to the bed was a nightstand, a lamp sitting on it uselessly, along with a framed photo of a younger magic and an older woman with short whitish blonde hair. On further inspection, it was like looking at an older version of magic. Walking towards the small closet, Naruto slid the door open only to see that no clothes were hung up on the wall. Looking down, the shinobi saw a duffel bag tucked in the corner. Unzipping the bag, Naruto saw that it was stuffed with various types of clothes and undergarments. She left her clothes here. Walking out of the room, Naruto said, "She must have left a couple hours ago, but she'll be back. Unless she left in a hurry after somehow figuring out you were in town. Doubtful, she left all of her stuff here. That picture looked like a family photo or something. I doubt she'd just up and leave without taking it with her." Putting his hands in a cross-hand seal, a puff of smoke appeared next to him. When the cloud of smoke dissipated, another Naruto appeared before once again being swallowed in a puff of smoke. When the smoke went away once again, a magazine similar to the one on the coffee table took its place. Picking it up, he walked over to the coffee table as he switched the magazine on the table with the clone in his hand. "There, I'll just have to wait her out. If she doesn't come back in a few days, I'll call it quits. Whatever, smart guy. God, I miss when you were stupid." "Same here." Naruto and the valets were sitting around the round dining table, the four eating a bowl of chicken noodle soup. Naruto sipped at the hot broth before saying, "So, gamma radiation, huh?" Naruto said. Charles raised an eyebrow. You're familiar with the subject? Naruto, remembering the videos of Bruce Banner, aka the Hulk, decimating everything and anyone in its path, nodded. A little bit. The British man looked Naruto up and down. Were you involved in the Biotech Force Enhancement Project? Naruto recognized the name as the project that Bruce Banner oversaw, which was the successor to Project Rebirth, the very experiment responsible for creating Captain America. No, but I had heard what happened to one of the scientists after a failed experiment. Charles nodded sadly. It's truly terrible what happened to him. He was a great scientist, and an even better man. Was? Naruto asked. With a sigh, Charles said, I had heard the man died after trying to perform the gamma radiation procedure on himself, but that wasn't before the radiation turned him into some kind of creature. Thank God your army killed it before anyone got hurt or worse killed. Aren't you worried that something like that might happen again with your research? Charles shook his head. For one, Bruce's research pertained to duplicating the serum used on your Captain America. Our research is leading the charge in finding a cure for diseases such as cancer. Second of all, Bruce used an incredibly lethal amount of gamma radiation on himself. His death was inevitable, the only variable being his transformation. We plan on only using a small fraction of what he used. I suppose you could compare it to a shot glass to a pool of water. Naruto nodded. Well, good luck with your research. Thank you. The next 2 days went by rather slowly, with the only thing available to do inside was talk, play a board game, talk, watch TV, talk, or sleep. In the 2 days, Naruto had learned quite a bit about the Valid family. As it turned out, Gabrielle had a PhD in literature and was apparently distantly related to Judi Dench, whoever that is, and was in the beginning stages of writing a novel of her own. Charles was a man obsessed when it came to comics, showing him pictures from his phone of his collection at home, along with his pride and joy, an original 1942 Captain America Volume No. 1. According to Charles, it was a gift from his father, who was a pilot during World War II. Apparently the man only had that comic to read in his 4 years of duty, and had read that book thousands of times before eventually passing it on to his youngest son, Charles, which was what spurred his passion for all things comic book. It was Harold that he seemed to spend the most time with, seeing as the two continued their telepathic communication. Their conversations ranged from how to control/use his powers, to Naruto's powers and how learn to control them, to what cartoon shows are the best. Harold leaned towards Adventure Time while Naruto was more of a Futurama kind of guy. The blonde couldn't help relate to the show's main character Fry, and his total lack of knowledge in a practically different world. Due to the fact that he couldn't really keep anything from the kid, Naruto had told him his real name and the fact he had powers, keeping out the fact he wasn't technically human. Naruto, why don't you save people? Harold asked through their telepathic connection. You have all these powers, but you stay up here instead of helping people who need it. Naruto, who was sitting across from Charles at the dining table as the two played a hand of 31, sighed. I don't know. Just don't have it in me, I guess. What does that mean? Harold asked. If Naruto could give a mental shrug, he would. All my life, all I've ever done is save people. At first it was people that were precious to me, but eventually I learned that all life should be held precious, even those that walk down a darker path than my own. In fact, it was those that were walking down that path that I tried to save the most, and not from some dark calamity or anything like that, but from themselves. In the end, though, I couldn't save anyone. But you can still save people. Mum said that even if I fail, I can't just give up. I have to keep trying and learn from my failure. Harold said. Naruto drew a card from the deck between him and Charles. Sometimes it's not that easy, he thought. Putting his hand down, Naruto said, 31. Damn it. Charles cursed. How the hell are you so lucky? That's the third 31 you've gotten in a row, he said in agitation. Naruto was about to respond when a sudden wave of memories entered his mind. Getting up from his seat, Naruto grabbed his jacket off the coat rack. Putting it on, he looked at the startled Charles and Gabrielle. I just remembered I have to go somewhere real quick. I'll be back in a couple hours. Gabrielle walked forward. Don't tell me you're going outside? It's dangerous out there. Naruto looked at her apologetically. Sorry, but it's very important. Don't worry, I can take care of myself. The woman looked back and forth between Naruto and her husband, who was looking at her with an I don't know what to do either look. With a sigh, she quickly walked into her and Charles's room. The sound of a drawer opening and closing could be heard before Gabrielle walked out, a small handgun in her hand. Here, take it. Seeing Naruto's reluctant look, she said, Please. With a sigh, Naruto gingerly took the gun from her hands. Giving it a quick look, Naruto withdrew the clip to see it was loaded. Flipping the safety off and on, Naruto stuffed it down the back of his jeans, the cold steel of the gun sending a quick chill up his spine. Thanks. Good luck, Naruto. Looking over at Harold, Naruto could see the boy looking at him before turning back to the TV. Thanks, kid. Room 6B was slightly different than it was 2 days ago. For one, the lights were on, giving the room a homely look. All the articles of clothes and footwear was picked up, along with any trash littered along the coffee table. The TV was on, showcasing what looked to be a Simkarian version of The Office. The sound of water hitting against a plastic curtain filled the entire hotel room, signaling that the shower was on. Inside said shower was Ileana Rasputin, aka Magic, standing stark naked as the hot jet of water pressed into the back of her head, soaking her hair thoroughly. Turning around and taking a step back, Magic allowed the water to hit her chest, soaking her cleavage, the water cascading down her breasts and flat stomach. Grabbing a bar of soap, Ileana began to lather herself completely, making sure to get every nook and cranny before rinsing herself off with the water, using her hands to help get the excess soap off her body. Taking the tube of cheap shampoo off the shower counter, the Inhuman squirted the fruity-smelling gel into the palm of her hand before rubbing her hands together. Pressing her now soapy hands into her scalp, she began to run her fingers along her hair, making sure every strand was covered. Giving the shampoo a moment to settle, the woman stepped forward before dipping her head and hair into the stream of scalding hot water. Running her hands through her hair once again, she silently pressed out all the soapy shampoo. Her body now clean, Ileana relaxed her shoulders for a moment as she allowed herself to melt due to the pleasure that was the hot shower. With a sigh, Magic turned the nozzle, shutting the water off. Sliding the curtains upon, Ileana stepped onto the shaggy carpet next to the shower as she grabbed a towel hanging on the rack. As she began to dry her hair, the blonde walked over the fogged-over mirror. Pressing her hand against it, Ileana wiped the fog off, causing the mirror to squeak loudly as she did. Looking herself in the mirror, Ileana calmly began to wrap her towel over her head. Bending over towards the sink, Magic opened the sink cabinet before grabbing one of the other towels inside. Straightening up, Ileana looked at herself once again as she began to dry off her body. Her body now dry, the woman wrapped the towel around her body before opening the door to her room. Stepping inside, Ileana walked towards the duffel bag of clothes, unzipping it as she removed the towel on her head. Pulling out a pair of matched bra and panties, Ileana threw them on top of the bed as she continued to rifle through her bag. Pulling out a pair of leggings, she threw that behind her as well before bringing out a thin AC/DC t-shirt and a green hoodie that was a couple sizes too big for her that had Oscorp emboldened on the chest. Walking over to the bed, Ileana put the t-shirt and hoodie down before unwrapping the towel around her body. Slipping on the pair of black panties, she then walked back into the bathroom to look in the mirror as she put on her bra, clipping the strap with relative ease. Walking back into her room, she quickly put on the shirt and then slid on the leggings before throwing on the Oscorp hoodie that she got while visiting NYC. Now fully dressed, the woman calmly opened her bedroom door into the rest of the hotel room, walking towards the kitchen to get a glass of water. She was halfway there when a voice said, "I've been waiting." Turning around, she was about to use her powers to get the hell away from whoever had broken into her hotel room, only to have a fist wrapped around her neck. Looking down, she was shocked to see that coming from the hand was a stream of strange markings, wrapping around her body, paralyzing her more and more as the seal stretched along her entirely. Her body now completely paralyzed, she began to panic as she began to channel her power, a disk of light forming underneath her causing her to fall in. The only problem was that her captor still had his grip on her, the two of them landing on a layer of snow. Naruto looked around at his new environment, the two of them now surrounded by a vast forest, snow falling around them covering the everything it touched. Looking Magic in the eye, Naruto said, "I've got you in my binding seal. You can't move, and as long as I'm holding you, wherever you go I go. So, I think the only thing left for us to do here is talk. I don't want to hurt you, but I will." Naruto said the last part with a heavy edge to his voice. Magic looked at him in complete disdain. "Why should I talk to you, huh? Who the fuck are you? Are you with AIM? Did that bitch send one of her acquired after me?" Naruto quirked an eyebrow. "What the hell is AIM? Is that like an off-brand of SHIELD or something? What's an acquired?" Look, you know what? My name is Naruto Uzumaki, and for the last time, I just want to talk to you. You seriously don't know what I'm talking about? Ileana asked. You're an inhuman though, aren't you? That's how you can do this, she said as her eyes looked down at the seals stretched along her body. Naruto shook his head. I'm not an inhuman. I'm not an acquired. I'm not from I am. Then why have you been stalking me for the past year? She screamed at him. A vein pulsated along Naruto's forehead as he looked at his fellow blonde in frustration. Because I want to talk to you. Holy fuck, what is so hard to understand about that? Magic looked at Naruto in confusion. What could you need to talk to me about that is so important that you had to go globe-trotting looking for me? Naruto sighed in relief that they were getting somewhere. Can we take this back to your hotel room? We'll need to talk in private. Will you release these seals off of me if I do? Yes, but you're going to be in constant contact with me, so you can't just teleport away. Deal? Magic took nearly half a minute to decide. Deal. Naruto sat on the love seat, facing Ileana, who was sitting next to him, the blonde-haired man resting his hand on the woman's shoulder awkwardly. The blonde had just gone over the fact he wasn't from Earth, but rather another planet, or possibly even a separate dimension, and had been trying for the last 3.5 years to get home. He explained that a man by the name of Kong had directed him to her, with Naruto figuring out her abilities later. I've never met this Kong the Conqueror. Maybe he's an inhuman from Adeline? That's the only thing I can think of. Magic said with some thought after hearing Naruto's description of Kong. Whoever this Kong guy is isn't important. What is important is if you can get me home. Naruto said firmly. Magic sighed. My teleportation ability does allow me to travel between space and dimensions. Hell, if I really concentrate I can travel through time. So you can dash. The only downside is that for me to travel anywhere I need to either have been there before, or to know where the place I'm going looks like. So, say I've never been to Paris, all I have to do is Google a picture of Paris, and then I can use that as a means to get there through visualization. So unless you have a picture of someplace in your world, I can't get you there. What if I were to describe it to you? Or draw a picture? Naruto asked desperately. Unless you have photographic memory, that won't work. I need to picture it in detail. If only you were any good at casting genjutsu, then you just have to put her under an illusion showing her Konoha and she'd be able to send you back. Kurama grumbled. Maybe if I'd never gotten the power boost from Grandpa Sage or the other Biju, but my chakra's too vast for me to perform a genjutsu of that detail. My control was shitty before. Naruto thought dejectedly. For Naruto to perform genjutsu, he'd have to spend years fine-tuning his control. The only reason he could use Shikaku's curse seals was due to the Biju's chakra subconsciously guiding him on how to use it, and the fact he had 20 clones a day training with it. Seeing Naruto's face, Ileana sighed before saying, But there may be someone who can help. Actually, I know he can help. It's getting to him that's the problem. Naruto perked up a little. Problem how? The man taught me how to use my powers. Only, unlike mine that rely on needing to have seen my destination visually, he isn't hindered by that at all. Not only is he one of the most gifted teleporters in human history, but he is also a natural-born psychic. Using both abilities together, he can find anywhere he wants to go using his vast telepathic range, and then use his abilities to go there. Even if he can't find it, all he'll have to do is go into your memories and go about it that way. Naruto looked at Ileana in wonder at what she told him. What's this guy's name? He goes by Gateway. Ileana frowned. There's only one problem. What? Gateway doesn't like being on Earth very much. Too many bad memories, he says. The old hermit only ever stays on Earth for a week every handful of years. And the time it takes him to come back varies. It could be anywhere between 2 to 6 years before he shows up again. When do you think he'll come back this time? Naruto asked. Ileana smiled nervously. He's already here on Earth. You've got a day before he leaves. Naruto shot up out of his seat. Can you take me to him? Magic nodded. Yes, I see a dash. Bang bang. Naruto's head jolted up in the direction of what sounded like a gun going off, the origin sounding like it came from a couple floors up. Naruto was midway turning back to Ileana when a sudden weight fell on his body, causing him to shake from the stress. It lasted only a couple seconds before disappearing, allowing Naruto and straighten up and Ileana to catch her breath. What the hell was that? Magic asked as she got up from her seat. Naruto's eyes suddenly widened in realization. Herald! Making a mad dash for the door, he flung it open before rushing into the hallway, Ileana trying to keep up with him. Running up to the elevator, Naruto mashed the button over and over again, only to see that the elevator had already passed going down. Naruto! Ileana yelled, causing Naruto to look at her. The woman was running towards the end of the hall, pointing at a sign that said stairs. Naruto ran after her, catching up quickly as she said, "Which floor?" "F." Naruto yelled, blasting up the stairs with gusto, passing the signs for C, D, and E in a blur before smashing into the door with the sign that read F. Stumbling into the hallway, Naruto looked towards the room he knew the valets were staying in, only to see that the door had been kicked off its hinges. "No," he whispered before he dashed towards the open door. Looking inside, he felt his stomach wrench at the sight before him. The walkway floor was no longer visible, now completely painted over by a thick pool of blood. The puddle of liquid life led to two bodies. Both were wearing armor that was heavily padded, similar to the two revolutionist soldiers he saved Charles from a few days ago. The two soldiers were laying in a puddle of their own blood, bone and brain matter. Where their heads used to be was an open neck, still squirting out blood like a fountain, the sickening sound of blood squelching out of the neck wound clearly heard. Stepping over the two bodies, Naruto's feet pitter-pattering along the lake of blood as he made his way into the hotel room, his eyes following his ears as he heard the sounds of Gabrielle crying in anguish. Looking into the kitchen area, Naruto felt a lump form in his throat at the sight before him. There, sprawled out on the kitchen floor, was Charles, his lifeless body being held by his now widowed wife. The woman was gently pushing the hair out of her husband's lifeless eyes, not caring for the blood she was smearing all over herself or Charles, the nickel-sized hole drilled in his forehead still gushing out a fair amount of blood. Tears were streaming down Gabrielle's cheeks, mixing with the blood she had inadvertently smeared all over her face. Naruto slowly made his way to the couple, his feet once again stepping in a pool of blood, only this time it was from a man he considered a friend. Kneeling down next to Gabrielle, Naruto saw that there was another bullet wound inflicted on Charles in his abdomen, his blue shirt now purple from the blood. "Gabrielle, what happened? Where's Harold?" he asked gently. If possible, Gabrielle sobbed even harder. They took him." "Who did?" I don't." She couldn't finish her sentence, too busy sobbing over her husband's corpse. After a moment, she calmed down just enough to whisper, They came for you." Looking up, her eyes red from the tears and rage. "They killed him because of you. They took my baby because of you. Why did they take Harold? Who took him?" They were revolutionists, but there were two of them, they were different. They were asking questions about you, and when we told them the truth, that we didn't know anything. The revolutionists, they shot Charles." She sobbed out. "Then Harold he just started screaming. And then I felt this huge pressure before what?" Naruto asked gently. With a shaky hand, Gabrielle pointed at the two headless bodies by the open door. "That," she whispered. Naruto closed his eyes, wishing for a moment he never met these people. Wishing for a moment that none of this had to happen. Looking down at Charles, he couldn't help but feel an intense guilt. "You know you can't bring back the dead, right?" Kurama asked softly. "I know," Naruto thought. "Please, Nathan, please bring him back to me." Naruto looked down at Gabrielle in shock, looking at the sobbing woman, her eyes pressed shut as she hugged her corpse of a husband as close as she could to herself. For a brief moment, he didn't see Gabrielle. He wasn't in Sankaria. He wasn't on Earth. He was home. He was in Konoha. And in front of him was Sakura, pleading him to bring Sasuke back to her. "Please!" Gabrielle continued her pleading, her voice filled with anguish as she whispered over and over. "Bring him back to me, please bring my baby back to me." Without thought, Naruto gently placed his palm against Gabrielle's cheek. "I'm so sorry," Naruto whispered. Getting up, Naruto looked down at the blood that was now staining his jeans. Looking over at the door, he saw Magic standing in the doorway, her face pale from the sight before her. Walking over to the door, stepping over the bodies as he did, Naruto stopped as he made his way to the doorway. "I'll bring back your son," Naruto said, his voice as hard as steel. Turning his head back, Naruto made eye contact with Gabrielle one last time as he said, "It's a promise of a lifetime." With that, Naruto disappeared, with Magic hurriedly following him. Now alone, Gabrielle looked down at Charles, looking into his lifeless eyes. "Still sobbing," she said. I've just sent that man to his death. No matter how powerful he is, he can't take on an army. No matter how many men he might kill, he will die. Brushing Charles's hair out of his face, she continued. Just now I've caused so much death. So many people are going to die, because I sent that man after them. Closing her eyes, she felt her hot tears continue to cascade down her face. No man is an island, entire of itself. Each is a piece of the continent, a part of the main. If a cloud be washed away by the sea, Europe is the less. As well as if a promontory were. As well as if a manor of thine own or thine friends were. Each man's death diminishes me. With a sob, she opened her eyes, looking her husband in the eye once more before reaching up with her free hand, pressing her fingers along with eyelids before bringing them down, closing them forever. For I am involved in mankind. Therefore, send not to know for whom the bell tolls. Suddenly, a massive explosion echoed from across the city, as a massive pressure was felt, causing the blood around her to ripple from the pressure. It tolls for thee. Chapter 8. Taking Everything. And Naruto, where are you going? Magic yelled out, running after the blonde man as he walked towards the elevator door. As the blonde pressed the down button, he spoke. I'm going to save Harold. As he spoke, he kept his eyes in front of him, looking at the closed elevator door. When it opened, he stepped inside, turning around to face Ileana as she spoke. And if he's dead already? If you don't want to come, stay here and make sure Gabrielle is safe. If you are, then get in. With a ding, the door began to close. Just as the door closed fully, Ileana's hand stopped it just in time. Pushing the door open, the blonde-haired woman looked Naruto in the eye. What about Gateway? He'll only be here for another day. After that you'll have to wait for years for your next shot home. Naruto looked Ileana in the eye, hesitating for only a moment before saying, I've been trying to get home for nearly 4 years, and in those 4 years I've stopped giving a damn about anything else. I could have left a shadow clone here. I could have taken them out of the city when I met them. I could have stopped this rebellion the day I got here. But I didn't. I didn't give a damn about this world or these people. Closing his eyes, Naruto said, I've been so busy trying to get home, I never realized to think about what happens after. After I go home, after I see for myself the destruction my absence has caused. After I come back, a man without a home. Opening his eyes, he looked Magic in the eye once again. It's time I started giving a damn. Ileana stared into Naruto's eyes, seeing his unwavering will and determination. With a sigh, Ileana walked inside the elevator. Fine. I'm going with you. Smirking at Naruto, she said. Someone needs to get you out of there if shit hits the fan. Nodding, Naruto crossed his fingers in a cross-hand sign. In a puff, a perfect replica of Naruto appeared. Stay here and take care of Gabrielle until we return. Help her pack up her things. We're leaving as soon as we can. As the clone left, the elevator door closed, with Naruto pressing the button for the bottom floor. When the elevator began going down, Ileana said, So, what can you do exactly? I can control the elements, magnetism, and an energy called chakra. I can also fly, clone myself, and can cover myself in multiple levels of a chakra shroud. Going all out, I have the powers of what you might call a god. Naruto said with a straight face. Ileana's eyes were twitching as she gave a sideways look at the blonde man. Is that all? I used to be able to summon sentient toads, but I haven't been able to since coming to Earth. Suddenly, the sound of an explosion ripped through the elevator, sending vibrations all around the metal box just as the elevator reached the bottom floor. Stepping outside into the lobby, Naruto could see through the window that the building a block over was on fire, with several soldiers and revolutionists fighting it out, a good number of them lying dead on the ground. In a brisk pace, Naruto walked out into the street. Reaching into his reserves, Naruto began to leak his power out into the world, causing an intense pressure to press down on everyone within the city of Oniana. The fighting before him stopped, some passing out from the strain that was Naruto's chakra, others looking at the source in fear. Speaking in Simkarian, Naruto said, Drop your weapons. Seeing that the men were still stunned by his show of power, Naruto spoke with steel in his voice. Now. With that, the guns in the soldiers' hands flew towards Naruto before stopping several feet in front of him before each of them began to bend into themselves before eventually becoming softball-sized clumps. What the fuck? One of the Simkarian soldiers shouted in shock. Who are you? Naruto interrupted the man. I have no business with you. Leave. With another burst of his chakra, the men began to leave, only for Naruto to appear in front of the three revolutionists in a burst of speed. Not you. The blonde didn't allow the three to say a word, instead kicking one in the stomach with a Spartan kick, backhanding the second across the face, and then grabbing the third by the throat hard enough that the man nearly passed out before Naruto relaxed his grip enough to allow the man to speak. Who were the men you sent into that building? He demanded as he pointed towards the building he and the valets had been staying. I don't know. The man coughed out. Please, don't lie to me. Naruto shouted, his grip causing the man to make a struggling gurgle. If you lie to me again, I'll kill the other two. If you lie after that, I'll snap your back in 3 different places. And if you lie a third time, I will throw you out of Earth's orbit into the vacuum of space. He threatened, his voice a vicious growl. The soldier fought uselessly against Naruto's grip, trying with all his might to pry the blonde's hands from his neck. Seeing he was trapped in the shinobi's grasp, the man choked out. But their names were Sergei and DM Dmitri. Prime Minister Limka gave the order. Who were the other two, the ones that were in charge of the questioning? Naruto asked, loosening his grip as the man began to talk. I don't know. I swear. The man screamed out. And where do I find Prime Minister Limka? The man looked around before pointing west. He's staying in a camp several miles outside the city limits. Naruto, sensing that he was telling the truth, let the man go. Looking down at the still recovering men, he then looked back at the man he had just interrogated. Leave the city. If I run into you again, I'll kill you. Understood? The 3 men nodded their heads as quickly as they could, stumbling up as they did, before running away. So what now? Ileana asked as she walked up to Naruto. We see the Prime Minister. Can you take us outside the city? Naruto asked. Putting her hand on his shoulder, a white energy disc appeared below them. As they sunk into the disc, they landed in the middle of a wheat field, rows of wheat stalks surrounding them. Looking east, Naruto could see Ileana in the distance a couple miles away. Taking in the natural energy of the area, Naruto allowed himself to enter sage mode. Extending his senses outward, Naruto searched the area. I found them. The camp's a good miles west, a couple hundred people there at the least. A couple hundred? Ileana asked in shock. The man's got a legion of men with him. What are you going to do, Nock? Naruto nodded. Something like that. With that, he began his trek towards the revolutionist campsite. But what's the plan here? Ileana asked. We can't just walk in and confront this Limka guy. These revolutionists are freaking fanatics. They'll shoot first, ask questions later if you even look at them wrong. Just imagine what they'll do when we go after their leader, on their home turf. Naruto looked at Magic. I'll be the distraction, you pick up Limka. Take him somewhere secure, then come get me. You make it sound so easy. So, what now? Naruto and Ileana were standing in the tree line half a mile away from the revolutionist campsite. The site itself could fill up a football field, with several tents varying in size scattered around the area. Littered around were various tanks, all-terrain vehicles, and a few biplanes for some reason. The entrance to the camp was guarded by 4 men, 2 on each side of the dirt path leading in, all 4 checking any vehicle or person that came in. In the center was a massive tent, like a firework tent almost, with a couple dozen guards walking the area keeping out anyone not wanted. This monster tent was obviously the camp headquarters, so it was safe to say Limka was inside considering he was in charge. Naruto looked up at the setting sun for a moment as he said, It's about 6 o'clock. I was going to say we wait till nightfall, but we don't know if Limka stays here at all times of the day, or if he has his own personal quarters. It's still light out, so I'd say he's still at work in the camp headquarters, but if not, it would be hard for us to find him at daytime, let alone night. Do you know what this guy looks like? No, but I can, Ileana said. Pulling out her phone, the blonde began to pull up the search engine on her phone before she began typing. Here we go, she said before showing Naruto her phone, the picture of a middle-aged man, with a circular physique, and balding blonde hair with a thick mustache. All right. It's time. Ileana gave Naruto a confused look. What does that mean? Naruto didn't answer. Instead, he began to walk down the dirt path towards the campsite, his sage mode active as he began to gather his chakra. It had been a while since he'd decided to actually go all out. Sure, he'd used his chakra shrouds, he'd used some heavy-hitting jutsu, but he never actually pushed himself. He'd just gone for the insta-kill moves and went on his way, not bothering with actually putting any other effort into it. But today Today he'd use everything he needed to get to this guy. He needed to be aggressive, but still subtle enough to not outright kill Limca in the aftershock. So that meant no raisin shurikens, no tailed beast bombs, no truth-seeking balls. Naruto, what's the plan here? Kurama asked. You can sit this one out, Kurama. I'll only need Sage Mode for this. Crossing his fingers, Naruto created 3 clones, each scattering to the distance to gather the necessary nature chakra for when their creator needed the boost. But do you have a plan for after this? There were 2 others in that room, 2 others who could have nothing to do with these revolutionists. What if that boy is DA-? If he's dead, I'll kill them all, and if S.H.I.E.L.D. were involved in this somehow? You and I both know of their interest in the people with out-of-the-ordinary abilities. And if S.H.I.E.L.D. is involved, I'll kill them all. Even Clint? Natasha? They wouldn't dash. You and I both know that they would. Kurama shouted in his head. They do whatever Fury or their council asks? Kill, steal, spy, seduce? Clint or Natasha wouldn't do that. She wouldn't do that to me. Naruto, I don't want to ruin what you have with this woman, trust me I don't. But you can't look at them with preconceived sentiment just because you like them, or even love them. Kurama said softly. Now really isn't the time for this. Naruto thought just as he began to get near the camp. The guards had taken notice of him as he made his way up, all 4 pointing their rifles in his direction. Leave now or we will put you down. The guard that appeared to be in charge shouted, his trigger finger itching as he spoke. Naruto didn't say a word, only raising his hand up and out in front of him, his index finger pointed outward towards the lead guard, his hand in the form of a gun. Channeling wind chakra to the tip of said finger, Naruto continued his stride. Turn around now. I will not repeat my dash. He was interrupted by the fact that a bullet made of wind drilled through his skull from the place between his eyes. The bullet zoomed out of the man's skull and lodged itself into the guard behind him, flying through his shoulder as he cried in pain. As the dead and wounded guard fell to the ground, Naruto disappeared in a burst of speed, appearing in between the guards that were still standing. Slamming his foot into the back guard's kneecap, snapping it in the process, he pressed his finger at the back of the last guard's nape, the wind bullet leaving his finger in a silent swoop, causing the front of the guard's neck to explode in a gush of blood, flesh, and muscle. As the man with a hole in his shoulder began to get up, Naruto shot him in the face without looking as he grabbed the now crippled man by the collar of his flak jacket. Where's Limca? He demanded as he pressed his finger against the man's temple. The man was grabbing his shattered kneecap, his face filled with agony as he whimpered out. The big tent in the middle of camp! He screamed. Naruto nodded. Does he have a personal tent, somewhere he sleeps or goes for privacy? The man shook his head. I don't think so. Those were his last words, as Naruto blasted a wind bullet into his skull. Then, without looking, Naruto reached out and caught something just as it was about to hit him square in the head. Looking at it, he saw that it was a clicking hand grenade, the clip pulled out. Boom! A fiery explosion lit up the area, sending clumps of dirt and human body parts flying everywhere. Covering his face was the man that threw the grenade. Having heard shouting at the entrance of the camp, he went to investigate only to see a man kill one of his comrades with his finger. Without thinking, the man threw the grenade he had clipped to his belt, seeing as how the man hadn't seen he was there. To his surprise, the man caught it without looking, only for it to be for naught considering it blew up in his hand. The debris having settled, the revolutionist looked over to see the smoldering crater, his 4 dead comrades' mutilated bodies sprawled out in random directions, but it was the 5th body he couldn't find. His thoughts were interrupted by pain, as the feeling of 1,000 volts of electricity entered his body just before a hand covered in lightning burst out of his chest. Naruto stood behind the now dead man in his arms, his hand sticking clean out of his chest. Thanks for the move, Sasuke, he muttered as he pulled his hand out of the guy's chest. Thack. Naruto was forced to take a step forward from the force of getting pelted by gunfire, his jacket beginning to shred and tear but his skin otherwise fine. Looking over, he swiped his hand up, causing the guns in the men's hands to fly in the air. The men surrounding him then going for their sidearms, but Naruto wasn't having any of it, pointing the guns at their owners before opening fire, shredding them. Dropping the guns, Naruto began to fly through a set of hand seals. Finishing on the tiger seal, Naruto took a deep breath as he thought. Fire style, great fire annihilation! His mouth puffing out slightly, he bent backward before releasing his breath, a thick stream of fire leaving his lips as he did before extending out to form a wide wall of intense flames. While not as powerful as Madara's, it was still strong enough to wipe out every living creature in front of him, engulfing everything in its path, causing whatever that was swallowed to disappear completely. Naruto made sure that the wall of fire only passed over the right side of the camp, leaving the left and center areas relatively untouched. Releasing his breath, Naruto watched as the fire began to settle, with the only thing left behind was the fire itself and the melted bodies the attack created. Naruto then ejected the kunai stashed in his sleeve, grabbing it as he flipped it into a reverse grip. Using his mastery of chakra, he mixed the elements of fire and wind into the edge of his kunai blade. The sharp wisp of fire and wind extended 3 feet outwards from the blade itself, creating a blade. Fire and wind combination, scorching blade. He then charged forward towards the sea of men in front of him. Some saw him coming, others were more preoccupied with the fact their friends and comrades were nothing more than black smoking husks. It didn't matter either way, as he was indiscriminate of who he cut down. Decapitations? Bifurcated. Amputation? Disembowelment. Bisection. The brutality of Naruto wasn't lost on the men, some trying to run away in fear, only for another Naruto to appear and cut them off, or a wall of earth to rise up and keep them where they were. Those that were brave or stupid enough to fight back, whether with their guns or their hands, were stunned at the agility of the blonde, the man jumping, twirling, and flipping around the area, each step with a purpose. Naruto, having just completed a triple back flip, sprang up from his crouch to find 3 men in front of him. Without blinking, Naruto once again flipped the kunai into a reverse grip, swing his arm from shoulder out, hitting the man directly in front of him with a scooping cut, the fire blade driving all the way through his navel before swinging out, his blade coming out of the guy's side. Naruto wasn't finished, driving his Sage Mode enhanced fist into the man's cheek, snapping his neck from the power of Naruto's punch. It was then that Naruto's Sage Mode faded, his eyes returning to normal. He didn't take much notice to it. Using his magnetic release, Naruto connected to the guns the other 2 men's hands before pointing them away from him and instead towards each other, before having the guns fire, the 2 men lighting the other up with their own guns. He then took that moment to create a shadow clone only to have it explode in a puff of smoke, signaling the clone's gathering nature chakra he needed a hit. As he dived towards another victim, Naruto could feel the power of nature enter him, and just in time too, as one of them managed to get a lucky shot off, the bullet smacking him right in the forehead. Other than his head jerking back slightly from the force, he didn't show any sign of injury, only looking at the fool who dared shoot him in the first place. Forming a Rasengan in his hand, Naruto threw it at the man, the ball of spinning chakra hitting him in the sternum, sending him flying into several other people behind him just as the Rasengan couldn't contain itself any longer, expanding out in a miniature hurricane of energy. Boom! The ground next to Naruto exploded, sending him flying as it did. Tucking his body in, he rolled as he landed, eventually coming to a crouched stop as he looked for the source of the explosion only to see 3 tanks heading his way, each of their barrels pointed in his direction. Clapping his hand together, Naruto began to gather earth chakra as he flew through a set of hand seals before slamming his hands down on the ground as he shouted, "Earth style, great moving earth core! What the fuck?" One of the revolutionists screamed as the ground beneath them began to shake and break apart just as the ground beneath the tanks burst upward, sending the tanks into the air, flipping them on their back just as they landed on the ground, squashing anyone unlucky enough to be underneath them. Naruto then created 3 shadow clones, each jumping high into the air, all 3 forming massive Rasengans the size of the tanks themselves in their hands before slamming them into the massive war machines, the resulting explosions wiping out any bystanders. Naruto looked around, seeing that there were only about 30 soldiers left. The blonde was about to continue his massacre when a disk of energy appeared next to him before Ileana jumped out. "Now Naruto, dear God, are you okay?" she asked, seeing the blood-covered man in front of her. The man was literally dripping with it, from head to toe. Some had dried over, most was still fresh as it shined in the setting sunlight. Naruto nodded. "I'm fine. Is Limca secure?" he demanded. Ileana was taken aback by Naruto's brushing off of her question, nodding nonetheless as she said, "Yeah, I got him. All of his guards left when you burnt down half the camp. You weren't lying about the elements thing. Take me to him." Ileana didn't hesitate. Flicking her hand out in front of her, she created another portal, allowing Naruto to jump in first. Following after him, Magic found herself once again in the middle of a small ranch house. The house was very Spartan, with a very small living room and an even smaller kitchen and dining area. The stairs led to a hallway that held 2 doors, both small bedrooms with a single twin-sized bed in each and nothing else. Where are we? Naruto asked. Ileana turned towards him, the blond man looking around the small cottage. We're in Great Britain. This cottage belongs to my mother's family. And where are they? Out of town, I think. Ileana said. Naruto didn't respond, only walking over to the sink in the corner of the kitchen. Looking himself in the mirror, the Jinchuriki could hardly recognize himself with the blood caked all over himself. Are you sure you're all right? The adrenaline should be wearing off soon. Are you sure some of that is your blood? Trust me, I'm fine. Naruto said weakly. He jumped as he felt a hand touch his shoulder. Jerking his head over, he saw Ileana looking him in the eye, worry marking her face. Are you sure? She emphasized. Those people, they were so evil. I could feel it. I could feel just how vile so many of them were, the things they'd done just because they could. But I still feel terrible. Back home I always tried my best not to kill, only as a last result. But back there, I just lost it. I didn't care. You're not a monster, Naruto. You may have killed those men, but they were the monsters. Kurama said. Ileana looked away for a moment, perhaps in thought, before looking Naruto in the eyes again. I can't say I understand, because I really don't. But I don't think you're a bad person. You're just a guy trying to do the right thing, even if how you do it is a little wrong. Naruto couldn't help but chuckle a little, closing his eyes as he did. Looking back in the mirror, he said, Thanks, I guess. You're welcome, I guess. So where is he? Naruto asked. Limca, I mean. He's upstairs. I knocked him out and tied him up. Naruto nodded. Is there a shower anywhere? He asked. Yeah, over there. Ileana then pointed over to the door next to the kitchen. The blonde began to take off his ruined jacket. I'm gonna wash this blood off, bring him down here and keep an eye on him. It'll just be a minute. He didn't wait for a response, having already entered and closed the bathroom door. Peeling off his shirt, he looked at both articles of clothing to see that they were torn and bullet-riddled, with the blood of multiple men having crusted over all along them. Reaching behind his back, he pulled the gun given to him by Gabriel out from his pants. Looking at it, Naruto couldn't help but feel a wave of guilt wash over him once again. What if they had this? Would things be better? Worse? Naruto thought. Probably worse. And that's if they would have even had time to get it, and if they had, it probably would have only led to both of their deaths. I doubt the soldiers would have taken too kindly to the fact that their targets had a gun. Maybe. That thought aside, for the moment, Naruto set the gun on the sink with a clink. Taking off his pants, he could say the same thing. Now completely naked, Naruto turned the shower on. Immediately after stepping under the soft jet of cool water, blood began to swirl calmly down the shower drain. Stepping out the shower, Naruto came out wearing the ruined shirt and jeans, having nothing else to wear otherwise. Looking over at the dining table, Naruto could see Ileana sitting down, her attention on the man sitting to her left. Said man saw him enter the room, anger clearly on his face. Who are you, people? Do you know who I am? Huh? Naruto made his way over to the table, sitting down next to Limca, facing him completely as he spoke. We know who you are. That's why you're here. Why exactly am I here? Limca demanded. Who are you, damn it? Placing the gun given to him by Gabriel on the table in front of him with an audible clank, Naruto spoke. I'm the one that killed most of your men. I'm the one that destroyed your tanks, and burnt down half of your camp. I'm the one that was staying with the Valid family. Naruto said calmly. Who? I don't know. Contrary to my recent actions, I'm not much of a fan to the concept of killing. In my entire career, I've somehow managed to keep out of situations where murder, intimidation, and torture were needed. I knew that it would happen. Eventually. It's what I was trained to do since I was 5 years old after all. Today I killed more people than I have in my entire career as a shinobi, and I will come to regret their deaths. Eventually. But right now I have little patience for you people. I will do whatever I have to do to get that boy back. Limca was beginning to sweat, the man loudly swallowing the lump that had formed in his throat. I don't know what boy you're talking about. Naruto closed his eyes and sighed, shaking his head as he did. Yes, you do. Looking Limca in the eye, Naruto said. If you lie to me again, and I'll know when you do, trust me, you'll regret it. And what exactly would you do to me, that's to say if I were lying? Limka said tentatively. I won't kill you if that's what you're wondering, Naruto reassured. As a look of relief graced Limka's face, he continued. I will end your rebellion by the end of this night. I will slaughter your soldiers. I will draw and quarter your political compatriots. I will level this city, and plunder this country of all things it holds dear, and after I find the boy and as everything you love is good and gone, after you watch as I destroy your very ambition, then and only then will I release you to wallow in the despair that is your life. With each word Naruto said, he leaked out killer intent that grew thicker and thicker, all pointed at the man sitting next to him. By the end of Naruto's speech, Limka began to see visions of the very things Naruto spoke of. His city, his country, gone. All by the monster that was Naruto. I had nothing to do with the taking of the boy. Limka said. When my men told me about you, she was there. She demanded that she send some of her men along to apprehend you. They were like you. Stealing a glance at Ileana, he said. And her. Naruto raised an eyebrow. Like us how? As in they had powers? Yes. Limka said. She has a whole group of them working for her. Who is she? Monica Rappaccini, Scientist Supreme of AIM. Naruto was surprised to see Ileana's face grow pale. Did you say Monica Rappaccini of AIM? Do you know her? Naruto asked. Ileana nodded shakily. She's the one I thought you worked for. That woman has been hunting me for years now. It's the reason I never stay in one place for too long. She's in charge of the science division of AIM. And what's AIM exactly? Naruto asked. Some kind of shield off-brand? Kind of. The Advanced Idea Mechanics, aka AIM, are a covert group of soldiers and scientists, all dedicated to discovering the secret behind the metahuman, and the overthrowing of world governments to help fund and support their operations. Rappaccini is in charge of AIM as the acting scientist supreme, and has dedicated herself and her organization to discovering how to give humans super-powered abilities through scientific means. She's the bane of all inhumans, her torturous experiments infamous in our society. That explains why they took the kid. Anyone else would have just killed him after making those two guys' heads explode. Kurama muttered. Naruto looked at Limka. So this Rappaccini has him? He asked. Seeing Limka nod, he continued. Where are they? They took him to their base in Sokovia. They're currently funding the rebellion going on there. Busy people. Naruto said. Looking at Ileana, he said. If you don't want to go, I understand. Just drop me off and I'll meet you back here. Ileana nodded slowly. I'm not going anywhere near that woman, but I'll drop you off, I suppose, she said reluctantly. Now wait a minute, Limka said, getting up from his seat. Are you going to let me go or not? I told you what you want to know. Naruto shrugged. Sure. You can go. Limka looked at Naruto with strong suspicion in his eyes, only for Naruto to look back at him with a face as straight as a ruler. Taking a few testing steps back, he slowly picked up his pace to a frantic walk towards the door. But before you go, there's something you might want to know. Limka stopped right at the door, his hand on the knob as he spoke softly. And that would be? From the moment I attacked the camp, to now, I've had a score of shadow clones fighting your men in Oniana. I've also had them killing off any politicians that were backing your upbringing, and have talked to your king and given him the proof that it has been you in charge of the rebellion all along. Naruto spoke in a calm manner, leaning back in his chair as he looked at Limka over his shoulder. Limka's face began to grow red, hoarse with rage as he spoke. You bastard! The man then charged at the seat of Naruto, with the blonde extending his leg out at the last minute, his foot slamming into the charging man's crotch, causing the man to slump over in pain, clutching his package as he fell to the floor. Getting up, Naruto spoke. See yourself out, Prime Minister, whenever you wish, my friend, and I must be leaving. With that, Naruto made his way to the door, Ileana hustling after him. As the door slammed behind them, Limka got up from the floor, tears forming in his eyes. Everything. He took everything from me. My men. My rebellion. My country, my pride. Slamming his hands against the tabletop, he sobbed. I have nothing. As his hands slammed into the table, the gun clinked and clanked as it rattled from the vibration. Looking up, Limka saw the gun in front of him, the silver steel gleaming in the light. Reaching a shaking hand out towards it, he picked the gun up and brought it up to his face for further inspection. Twisting the gun around, tears continued to flow as he looked at the small handgun in his hands. His face relaxing into one of absolute acceptance, Limca pulled back the cocking handle with an audible click. The gun shaking in his hand, he placed the barrel of the gun under his chin, the bottom of the gun resting on top of his quivering Adam's apple. Slipping his finger against the trigger, he took a moment before firmly pulling down on it. Click, Hugh. Limca breathed out shock, nearly dropping the gun after hearing the sound of the gun not going off. Hurriedly pulling the magazine out of the gun, Limca was shocked to find that the magazine was empty. No. Throwing the gun away, he screamed. No. Naruto and Ileana were standing in the mountainous countryside of Sokovia, the two looking down at what looked to be a military base/research facility, with a 15-foot barbed wire fence keeping out anyone not wanted, and several guard towers sporting lookouts and searchlights littered all along the fence line. Several living barracks were littered throughout, along with a good handful of vehicle garages. The research building was 3 stories tall, and was the size of your average high school. Several people were walking in and out, most wearing strange hazmat suit-esque attire that was yellow in color and covering their entire bodies from view. Even the visor going to the masks were tinted a dark blue, keeping you from looking anyone in the eyes. At first Naruto thought these guys were all scientists. That was until he saw the various assault rifles most of them were sporting. So, what's the plan? Magic whispered, the two crouched down behind a massive boulder, keeping them out of view from the soldiers below, not that they'd be able to see them considering night had just befallen the area. Please tell me you're not gonna pull the same stunt as last time. Don't worry, this will be way more subtle, Naruto said calmly. Ileana smiled nervously. Are you even capable of subtle? Not really. Naruto shrugged. Worth giving it a shot though. Alright, well I'm out of here. This place gives me the creeps. With that, Ileana sunk into one of her white portals. Good luck, she said just as she disappeared. Right. Thanks. Getting up from behind the boulder, Naruto put his hands up behind the nape of his neck. With a slow, calm walk, Naruto made his way towards the base. As he came into view, it only took a moment for him to be spotted, the crack of gunfire splitting the air as the ground in front of him exploded in a tiny burst of dirt and grass. The spotlight had shifted on his being, covering him in a thick beam of white light, forcing him to cover his now squinting eyes with his hand. Halt! The man in the guard tower shouted out in Sokovian. Do not move, I will not miss twice. This place is off limits to all civilians, state your business or you will be placed under arrest. Naruto, not able to speak Sokovian quite yet just understand it, shouted out in English. I've come to surrender myself. My name is Nathan Ulrichsen. The guard looked at Naruto for a moment, obviously understanding him from the lack of confusion in his face after hearing a language he hadn't spoken earlier, before pulling on the radio strapped to his vest and speaking into it in a hushed voice. It only took a moment before someone responded, with the man lowering his gun as he spoke. Stay there! With a loud rattle, the double fence doors opened up, with 4 men all dressed in the same yellow hazmat suit marching out towards him in a simple diamond formation. The man up front made his way behind Naruto, grabbing his wrists aggressively before slapping a pair of handcuffs on, clamping them tightly, the metal digging into the blonde's wrists. One of the men then began to pat him down, checking for any weapons he may have had. His hands making their way to his wrists, he quickly found and confiscated his concealed kunai. Pocketing them, the man that searched him gave the squad leader a nod. Move! The man behind Naruto ordered, pressing his gun into the shinobi's lower spine. Naruto obliged, walking forward at a fast enough pace so that the gun was no longer in his back, but slow enough that the man wouldn't pull him back if he got too far ahead. The walk was brisk, the 5 of them heading straight towards the research facility. Walking inside, Naruto had to squint his eyes at the fluorescent lights as the temporarily blinded him. His vision cleared, the blonde made sure to keep track of each twist and turn the 5 of them made towards the destination, his eyes sharply collecting as much info as he could. Finally, the 5 of them arrived at a pair of thick steel double doors, with the squad leader walking towards the panel to the side. Naruto watched as he put in the numbers 476 to 954 before the doors opened with a resounding whoosh. Walking inside, Naruto couldn't help but be a little disappointed by what was in front of him. Nothing. The large room was completely empty, with the only thing being a single woman. Suddenly, lights turned on, revealing the room to be some sort of arena. Inside the arena, Naruto could see a rather pretty woman with long thin black hair. She looked to be of Hispanic or Italian descent, going from her complexion, and had very womanly figure that was being shown rather well by her form-fitting green dress. The dress itself didn't reveal any skin, completely covering her chest, shoulders, and arms, with yellow gloves covering her hands and forearms. The skirt to her dress went down to her ankles and was black in color, with her yellow boots peeking out from below. "Hello, Mr. Ulrichsen. My name is Monica Rappaccini. It's quite the pleasure to meet you," Monica said, introducing herself with a kind smile. "I've heard quite a number of things about you." "I'm sure you have," Naruto said, his face dead serious as he looked the woman in the eye. Monica continued to look at Naruto for a moment before looking at the man behind him. Giving the man a slight nod, he then began to unshackle him. His hands now free, he gingerly began to rub his chafed wrists, even if the chafing had already practically healed. Monica hadn't taken her eyes off of him, though she was paying more attention to his healing wrists now more than anything. "Self-regenerative as well," Monica said. "My, aren't we just full of surprises? First that buffoon's men say you had control over metal and could melt the guns with your hands, and now you can heal yourself, even if said wounds were minor? Impressive." Walking forward she continued, "Almost as impressive as our friend Magic. Or the boy Harold. Truly, those two's capabilities are endless. I can only imagine the things I would do if I had either one of their powers." Naruto didn't say a word, allowing the woman to circle him, her eyes raking over him appraisingly. "I've always had an admiration for those gifted with such powers. The things I've seen that I once thought impossible. Pyrokinesis, cyrokinesis, telepathy, trans-dimensional teleportation, flight, aquatic respiration, and don't get me started on these Inhumans, those that have figured out a way to gift themselves with superhuman capabilities, and are too selfish to share said knowledge with the rest of humanity." Now only a few feet away she stopped in front of the shinobi. "So if they will not share the next step towards evolution, I have made it my mission to find it myself. Even if that means kidnapping these Inhumans, and experimenting on them?" Naruto asked. "Even if that means kidnapping innocent children, who have no stake in your stupid bid towards power." Monica's smile grew. "But of course. How else am I to discover how it is done? I need to see what it is that makes them different, the X factor that gives them their power. Once I find that, I can replicate it." Her smile then fell for a moment. "Believe me when I say that this was our last resort. All other methods have ended in failure and death. From trying to replicate the serum that created the Captain America, to trying to copy the method of which Bruce Banner became the hulking monster that he is now. We've even attempted to use cybernetics in an attempt to at least mimic superhuman abilities. Both attempts, while succeeding, failed in meeting the bar set by the Inhumans. Human experimentation should be a step at all," Naruto said firmly, memories of people like Orochimaru and Kabuto coming to the forefront of his mind. "What you've done is unforgivable in every sense of the word." His eyes narrowed as he began to leak out chakra. "If you've done anything to that poor boy, I will kill you. And how are you gonna do that, With a snap of her fingers, 4 doors around the arena opened. Monica began to walk backwards as she spoke. "Allow me to introduce you to my acquired." With a wave of her hands, a figure began to walk out of each doorway. The first to appear was a middle-aged looking man with combed-back brown hair and a thin beard wrapped around his jawline. The second was a woman that looked to be in her late 50s, her grayed hair tied back in a tight bun behind her head. Third was a girl that was in her mid-teens, her curly red hair reaching her shoulders. And finally came out Harold himself, bags under his eyes and his pupils dilated and unfocused. All 4 were tight yellow bodysuits, the elastic material hugging their bodies tightly. Naruto took a step towards Harold. "Harold!" "Hey Dash, he won't respond, Mr. Ulrichsen," Monica said. "Remember when I told you about our failed cybernetic experiment? Well, while his body had become horribly grotesque and crippled, his mind is still as active as ever. Which is good because his control over the mind is incredibly useful when dealing with our superpowered guests. Keeps them a bit more mild-mannered than they would be otherwise. That, and when you find a metahuman, who better to capture one than another of their kind?" Looking at Harold, she said. "This is your field test, dear, so if you would, please sedate our friend." "Yes, ma'am," Harold drawled out. It didn't even take a second for Naruto to suddenly feel Harold break through his mental barriers, entering his mindscape as he did. Naruto followed after him, finding himself before the caged Kurama, Harold standing just a few feet in front of him. Naruto quickly tried to walk towards the boy, only for him to assault force of psionic energy to his him in the chest, sending him tumbling backwards as it did. Looking up, Naruto said, "Damn it, Harold, I'm trying to help. Fucking snap out of it." Not wanting to attack the kid, Naruto hoped to get through to him mentally. "Your mom is worried sick about you, Harold. Come on, let me help you. Let me take you home." "Why should I, huh? Because of you my daddy's dead. You could have taken us away. You could have done something," Harold yelled out, his dilated eyes watering. "I hate you!" With a yell, Harold threw his arms out, another blast of psionic energy heading towards Naruto's direction. The blast blew Naruto away, the force of it shaking Naruto's very mindscape. "Damn it, kid!" Naruto muttered, getting up with a slight sway. "You're right. I should have done something to help you guys. Nothing I can do, not even saving you from these people, can make up for what happened to your dad. And if you want to hit me some more, I'll let you. But damn it, kid, can we please do it after I get you away from these psychopaths?" he yelled out. "No," Harold said. "I'm not going anywhere with you." Naruto sighed. "Fine." Then, in a burst of speed, he appeared behind Harold before chopping him in the side of the neck, effectively knocking him out. Catching him just before he hit the ground, Naruto watched, remorse in his eyes, as Harold's mental avatar faded away. Looking over at the attentive Kurama, Naruto said, "I'll probably need your help in a bit." "Right," Kurama said, standing at attention as he watched his battle partner disappear. Snapping out from his mindscape, Naruto saw that barely a second had gone by outside. Looking over at Harold, he watched as the boy collapsed in on himself. Once again appearing next to him in a burst of speed, Naruto caught the boy. Creating a clone, Naruto put Harold in its arms. "Take him to his mother. Stay with them until I return." The clone nodded, hugging the boy tightly to his body before disappearing in a puff of smoke. Well, Monica said. "You're getting more and more interesting by the second." "I don't really care," Naruto said, his body straightening out as he looked Monica in the eye once again, the three metahumans surrounding him in a triangle as he spoke. "Firstly, you obviously have some sort of mental blocking ability to be able to keep a psychic of that boy's caliber out of your head and knock him out from the backlash. He had to keep him under constant sedation just for Modoc to get in his head. But just then, superhuman speed, self-replication, some form of teleportation? Just what can't you do?" Monica didn't seem to care that this man had left with one of her acquired metahumans, only caring about the fact that he showed more of his abilities. "I have to see just what else you can do. Perhaps you are the key." Looking at her three acquired, she ordered, "I want you three to go all out, but don't kill him. Understood?" "Understood," the three said at once, their voices echoing after each other's. Then without warning the three charged forward towards the blonde. The bearded man pulled his hand back, his hand enveloped by fire. The older woman didn't actually come at him at all, instead levitating upwards a couple dozen feet about them all. The girl was open him first, her body now completely enveloped by ice, her hand and forearm forming into a spiked club. Swinging her ice club towards his face, Naruto ducked the swing rather easily, sending a quick jab towards her face that she swerved out of the way of. Naruto was then forced to skip to the side to avoid the flaming fist heading towards the back of his skull. Giving a donkey kick back towards the fire guy, Naruto caught him in the stomach. Swiftly twirling around, Naruto caught the ice girl in his foot, sending her sprawling back. Naruto wasn't expecting, however, to be bum-rushed by the flying bat, the woman flying him up, more than likely to give him a pile driver from up in the air. Naruto wasn't having any of it, cupping his hands together as he beat his hands into the woman's back like a drum, causing her to let him go from the sudden blow. Naruto, in midair, then gave a backwards kick into the woman's chin, more than likely shattering her teeth in the process. The woman officially knocked out, Naruto quickly grabbed a hold of her, steadying himself in the air as he did, creating a shadow clone. Naruto handed her off to him. "Take her away, then create a handful more of yourself and scour the building of innocence. When you're done, let me know," Naruto ordered, with the clone giving a mocking salute before body flickering away. The blonde was then forced to dodge as a torrent of fire soon came his way, nearly swallowing him whole. Looking down, he saw the fire guy was now completely covered in fire. The man began to gather more fire, probably gonna try and shoot him down again. Naruto, not wanting to play a game of fire tag, body flickered towards him. Now behind him, Naruto quickly went through several hand signs thinking. Wind style, expanded vacuum sphere. Extending his hands out towards the fire guy, wind quickly began to surround and envelope the man, quickly rotation around him, creating a sphere devoid of all air around him, thus cutting off any oxygen he might need to breathe or produce his fire. The man quickly losing the ability to breathe, he quickly lost consciousness, and was quickly arriving on Satan's door. As the jutsu had been going on, Naruto was dodging around the arena, doing all he could to keep from being touched by the ice girl, seeing that everything she seemed to touch froze on contact. Releasing the jutsu, the shinobi created another clone to get the man before it too disappeared. Looking over, he saw that Monica hadn't left the arena for some reason, more than likely still wanting to see for herself what he could do. Fine. Naruto thought. If she wants a show, let's give her a show. His attention now fully turned towards the ice girl, Naruto allowed himself to enter his six-path sage mode, the shroud of chakra covering entirely. The sudden shift in his power level caused the wind around him to displace for a moment, and the ground below him to crack under the pressure that was his power. Seeing no point in running any longer, Naruto came to a stop, allowing the ice chick to take a swing at him. The club of ice made contact, only it did nothing. The force of it, while usually strong enough to crack concrete, didn't even cause Naruto's head to budge an inch. And while usually, anything she touched froze over on contact, this time, she herself began to melt, her arm peeking out now that her ice armor had been melted. So you don't actually turn yourself to ice, you just cover yourself with it as an armor. Grabbing a hold of her, he continued. Then I don't have to feel bad about his then. With that, a blue ball of fire surrounded his hand before in a quick burst and covered the girl completely, effectively melting the ice covering her and giving her a bit of a sunburn while he was at it. Then, similar to what he did with Harold, Naruto gave the girl a swift knockout. Creating a final clone, Naruto allowed it to leave with the girl. Turning around, Naruto saw that Monica was still there, a look of absolute admiration on her face. If only I'd known. If only I knew that I was in the presence of such a superior being. Monica said. This power is suffocating. I can barely stand it. The woman finished her sentence with a mad cackle, an unhinged look in her eye as she looked at Naruto. Just imagine what I could do with you. Once again, the feeling of someone trying to invade his mind was felt by Naruto, the being once again making its way to his mindscape, forcing him to return to confront this person. Once again in front of the caged Kurama, Naruto looked over to see a strange sight in front of him. The being before wasn't like anything he'd seen before, which was saying a lot. From what he could see, it was practically a massive body-sized head with arms and legs. The head was covered by a strange helmet/armor, its yellow motif matching that of what was worn by every AIM member he'd seen so far. The arms and legs were covered as well by a purple exoskeleton-looking armor, with the only skin showing being the creature's face, which was a sickly grayish purple. Its wrinkled face looked Naruto up and down before speaking in a raspy tone. So, you are the creature Dr. Rappaccini is so fascinated with. From what I saw through the medhumans, you're much more powerful than we could have ever expected. It's a shame you will be forced to become that wretched woman's slave. Given your appearance and the gleam of attraction I got from her when I entered her brain, it wouldn't shock me if she forced you to mate with her. Turning towards Kurama, he continued. But perhaps just as strange is the creature you keep within you. Is he the source of your power, or merely a small factor? I can't seem to enter your mind, this being the final blocker. It's truly impressive that you've been able to keep me out the way you have, it truly is, but it's inevitable that you will fall under my power, for I am Madoc. Naruto didn't say a word, only allowing one of his truth-seeking balls to extend outwards in the form of a spike, striking the creature in front of him directly between the eyes. That guy was annoying. He was blabbering like since he got here. Kurama grumbled. Naruto chuckled. I was honestly tempted to just open up the cage and let you go to town on the asshole. Now that would have been fun, the Biju said excitedly. Opening his eyes once again, Naruto looked Monica in the eye, the woman obviously thinking Madoc had succeeded in his mind control attempt. Good work, Madoc. Send him to the rehabilitation room, and tell him to have his replications bring back the acquired. Monica then got up into Naruto's personal space, bring her hand up to his face in a gentle caress. Such a handsome man. The woman was shocked, however, when Naruto then grabbed a hold of her by the neck, the air effectively knocked out of her. AHCK! I want you to watch, Naruto growled out, his chakra causing the room to shake, the ground and walls to buckle and crack, and the observation glass to break. The lights above them began to burst, sending glass and sparks flying down below as the room was once again enveloped in darkness, the only saving grace being Naruto himself. His chakra shroud light the room in an eerie glow. I want you to watch, as I burn this place to the ground. As I make sure that your every ambition, that your every desire, becomes dust beneath your feet. Explosions began to rock around the building, followed by various screams and gunfire. I want you to watch as I make sure that no one will be forced into your depraved experiments, you greedy, narcissistic monster of a woman. Then, with a burst of chakra, the two were surrounded by the avatar of a massive nine-tailed fox. The two finding themselves in the avatar's head, Monica looked around frantically as the avatar straightened up, its massive body having already destroyed most of the building upon arrival. Looking at Naruto, her grip grew tighter. Please, Naruto, please. Don't do this. This is all for the good of mankind. How did you know my name was Naruto? What? Monica asked in shock. How do you know my real name? Naruto yelled. The only person I told was Hera. Realization struck Naruto, a dangerous look of rage on his face. What did you do? Realizing where he was going, Monica screamed out. We didn't hurt him, I swear. Modak found out when he entered his mind, he saw all his memories. That's all, I swear. Her voice was overrun with panic, praying the blonde believed her. Naruto, sensing that she was telling the truth, looked away, looking down at the destruction he had caused. Good. You ready, kid? Kurama said, his voice booming over the sounds of the screaming soldiers below them. Naruto nodded. Yeah. Let's do this. The blonde had been meaning to try this out for a while but just hadn't had the chance. Well, might as well now. His face scrunched up in concentration, Naruto jumped out of Kurama's avatar head, Monica in tow. As he jumped out, he quickly began to levitate above Kurama, looking down at him as he spoke. You good, buddy? He yelled down. After a second, Kurama looked up at him, giving him a thumbs up. It's official, kid. We can fight separately now. We're gonna be so badass. He bellowed out, a large smirk on his face as he continued. And I so know how to celebrate this achievement. Extending his arm out, two other arms sprouted from his shoulder and rib cage. His original arm forming a massive Rasengan, the other two began to channel a massive amount of wind chakra into it. Better get back, kid, wind style, ultra big ball Rasen Shuriken. With a heave, Kurama hurled the massive Rasen Shuriken towards what was left of the IM base. BOM, the massive explosion of wind and chakra completely engulfed the entire base underneath them. In classic Rasen Shuriken fashion, it didn't take long for it to dissipate, leaving behind a massive crater the shape of a perfect circle, dust and debris still not having settled. I've always wanted to do something like that, Kurama said proudly. Thanks for the help, Kurama. You can go now. Kurama grumbled. Yeah, I'm going. Geez, I'm only ever allowed out once a year nowadays. You'd think I'd be allowed to enjoy myself a bit longer. With that last complaint, Kurama's avatar flickered away. His partner now gone, Naruto slowly began to descend down to the ground, his destination crater his tenant had just created. Finally landing smack dab in the middle of it, Naruto allowed the still gob-smacked Monica go, the woman falling to her knees as she looked at what was left of her life work. This isn't the first time I've ruined someone's life today, taking away their very reason for living. In fact, I drove that Limca to the point that he tried to take his own life. It didn't work, obviously. The gun was nothing but a shadow clone transformed, and I didn't do it because I thought death was too good for him. I did it because that was something I wanted to take from him too. Took away his life, and I took away his death, if only for a moment. Looking down at the still form of Monica, he could see that she wasn't crying or begging. She was just sitting there, staring down at the ground. Reaching into the back of his jeans, Naruto once again pulled the gun given to him by Gabrielle. But you though, you treasure your own life. I can see it now, you're trying to figure out how you can recover from this, how you can continue your great work. Looking down at the gun in his hand, Naruto pulled back the cocking handle. Pointing the gun towards Monica, his steady hand making sure that the bullet would go right between her eyes, his fingers slipping up against the trigger. I won't let that happen. Bang!